so I don't forget. Was somebody questing? Yeah, Dr. Val was doing a 1 out of 115 quest in offline chat. And I was actually chatting in Tai stream, and Kita's like, hey man, I don't want to be that guy, but there's a he was telling me there was questing going on in my chat. So I came over and I timed him out. Are we gonna get a teaser today? I hope so. I don't know. They have been pretty consistent about just doing every other day, but I hope so. I need the daily dosage of getting me to the reveal day. Hey, Bulbasaur. Hey, Rubio. Looks like YouTube chat's actually working today. Good morning, guys. Good morning. The snitches get stitches. Yeah, occasionally. All right, we're gonna get to level 92. I just arbitrarily picked that number, and I intend to stick to that. So we're gonna go ahead and finish doing that today. While I'm thinking about it, and then after that, then we'll fine tune the life setup a bit more. Looking on for the life-based gear. Life-based gear will probably be Link helmet. But I'm not sure if even that might be too heavy of an investment. Like, that's somewhere where we could just be like, yeah, we're feeling fine. Let's keep putting currency aside to put into Ivory Tower type of thing. Small F? Hopefully not. You guys hear me? Are we okay? Hopefully the stream's okay. Can YouTube see the stream as well? Mr. Lance, my favorite streamer YouTube. Hey, Gavin, how you doing, man? Twitch chat doesn't exist, based and true. Twitch chat is actually my imagination. Maybe just get the block mastery. We have the block mastery right now. You're talking about the recover on block. The 20 is okay, but 20 is a far cry from 5%, right? Like 5% of, let's say, 5,000 is 250, right? Over 10 times as effective as this. I definitely think life on block would be the correct play.
Always hope.
This is what's going through my head, at least.
Can we hurry this up?
I spy a mutiny.
Elder / Shaper would be insane if you can use it on influenced items. What do you mean Elder / Shaper would be insane if you can use it on influenced item? What do you mean by that?
Some of that mute wind cunning.
Face death again.
Is the Atula shield an option? That's just gonna be more expensive than a recover on block shield. You have to remember, you're talking about the Ulnatol shield. You're talking about surrender. This shield is limited by a Ulnatol's blessing. Are we talking about this one, or are we talking about the unupgraded version? I mean, either way, the shield drop is like kind of rare. Don't think it's is it anticipation? This one doesn't even recover on block. But yeah, either way, the shield's a rare drop. On top of you need a blessing. Its cost is going to be rather high, I would believe. The cost of making a... We'll showcase it today. We'll make a recover on block shield. But the waiting on the recover on block mod is actually pretty high. It's like a 1k wait. So it's super easy to hit with like pristine fossils or reforged life. It's not like an expensive craft. We'll do that today. I don't think it's particularly hard. Dr. Val, I watched you, Ketoth. But Dr. Val, did you find out that Ketoth's the one who snitched on you? Hopefully YouTube isn't bricked with that random drop we just had. I'm gonna check real quick just in case. That would be very unfortunate. Oh, it seems like it's online, so we should be good as far as the YouTube stream is concerned. I don't know about that random drop that happened, but it seems like we're good though. Your cam's big? Cam's not even on right now. There is no cam currently. You have POB for leveling RF? I'm going to be making a full leveling tree, along with, it'll be a fairly comprehensive POB when I'm done with this. Today, I'm setting up the different variations of gear on the character. That's the current goal. Can we get center cam on League Start? I'll consider doing a center cam on League Start. We good, Devilish Cat? Okay, cool. Who won the strength competition? We did. On weigh-in day, we got to 55.01. Connor was at about 4,500. So it was a handy victory. We'll have to figure out a name for Connor's character. We'll have to work on it. When new treadmill? Don't know. I do want to get a new treadmill though. A non-bricked one would be fantastic. Ooh, Rice Lotha's coil on League Start would be worth something. On League Start. I don't know about right now though. Can I do a small one? If you're asking if you can quest Dr. Val, the answer is no. Okay. Atlas passive points, 1 out of 132. No. I'm gonna stop you right there. Okay. No more of that unless you want to be sent to the cellar. Might we be one of the last doubters before they feast? I mean, we have what, 23% XP? I could intentionally die a couple times just to give the believers a couple more chances. I'm not gonna do that on purpose, but I could. Oh snap! Rav thought he could get away with it, and we have moderators. That's right. That's right. Live in fear, guys. There's actually a moderator on duty right now. You guys didn't think I could afford a moderator. Well, I'll tell you how I did it. I didn't pay him anything. That's how I could afford him. Got him to agree to the job for the low cost of $0 per hour. Here's what it says. Lanced, a verb. The term Lance refers to when a poor, unsuspecting player is contacted by none other than Captain Lance 9 to have his precious item turned into an investment in the future of a Lance build and crafts. Did you see how he lanced that guy's poor launcher's touch? He says it's an investment, but caught. That's... What? That makes it sound like I'm just taking advantage of poor, innocent, unsuspecting bystanders, okay? I think you need to rework the definition there, because it's really a win-win. I get the item I'm looking for, and they get the currency that leads them to their next gear upgrade. A win-win situation. We can't be selling this as a win-lose. Have we found another divine altar? No, we haven't. I'm trying to forget the one we found last night. I'm trying to pretend that didn't happen. Once approved, it's set in stone. Oh no. Yo, Locahol, I totally missed it. My raid alert is not working. Thanks for the raid, Locahol. Did it not play? I'm gonna replay it.
What we doing live?
We doing live.
Echoes in eternity.
Yo, Locahol, appreciate the raid. My bad. Welcome everybody from Locahol stream. It did play. I totally just didn't see it. Locahol, we are currently prepping an RF Scion guide. And then most likely we'll see if patch notes changes it. I don't think they're going to nerf anything with RF Scion, but we'll see. You got any builds you're getting excited about, Locahol, or are you just going to be winging it based on tomorrow's stream? I think I'm probably just going to end up going with the wing it approach, but I'm hoping they give us some new exciting things to try to build around. I'm gonna wing it as well. We can do something based on patch notes. Hell yeah. That is I can definitely get behind that. That's the way we're gonna go with it. Is just wait and see and hopefully play something we haven't done before. GG's gonna hit you with a full passive tree rework. I doubt they're gonna do anything that drastic. I mean, it'd be nice if they did some crazy drastic things, but I'm trying to level my expectations just a little bit. I'm good if we just get Wazda. Do you think they're gonna give us Wazda? Didn't they mention Wazda was like tied to basically once they finish all the microtransaction rigging between the two games or whatever? I feel like they said something along those lines. Make supper, but enjoy stream. So excited for tomorrow. Me too, man. You have a good rest of your evening. What MTX is that on your shield? This isn't an MTX. This is just Tempest Shield, the skill. You're talking about this like little lightning thingy. This is just this skill gem right here, Tempest Shield. Gives you a spell block and it makes you immune to getting shocked.
I just can't bring myself.
Can recommend.
No prison can hold a true. Be quiet. Be quiet. This cargo will not be yours, traitor.
Your fight's done. Don't get them.
Like the.
Am I excited for 326? You have no idea, man. It's been over a year. It's been so long since we've had.
Like the phoenix, I will rise.
Some good
I cannot.
PoE content. I guess it technically hasn't been over a year, but it's been almost a year, right? Over a year is a bit of an exaggeration. Feels like forever, right? They said Wazda's not coming out due to different character animations or whatnot. Oh, they just said like full out, hey, we're not doing it. That's gonna be a bummer for a lot of people if that's the case. For me, I could care less. I wasn't really a fan of Wazda, but I know a lot of people really like the feature. Me and the boys who started PoE 2 really want Wazda on PoE 1. Yeah, I could see that too. You got used to playing it like that. My biggest advice is if you're used to playing Wazda in PoE 2, is maybe do a setup like what I'm doing, and I think a lot of people do this, is they have a move key on like Q or something that you can easily press. Takes a lot of strain off of your main hand, as well as it's kind of like a little bit of a subtle go-between compared to what Wazda is, I guess. Ultimately, the game plays quite a bit differently in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 because you have like movement skills and stuff, and there's a lot less scenarios where you need to constantly be arbitrarily moving. Like in PoE 2, it's super advantageous to constantly be sidestepping as you're shooting, right? In PoE 1, it's much less that, and it's more like attack, attack, attack. Okay, dangerous attack, dodge, attack, attack, attack. There's a lot less of the you need to be constantly sidestepping type of thing. There's a controller option. Yeah, I think the controller option is though, like the controller in PoE 1 is not great. Well, it depends on the skill. Some skills it's probably fine, but other skills it's on the rough side, I think. Is Ivory Tower an option for this build? This whole character is planning to be built around Ivory Tower. Ivory Tower is just you don't swap to it until you have a certain amount of gear. Today we're gonna figure out what's the minimum level of putting on Ivory Tower and it feeling like an objectively good thing to do. That's the goal today, is to try to figure out where roughly I'm going to say, hey, at this gear level, this is when I recommend doing the swap from life base to Ivory Tower.
Oi, you! Out now!
Hey, okay, how you doing, man?
Over, Brine Rot.
I almost forgot what it was like to have a PO1 league. It's been so long since it was a good league. But no league is good enough for 1 year. Yeah.
Now I'm no Clive.
It's been high time for a change.
But thanks.
It's maybe our second to last grab. We might get one more after this, maybe two, depending on how the XP goes. My 12-hour campaign run has dropped to 7 hours. You proud of me, season? That's really good improvement, man. That's really good improvement. Hopefully you enjoyed getting that much faster at doing the campaign. Getting a good idea of how to progress through. I mean, you almost cut your time in half. That's crazy. Crazy good improvement. Little backport rigging. Yep. That's one of the things I thought they were saying about it.
Usually I have to go looking
For my best. Blah, blah, blah.
I wish you'd stay dead. This is a lie.
A big tough man like you.
What ascendancy points do you go in general? For Scion, you go Guardian plus Pathfinder. Later on, when you get a Forbidden Flesh and Flame, you get to go Chieftain. But until you get the Forbidden Flesh and Flame to do that, these two are your bread and butter. Pathfinder plus Guardian, I think, are the play. The Jester. Not exactly what we're looking for. Let's see, what one hand? Is it gonna give me like the best base possible? A Corsair sword, or not even a Corsair, a cutlass. Okay, I guess. Sure. Having to do more runs made me hate myself a little bit, trying to get my self-respect back. Well, hopefully it'll feel like it paid off on League Start. When you aren't spending 2 days in the campaign, you know? How do I do Farisha? I tried days ago to create a character in the league, but I couldn't find the option. Currently, it's unavailable. We are waiting. GGG said they were going to, I believe, add Farisha as a private league option. So we're waiting on that. I'm guessing they'll tell us maybe June 5th. When they're planning to add those as private league options. But until then, it's we don't freaking know. We had the Farisha League, and then we had the private leagues that could do Farisha Ascendancies, and right now, neither of those are available because they ended. What Ascendancy points do you go for in Scion RF in general? Yeah, Pathfinder and Guardian. Looking to play a character like this in the new league, H1Z1. Well, hopefully then it's a benefit that I'm taking time to do a proper guide on the character. That's the reason I'm doing it. So I plan to spend an entire week in Axe. An entire week. You got some special farming strategy? Speaking of farming Axe, what was the league where people were literally just farming like Act 9? Was it Ultimatum? It was one of the, there was a league mechanic at one point where people were literally just like doing the Act 9 zone repeatedly. Blood Aqueducts? No, I thought it was like the Act 9 like zone where you just run in a little square area. Betrayal? It could have been Betrayal. I feel like it was either Ultimatum or Betrayal. Both those sound kind of right.
I'm not afraid. You're getting on my nerves.
Quarry, yeah, Quarry. People still do that to get June crafts and rip those people? Yeah, the June crafts are gone. Ain't no more June crafts. You used to get like 5 to 10 C per run. It was pretty good. That was also in a different timeline, you know, in terms of like loot availability, right? Like maybe that doesn't sound super great right now in the current game, but I think at the time it felt pretty worth it.
Next time.
For the better, but I suspect they're going to nerf the crafting bench and put minimum charges on exaltable chaos options. Yeah, we'll see what they do if they get rid of some of the crafts or they make some of the crafts not craftable. We're gonna find out. 10C at League Start sounds pretty OP. Yeah, at League Start, I mean, part of the reason why Heist is so good early is because it gives you some raw chaos. But if you're doing just like 10C per ultimatum run in that little zone, that's probably more efficient than like just doing the early chaos and Heist would be. Hardcore players will get furious. I don't know if they'll get furious. I mean, they might miss the ability to get the early chaos res cap, but for all we know, they'll make the chaos res recipes like hopefully they make them somewhat early in the maps, so it's not too much of a loss in terms of getting some early chaos res on gear. Don't worry, they'll only remove some filler crafts. That was a classic. I don't know. Why did they say it like that? I think that they would have been so much better off just saying, "Hey guys, we don't want you to have a save state with the prefixes saved, reforged suffixes, or whatever those crafts." This is too powerful, in our opinion, or something, you know? The worst change of the attack speed on Flash stealth nerf? I don't think that was a stealth nerf. That was just a thing they had in the patch notes, right? Where they were just like, hey, we're removing this.
Every time you kill me, I just come back stronger. Would you like to know how?
It wasn't in the patch notes? It wasn't? Oh, okay, that's why you're saying stealth nerf. Rest in peace. Well, that's more understandable then. I think it seems like it's probably no matter what, if they forget something in the patch notes, it's gonna be a big oof regardless, because it's the change they don't mention ahead of time, right?
I wish you had this dead. No. Not the questions again.
People rolled 1,000+ alts. Wait, really? People got to that point? Ain't no way. Surely you would just check trade and see that there's not a single with Flask with a mod online, right? Did people actually get to the point of just like religiously rolling the flask that much.
You're my kind of murderer, Exile.
Imagine how poggy it would be with Mage Blood now. The attack speed and cast speed things, they existed before when we had Mage Blood. They were a pretty, like, common go-to affix. The thing is, like, they did other nerfs to Mage Blood. Like, they nerfed the 40 all res. Everybody would be like, I don't even need a single res craft on my gear because I can just do the 40 all res suffix right on Mage Blood. Like, they made it so that res roll is now 20, stuff like that, right? They won't bring back that mod because of people abusing it for free divine blessing. Oh, are you talking about the one that used to fix mana? Was that a bench craft too? Maybe it wasn't a bench craft. There was the reduced mana cost one. That one has other balance issues besides just divine blessing. One, they removed divine blessing, but two, it has a balance issue because Archmage, the way they changed and buffed Archmage, where you can now like reduce the cost a bunch and it allowed you to get around cost, right? Do I have any suggestions for heisting? Pacifism Pathfinder. That's not a good suggestion. Do not listen to Bertolak. He's trying to bait you. Don't fall for it. Don't trust that decision. That recommendation. He's baiting you.
Even nightmares me.
I just can't bring myself to kill.
The price of failure.
I'm afraid.
I'm trying.
Death.
I'm trying. Exile, you're taking all of this far.
What's the extra slot in your inventory used for? This is a heist trinket. How did I even get that, by the way? I never took this character into heist. They make a change that just always makes it appear on your characters or something. Because I didn't take this character into doing any heists, and it's there. You put a roll scroll wisdom in there? No. This is where the heist trinket goes. Seen the trinket in your inventory? I don't think this character had a trinket at any point. I don't know. Maybe I picked one up on accident when I was looking through like my dash tabs or something. If you have one in your stash and you open it, it opens the trinket slot. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I swapped leagues. I was in the league where there's a trinket in the stash. Bada bing, bada boom. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was... Ooh, I need to do a quick, one more thing. I need to hop in the betrayal. Hop in this research. That should trigger the interrogation points. There we go. I love Vagan's voice actor. I hope they bring him back later. Vagan's one. How will the guy look? YouTuber written. I'm planning to do a YouTube... like a pretty, like, this might be, end up being a 30 to 50 minute video where I just go over, like, a ton of different things and do a bunch of different timestamps. But if people ask for it, like, if enough people want it, then I'll try to do a written guide as well. Written guide takes a lot of time to do, too, so... I don't want to commit to it if there's not a ton of interest in it. But at the very least, we'll do a pretty in-depth video and a pretty in-depth POV. There's +1 for written guide, Starkite. Alright, I'll keep it noted.
To the death! A true servant of God. Disappointing. But not enough of your lick. Bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I personally run far worse than your dark command.
One of my favorite controller UI features, by the way, is when you unlock the slot, it'll force open your inventory, which stops anything you do right after entering lockdown and heist. It does that on controller. When you find your first trinket. Uh-oh. Make a wiki like Fox? Okay, I don't think I'm that committed, guys. I'm not trying to make a wiki. That's Road to Power, okay. Runic? Is that not even... Is Glyphic higher or is Runic higher? Okay, Runic is higher, okay. Cool. It's not looking so good, believers. Unless I get like an instantaneous back-to-back grav. I don't think we're getting this. How do you get HP, Lance? This character is just using comms. I really like comms for an early game unique to grab because generally in the past like 5 league start scenarios I've done, I did Necro Settlers, I did RF Guardian start, I did the Berserker start and original Settler start, the Volcanic Fisher Berserker we did. And I did the Cold Snap Architect of Chaos Phoenicia League start. All those league starts I did Calm's Heart as my first chess piece. Because it's usually a pretty cheap chess piece. I think I was buying them from anywhere from 10 to like 15 chaos on every one of those league starts I did. It's quite good, I think, for the price. Not usually very expensive. Is Palstron's Power Siphon legit or bait? It's probably legit. I don't really know too much about the character. I've like chilled out in his stream a little bit when he's been playing it, but I'm not like trying to friggin' investigate it and be like, this is good or this is bad or anything.
I wonder.
I'm afraid you will owe.
But from the gameplay I've seen, it seemed alright, seemed solid. Ultimately, we just need to actually like know for sure what things are changing, what things are getting buffed, all that sort of stuff. Mad King, is that a Dorn card? The Val Aspect card, okay.
You can't be serious. Who's that?
Deposed.
I'm Exile. You'll...
I expect.
Okay, we do get the back-to-back. We get the back-to-back grav. Last chance for the believers, unless we get another back-to-back. Did you get a grav drop for 5D of value? No. We have not gotten a grav drop for 5D of value. We've gotten Merciless one-hand weapon, Runic one-hand weapon, Brycelotha's Coil, Prism Guardian. We've gotten Man with Bear like 4 times. Not looking so good. This is the last chance for the believers.
My. Usually I have to go looking for my victim.
How did the bet end? We won. And we're gonna do sometime one of the stream days after June 5th, we'll do a chat polling session to see what we want to name Connor's character. We'll brainstorm some ideas and then we'll do a vote on it. La Criminal Necrosis. All right. This jewel could be insane. This could be insane, guys. This could be worth 5D, okay? If I get like a ideal 4 mod, come on, watch, freaking watch. You know, that could totally sell for maybe 10 chaos. Okay, well, I think we have to accept the situation at hand here, guys. We are level 92. We did not get a 5D tank. And once again, the doubters have walked away with a victory they did not deserve. Congratulations, doubters. I hope you're so happy with the fact you won points. Tainted Chaos into the best of slot jewel. Tainted Chaos it. You want me to do this? I Tainted Chaos this. You know what's gonna happen? First of all, are Tainted Chaos even gonna be on trade? 1 for 50 chaos. It's gonna instantly go to a pure white item. You know? Cast speed percent ES. Hold. Tainted Exalt time, baby. Tainted Exalt. Hold. Reduce bleed duration. Oh, the ES is gone. Okay, hold on. Hold on, we need to go back and get another Tainted Chaos. Hold on. I needed to keep the ES. I needed to keep the ES. Alright, well... Okay. Very, very valuable life lesson we learned today. Is the proper way to delete the item? Yeah. Well, so total Grav profit. I think we're actually negative profit from Grav over the course of this entire run. I think the money I spent on that jewel was enough for us to go negative over all the Gravs we did. So yeah, not the greatest Grav profit. Important lesson is F Gravicius. Yeah, Gravicius ain't it. Okay, so to set up our proper life setup, I think the main thing I want to change is I want to do a recover on block shield and do a couple clusters. And that'll probably be a good enough point to say, hey, this is some chill life gear. We can test it out on just like T16s reds and see what it feels like. And we're going to do a cluster plus block shield and see how it feels. Let's start out with the block shield. It should be pretty easy to make. Just has to be shaper influence on a shield. And it doesn't matter too much what type it is. Doing something like a Angelic's probably fine. One with like res is probably a good time. What's Angelic? What are block chance options we have? Let's look at POE shields. Do we put the gamble losses into the calculation? We don't talk about the gamble losses. Mr. Grable Lance, did you know that junior title is misleading? I don't see the infamous Ivory Tower. That's what we're gonna set up today. So if Pacifist Pathfinder is bait, what do you say is a good heister? Pacifist Pathfinder. Oh, I thought Vertilac was joking about that. I thought Vertilac was just making a reference to pacifism, the unique jewel that makes you have -1 max frenzy. Is that actually a real heist build? I thought he was just making a joke about the pacifism div card. If that's a real build, then maybe it'd be decent. Like just a speed run, not attack enemies type of build. It's a no damage, a void spear, taunt totem, all speed. That's probably a good heister. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you just need to be able to speed run through heist. If that's what that does, then no, that's probably a completely fine heister. That is probably a completely fine heister. So 26 seems like the top end of a lot of these. What's the pure armor base get? Pure armor base gets you about 24. That's probably fine. We can probably just do Azimite. Azamite or one of these. Pinnacle's probably a good one to do. Heat attuned. You're not going to get a Shaper heat attuned on League Start because then you'd have to actually spend money to get a Shaper orb. The idea here is we're League starting. People have started to run Shapers. Maybe it's day 2.5 or whatever. There's a lot of random extra Shaper bases just floating around trade. And we would just pick up one of these bases, essentially. And just throw a couple pristine fossils at it. That's the idea. Shaper orbs might be cheap. I highly doubt they'll be that cheap. Like, compared to a price of just a random shield base. Don't clip the Tainted Chaos Orb incident. Stop it. I'm waiting to see the new skills. I'll build around those for League Start. Nope, I'm going to do that too. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping we get new skills, or at the very least, some heavy reworks to current archetypes. Am I even searching in sellers? I am, okay. Try this guy, 5C shield. It's going to be inflated. I don't think it'll be inflated. I think it'll probably follow a similar price amount of like Exalted, Warlord Exalt, Hunter Exalt. I think it'll be similar to that if it's a similar drop condition. It might be even a bit more expensive than those just because maybe it's rarer. Like Elder Guardians, or sorry, the Conquer Guardians, you're going to fight those more than you're going to fight like Shaper himself, right? And if the drop condition is just Shaper, that would change things, I think. The Shaper orbs will drop from the Guardians? Maybe. Or they'll be Shaper and Elder specific. Okay, so just to showcase what I'm talking about the hitting this mod. So if you look at the shield affixes on PODB, so we technically have a strength dex shield because that's just the one we got to respond. If you look at the shield affixes and you look at the total affix pool, 90k, 50k. Recover on life is an 800 weight of that. So it's like a 1 in 100 for per each affix you roll. And then if we do pristine fossils, it'll 10x that, which will make it much, much more common. Obviously, there's the life regen affix, but I don't think there's any other life suffixes. I don't think there's any other life suffixes. So I think the approach for this would be pristine fossils on League Start would be the way to do it. Let's see how common it feels when we're rolling pristine fossils. Harvest Reforged Life is an option. Yeah, it depends what's cheaper. I feel like pristine fossils would probably be the way, because pristine fossils are usually pretty cheap. So I feel like these would just beat out Life Reforges, but it could be Life Reforge. That could be the answer. So regen, flat life. Let's just see how many times we hit it out of 20 that we're gonna use here. We can Craft of Exile too to check the average number of hits or whatever. Crazy regen, bad flat life. There's our first one. So we hit a recover on, and realistically, we just kind of need to recover plus crafted block. We hit once out of 5. Let's keep going and see if we hit it again. Throughout 20. I think we'll hit it again throughout 20, right? Well, I feel like it's probably, I'm gonna look at a Craft of Exile afterwards. There's 2, we've done 11. I bet on Craft of Exile, it's like a 1 in, I'm gonna say 1 in 10-ish. Chance to block, good life. Recover on life, we hit it again. That'd be a good shield. It already has block chance on it. So out of 20, we hit it 4 times. Let's see what the average is for Craft of Exile to hit the mod. Is this cheaper than Horde Crafting Station? It depends on the cost of Life Force, because you have to remember Reforged Life is a 75 Life Force cost, so it depends on the cost of Life Force versus the cost of fossils, like Pristine Fossils. I think Pristine Fossils will be cheaper, but it really just depends on the juice cost versus the fossil cost. Add influence, shaper, fossil, pristine. Where are you? That can't be right. 1 in 51? Oh. What? Ain't no way it's 51. Oh, mana. Okay. I was like, what on earth? All right, 1 in 6. Yeah, that makes way more sense. 300 chaos buys you a lot of red life for it. Well, it's not 300 chaos, dude. Freaking. I clicked recover on mana on accident. Okay. Craft of Exile better, by the way. I don't use Craft of Exile too much. Just sometimes I like to use it for the fossil combination thing. That seems pretty solid, right? Can I check what it is for Reforged Life? I can't do a harvest here, can I? Harvest, you have to like do a simulator thing or something. I can't check this for the expected cost. So we did about 4 in 20. It says 1 in 6 on the thing. That sounds like that kind of makes sense. Let's see what the Life Reforged feels like. Oh, I need more juice to do this test.
Hello, hello, hello.
Harvest is definitely less than fossils. I feel like fossils would be the correct option. Fossils feel very correct to me. Because I feel like pristines are going to be anywhere from like 1 to 3 chaos, you know? So that puts you at around a 20 chaos cost on average. Probably, reliably, could be less. Along with giving you like decent chance to hit regen or life when you're doing it. 6 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, early life force is maybe like 100 to 1 chaos, or maybe a little bit better than that sometimes. 12, 13, 14. There's our first hit. You also want to hit Fly Life? Yeah, I mean, Fly Life is good to hit. This obviously hit all 3, right? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22, we've seen it twice. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28, we've seen it 3 times. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 39, we've seen it 4 times. I'm just gonna go to like 50. 40, seen it 5 times. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 45, we've seen it 6 times. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. We saw it 7 times and 50 clicks. That doesn't seem too bad either. That does not seem too bad either. To hit it with I think either way, it's not going to be that hard to hit. That it's a common enough weight. Harvest gives only 1 life mod. It's 1 life mod plus a chaos orb, basically, is what it is. The simulator is telling me 1800. We did, what did we do? 50 hits and we hit it 7 times. We were maybe on the lucky side. 50 hits times 75 is like 3750. So we averaged about like 500 juice per hit. We probably were on the lucky side, maybe. Why Scion? Why not Scion? Should be easy enough to get some solid mods. Yeah, I could just use this shield as is right now. Recover on block, flat life, and chance to block. Just do block chance like this. This is bad at league start, Zaz. Okay. You don't like Scion at league start? I mean, Scion isn't like a best in slot class for league start, sure. It loses you like, what, 20, 30 minutes in the campaign versus other league starts? And we were doing our Scion RF campaign run in about 4 hours, so I feel like that's pretty solid. If you don't want to play RF Scion, don't play RF Scion. I don't know what to tell you, man. Blame the player, not the class, Copium? I don't know, class definitely matters. Like, certain classes and certain skills are just better for a campaign run. Certain classes are and certain skills are better for Exarch Eater runs. But last time I checked, people don't just quit once they get 2 stones. Bro, shield charge will reduce the campaign time by 30 minutes. You think so? Tai-Tai's character name? What's his... Slamming your mom? Tai-Tai's not slamming anybody's mom, let's be honest. Tai-Tai... and being in the same room as a girl sounds like fiction to me. Did I do an Eater Exarch run with this character? No, I did not do an Eater Exarch run. Do I need to change anything else before swapping this over? I guess we're going to be changing some max res through jewels and stuff, but this should be fine, right? What does this do to the block of the character? Right now we're at 5462, and this is a block shield. What does our block go to? It should be basically capped block almost with this. Standing block of 6458. And we're going to be 6873. Not quite cap block, but pretty close. I'll feel pretty dang good with a recover on block shield, I think. Is there any chance you're going to do a low life mod on this, Findale? What do you mean by low life mod? Is Scion better than low life Guardian? I think there's pros and cons to both. I think Scion gets you better damage, it gets you AoE, but it has downside of Coruscant Elixir, so it's less consistent in terms of like Coal mod or randomly running into that super rare Torment Spirit that can turn off Flask. Guardian, I think, is more tanky. Can't do AoE. It's been almost a year and bro has 400 divs. I haven't been playing just Settlers. You realize that, right? Like, there's been a bunch of different leagues and been doing hardcore SSF runs and stuff. This is my stash, which, with the way it was left at about 2 months after the start of Settlers. You know, most of my currency invested into, like, gear and stuff, right? Like, we have items that were made for other characters, you know? You don't do this one same thing for the same build for the entirety of the league. Yeah, I don't just make one character and just only farm currency for the entirety of my playtime. I play multiple different builds and do different content, you know. we get some variety in our lives. Pretty freaking nice. Do I have any fire clusters laying around? Doesn't look like it. Some veteran defender clusters. Yeah. Oh, why not use Svalin? Because I don't think Svalin's very good. Also, we don't know if Svalin's going core. Also, we don't know how expensive Svalin's going to be. A shield that you could buy a cheap base for and spend 6 fossils on to get recover on block, I think is very affordable. At the price where you could afford this Svalin, you probably should be at Ivory Tower already. That's the way I'll put it. Svalin is not a cheap item. Svalin's gonna be T1 or harder. Yeah, we'll see. Well, we don't even know if it's gonna be in the league next league, right? Hear me out, Gladiator, Lucky Block, Bow RF. How about you do that? And I'm not gonna do that. You let me know how it goes. I'm gonna pass on that plan though. Hear him out though? Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll pass. No thanks. When are we gonna get tattoos in 326? Do you think we're even gonna get tattoos in 326? Do you think we're even gonna get tattoos in 326? Why does no one play Jug RF anymore? Because Chieftain does what Jug does, but better. Because it has Explode, probably. I don't know. I never was a big fan of Jug personally. There's already pre-made clusters. We don't really need pre-made clusters. We probably can't do the item level target. Trying to decide whether or not we just go like 12 passive and do like a couple Reforged Chaos, which then allows us to have better items overall. I think the play is doing 12 passive and just Reforged Chaos and have better items overall. Jug took a huge defensive nerf. Armor no longer applies to res. People weren't stopped playing Jug before that. You have to it's mainly in relation to Pox, right? Whatever Pox plays, that's what a lot of the RF players are gonna copy. And Pox decided he liked Chieftain more than Jug, right? And I think it's mainly due to the explosion, right? That nice big boom. And that was before the change the Jug. There was other changes that happened with Jug aside from the armor applies to thing. They also made endurance charges better. So theoretically, Jug's defensive kit still had some plus side to it, and that endurance charges got stronger, right? Scavenger pop RF. Getting the profane pops or whatever. The obliteration pops. Dude, I hope they give us some cool occultist rework, dude. If they give us some cool occultist rework, I'm so playing a dot build with occultists. I really like the profane bloom pops. 10-month-old offer, still selling it. Holy Giga Chad, yep. These clusters are going to be super easy to make, and I think they'll honestly be pretty good. I think we'll do 2 larges with, like, Reforged Chaos, and that'll solve all of our Chaos res, and then we can actually go a little bit more offensive with our other gear pieces, right? Imagine this, we get a replica FF Jewel from Pinnacle bosses. If we get replica FF, I'm playing Scion on repeat. If we get replica FF. Shav Jewel. I'm just gonna be playing Shav Jewel builds the entire league. If they give us replica FF. I'm gonna be playing Shav Jewel builds, and there's gonna be people playing freaking endurance charge stackers. What else would people play a lot of if they gave us replica FF jewels? Oath of Magi builds would probably be decent. Defiance? Nah. The +3 endurance just beats every other Marauder option almost, I think. Whisperer mana stackers. Yeah, I could see some Whisperer mana stackers. The replica Dream Feather node? That is true. That node is actually insane. Ward staggers with Antiquarian? Maybe. The Antiquarian was pretty strong with the ward stuff. This guy's AFK. What makes RF Scion stronger than No Pants Man for damage? The reason damage can be higher on Scion is because Ivory Tower gets higher ES than the standard ES stack with Twilight and pure ES gear and Instack. And on top of that higher ES, it also has a big life pool. So for example, my character I think had like 15,000 life and 40,000 ES. The damage from Righteous Fire is based on both those numbers added together, right? So the base damage was based on 55,000 instead of just 40,000. So that's part one. You have a higher base damage. The other part is you have the ability to go an item like Dune, which gives you better percent damage scaling than you get with a int stack. It's mainly those two things. Where did that imaginary question come from? Mod check is from YouTube. Don't worry about it, okay? I wonder if they'll figure out a way to work in alt ascendancies. Maybe. Time will tell. Do I just start spam messaging people, guys? Am I at that point? Do we start getting real desperate? We only need a couple clusters, so... We'll find somebody who wants to sell us a jewel. Start getting desperate? Yep. What type of transfigured gem would you like to see? Do you not have 2 jewels, dude? This guy has 2 jewels. Got another 12 passive fire, question mark? Is Sellers League finally dead? I mean, it's got a couple more days left, right? June 5th. Sellers reset, stuff like that. Railway Jewels means Trickster could get the Nimbus nodes, yep. Or the base crit nodes, are both pretty good. What's gonna happen if I get far shot and long shot and point blank at the same time? I think you either want one or the other. Either are doing far shot stuff and you're shooting from far away, or you're doing point blank and you're shooting close. That's not right at all. Okay, I'm just gonna... Just get me out of here. Wait. Were you buying this from that guy? Oh, okay, he's an occultist. Maybe he was buying the Chaos Cluster. I'm so sorry. Hopefully he says no. This guy just gave me a random cluster just because. Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Good luck. I think he traded me wrong. So good luck. So I intercepted that guy's trade on accident when I was saying, hey man, you got another large jewel. Captain Scammer? There wasn't a scam. There was no scam. I paid him 10C, which was the price of the jewel, and then gave it to that guy for 10C, because the dude just messed it all up. Because I messaged him for 2 larges, he gave me 1, and then I was like, hey man, can I buy the other one? And then he traded me a medium. I don't know. Anyways. Just a little trade friction. I don't know, man. Something's going on. Avatar, a tanky slam build for 326. What's a good build recommendation? Do Brutus Lead Sprinkler, Juggernaut, Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. That, to me, I think would be a good time. Do I even want to know how expensive Yellow Juice is in the current league? Normal league start, Yellow Juice is like a reasonable price. Well, and now people are just degen gambling at this point in the league, right? That's cheap, 1,700. I mean, usually Life Force is like, they're all about 1 CETA, about around 100 on the first week. And then Yellow Juice gets more and more expensive as the league goes on. You can start as Zerker until you get a decent amount of strength. Yeah, you can start as Zerker. Zerger's just really good DPS. Super, super great for like just pure speed. What's the rolls? 3, 4, and 5 are the rolls, right? You could easily do something like this. Percent damage plus some res. How hard are clusters like this? Not very hard, right? Chaos res, life res. Chaos res, life, speed. Oh, this is a higher level one, you can tell, because it gave me a T1 roll, right? Percent damage effect, chaos res, strength. What's the easiest way to get Mage Blood on League Start? Be good at the game and farm an efficient strategy. Do I want for free? I'm not using this anymore? No, I don't want any handouts. Right now, I'm just figuring out how easy is it to make decent jewels. Just doing no simulation with 5k juice to get a feeling for it. This feels like it's pretty easy to get decent jewels, though. I think aiming for T2 Chaos Res plus like effect is probably the play. I wonder if we're gonna get idols. No, we're not gonna get idols, guys. Idols are not gonna happen because people would be not happy. There would be some unrest going on, okay? There would be some unrest. I like idols. I think there's just gonna be a lot of people that would flip out. I think there's gonna be a lot of people that would just like flip out. Coda returns? Maybe. There's a T2 effect one, but extra mod we don't want. I think stuff like this is fine. This would be good too. We don't need anything like crazy good. I think this would be good enough to justify though. Chaos res effect, I think is good enough to justify the large cluster acquisition. Because how much damage per point is this? Like it's like 21% damage per point plus a little bit of extra res, a little bit of strength. This one's 15%. Yeah, 15% damage. Plus life, plus chaos res per point. Are we gonna get a sneak peek today? You want me to slam this one? If I get a notable... Okay, you got lucky. You got lucky. But yeah, it seems easy enough to get some solid jewels. So I think that's probably the angle we'll do, is 2 larges with extra passives. What points do I give up for this? Life points. I could give up the res points. We can get max res just on jewels. Those are 6% life nodes. Yeah, we get life from jewel sockets too, and percent damage, you know? Those are fine to give up. Probably giving up this. Giving up that. This pathing is fine. How much percent damage is this on average? This is 70% damage for 4 points. We can give up these points. That point. We're getting percent damage back from the clusters, right? And we're getting chaos res. You can change out the starting nodes. Starting nodes save me 1 passive, though. 1 passive for 40% damage is not a good trade. Cozy Hideout Warrior stream. We're just setting up the initial life-based gearing. Trying to figure out what makes the most sense for it. Yeah, leaks our POB. That's what we're working on. We're working on a POB for the build. These end up being about 15% life per point, or 5% life per point. Timeless Jewel for Dex. Brutal Restraint's a bit expensive. Like, this gearing is trying to be pretty on the cheap side. Brutal Restraint would be quite a bit of additional cost. Like, we'd have to get, like, a completely bad one. And maybe it would give us useful affixes, but there's a good chance it wouldn't, right? Is it gonna become a strength stacker? I'm making a guide for the Ivory Tower Scion character, which is a strength stack build. Cripples, is this real? Yeah. Is 1k life not big damage to RF? The amount of life you have is important for damage. So we dropped a bunch of life nodes just now, right? But we also picked up 4 jewel sockets and a bunch of percent damage and a bunch of chaos res, which allows us to have less chaos res on gear, right? So we're overcapped by chaos res by what? 45 right now, which means these gear pieces can get stronger, the ones that are forcing chaos res onto them. As well as, you'll notice we dropped the shield we had. So right now, if I go and press my flask, we're at 85, which means I need to get back max res from the max res we do when we swap out the Rise of the Phoenix. How much strength did you end up getting to, Ventura? Did we beat the big bad? Yeah, we beat Connor. We got to 5,500 is what we ended with. We got to 5,501. Not even 5,555? No, dude, I was pretty stretched thin on strength. We barely got to 5,500. It was already a stretch to get that high. What gem did you level of before RF swap? We did Spectral Throw into Peaconk into RF at like level 19? I think roughly. When do you swap HP to ES setup? That's what we're gonna determine today, is roughly how much gear I think is worth to do this swap. Because Ivory Tower, you need a certain level of percent ES increase and a certain level of percent life increase to justify using that item. Right now, I'm setting up the life version. We're gonna do the Ivory Tower initial setup after that. That's the current plan. I think 2 max res jewels, and then we'll do damage life jewels with the other affixes, probably. Don't you dare say Lance plays the same build every league or give you a 2-hour lecture about how he plays other stuff. Well, I do play other stuff. People just come in, you know, they want to say whatever they want to say. Just ignore, you know, the entire history of things. It's okay, though. I like to lie about other people, too. It's so fun. Lance likes to lie about the C layout. Dude, I totally got that. That happened to me, man. Freaking rigged. If only I could freaking find the VOD. I don't know, maybe one day we'll get a league mechanic that modifies, that could screw his own layouts. I can recreate it. Is Calm's Heart rarer than Ivory Tower? Yes, I believe Calm's Heart's a T2. That's not the point, though. It's not about just, oh, do you have Ivory Tower? It's about, do you have the supporting level? Like, is your character like level 90 plus? Do you have decent strength in items? Do you have a Shaper's Touch? There's other pieces you need to make Ivory Tower worth putting on. Because if you just get to level 670 and you put on Ivory Tower, you're not going to necessarily have the scaling to make it an item that's worth using. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have Coruscating Elixir, you're just going to get PK'd by chaos damage repeatedly. Calm's Heart will be 10 divs day 2 if you make a League starter. You're just wrong about that. I've made League starters that say, hey, this is a good League start item. And you know what? Calm's Heart's been 10 to 20 chaos every single time. It's not, like, you have to understand, it's not a permanent item. It's a, you put this on because it's a cheap early item and it's decent. I'm not recommending it because I'm like, this is your end game piece. Wear it the entirety of the run. I'm recommending it because it's freaking cheap as hell and it's good for the price. It's also like, not only is it a T2, which would make it kind of rare, but it's a T2 that gets additional drops in the pool because it spawns with the freaking unique chest, the unique strongbox or whatever. So, like, on a trade league, it's way more populated than most other T2s. Because its spawn condition is not, like, super limiting. Is div cards quite common? Yeah, especially if people are doing Grav, which, I don't know, we'll see if they change Grav or not. It will be one div. Okay. Then don't use it. You could just use a random rare chest piece. If it's so expensive, I mean, it won't be, but if it does get to one div, just use a rare chest piece. It's not that freaking hard. It doesn't stop you from playing life-based RF. It's not that hard to click some random rare chest or Cloak of Flame if it gets so prohibitively expensive. Life-based is literally just a placeholder situation so you can acquire Ivory Tower gear. It could go to 100 div, and it's not going to stop you from your league start occurring. You freaking... Let's ruin my league start again? Oh, dude, I don't know, man. Ventura, do you get this stuff happening too? Like, Ventura, did you, like, recommend people use, what's the super common chess piece that's decent on Trickster? Did you recommend people use the, it gives freaking movement speed? Why am I forgetting about the chess piece name? It's gonna drive me crazy. It's like a freaking T3. Did you get people telling you, like, oh, it's gonna be a million divs now? Duressos? No. There's a chess piece that gives you movement speed based on frenzy charges. Restless Ward. Yeah, Restless Ward. Bronze? No, let's think of Restless Ward. It is a little bit expensive. I tell people to use just Carcass instead. Restless Ward's expensive on League Start? Is it not a T3? Oh, let's see. I guess Restless Ward might be being used by other Sanctum runners too. There is a thing where if you have a League Start that build that has a Sanctum League Start, then the items get more expensive because the people that are playing the build have the Sanctum League Start money, right? They have the day one currency to actually be able to, like, competitively compete in terms of pricing. Settler is the thing that isn't very... It doesn't really go back far enough. Restless Ward. I mean... Was it expensive on Settlers? Replica Restless? Well, Replica Restless requires people to actually be doing, like, Heist, which people will be doing. That's some of the early currency the Heist runners are getting, is doing Replica Restless. Not 6-link? 6-link just arbitrarily adds, like, 3 divines or 4 divines of cost because you're paying for Morgan, right? That has nothing to do with the item you use. Well, I mean, it does a little bit. If you're using, like, just a trash rare for a 6-link, then it becomes cheap, right? But if you're using, like, a unique, then you have to pay the 4 divine fee for 6-linking. You have no mana for it, 6-link? One of the things I don't know when the last time I've wanted to use a Tabula, but I'm still surprised people like Tabula for that reason. I feel like you just break your mana cost when you click something like a Tabula. Like, the damage is, like, not necessary because you already have plenty of damage anyways, and then Tabula just breaks your mana cost. PB Watch went far enough. Apparently it was 2D for Restless on League Star. Ain't no way. No shot anyone's paying 2D for Restless. I don't believe that at all. I refuse to believe that. Ain't no way somebody's paying 2D for a T3. No one has 2D, first of all. And it's a T3. The amount of people freaking dropping a T3 versus the amount of people that have 2D. Ain't no shot. I refuse to believe that. That's some cooked data, whatever that is. Maybe the first one listed, some guy was delusional and said to himself, "Oh, I saw Ventura make a build guide. I'm gonna list it for 2D." But that guy has no idea how freaking currency works in this game. He didn't sure as hell didn't sell it for 2D. I like Tabula for 5 wide sockets and convincing myself I don't need to think about armor until red maps. Dude, that sounds like a nightmare, man. Wrong price? 3 days ago. And what's the right price? Just freaking. The POE 2 players did this to us somehow. Somehow POE 2 players are to blame for this. I don't know. It's so Did you take an offer? Listen, the price I'm willing to pay just went down because I have to deal with this stupidity. Frickin'. Guys should get permanent from PoE for that. Dude, I don't know, man. This league's gonna be rough, isn't it? We're gonna get the PoE 2 effect. There's gonna be the like in one hand, I'm excited that there's gonna be more people trying out PoE 1 because of PoE 2. On the other hand, I feel like I'm gonna get more of these type of interactions where you message a guy to buy an item and he's like, no, it's not actually the price. I'm gonna change it now. Now that somebody is interested in buying my item, it must be worth more. I think that's gonna be a more regular occurrence.
Oh.
They need to expand the ignore list limit? Yeah, they do. 3 days later, yeah. The fact that you feel like you have to wait before messaging people if it's a fresh listing is a dumb mechanic. You're basically rolling the dice. You have to ask yourself, okay, I just found this. Do I think somebody else is live searching it? Do I try to message them early enough, but not too early? Misinformation is gonna be rampant. You think it's gonna be at an all-time high? Yeah, dude. Yellow juice being 4 times as expensive. That's hilarious. Have a nice day. He followed up my offer with "Have a nice day." Shut up. You freaking. That's a 36 challenge guy? I have no idea, man. I don't know. I'm not trying to understand it. The situation. I ain't got no words. I ain't got no idea. Thanks for reminding me I need to clear my ignore list. Do you actually want to clear your ignore list? Are you sure about that? Wait, do I message him again? Worth. I have no regrets. No regrets. I'm gonna get him to swap tabs with that jewel. If I can succeed at making him swap tabs, we have done well. It's a shame a lot of these jewels are corrupted. What's this emote? This is the new meta. Tie broccoli? The hell is this? Looks... That's not an actual... Is this like an AI generated tie or something? Also, why is it tie? Wouldn't it be Jung? Why is it tie? It's real tie? Didn't pay for the mo? Yeah, I'm gonna need you to pay for this. I'm not adding this for free. It's real broccoli. It's real broccoli photoshopped onto his head, maybe. Like, I think that's maybe true. Pepega's redeem doesn't count. Did Pepega pay for it? Pepega paid for it? But Pepega also annoys me. So I could just ignore that redemption because it's Pepega. And just say my points now. That's just because, like, it seems like a nice opportunity for me to just scamaz Pepega. We don't negotiate with terrorists, yes. And Pepega is a terrorist. That is a true description of Pepega. He is indeed a terrorist. Yo, what the hell is this? What? What is this? Dude, what the hell? Is it because I was giving Pepega crap? Is that why I had to do that many times? Game of Vega and not adding the moat? It's a package deal. Yep. It's a pure win-win situation. All right, so that'll fix our max res for the most part, which is fine, and then we'll get 2 more normal jewels that don't need max res. It looks like you could slam an Exalt. I don't want to slam an Exalt. Because the thing about slamming an Exalt is these jewels have a chance to become 4 mod. And the 4th mod could be good, and then the jewels would be too good, and then I would have to annul them. We have to get a very specific amount of good level. And just like 2 decent stats with 1 mid stat, the mid stat being the res, that's reasonable to get on League Start. Especially with max res, because you can just freaking flip res from other bad reses that you don't want to fire. But when you start getting how do I put this? If I get a 4th like good stat, then it's too good. You know what I mean? Then it's problematically good. You know, and then I have to annul it, and there's all this extra effort has to go into it. Why not make the jewels in POB? Because I want to showcase the character. When I make the video, I want to showcase. I want to do a showcase video on the character in game. So I want to be like, hey, this is what it looks like with some life-based gear. This is what it looks like with Ivory Tower. This is what it looks like when you enter the campaign. I want to actually be able to like log into the setup and show it. That is the reasoning. Just show some AI footage. I don't want to do that now. I'm good. Do I actually need these reservation nodes? For 5 passive points, I could just drop Arctic Armor. And then I just get 5 passive points back. To put them into life for % damage. He paid Scamcat. Listen, I'm denying it. Mostly because it's Pepega, but also slightly because the emote looks like it doesn't look right to me, you know? Arctic Armor is nice, though. It is. It is nice. That is true. Is the starting increased elemental damage worth it? My philosophy on the starting nodes is it depends on the build, but generally you have to... How do I put this? You have to compare the value of the 2 passive points to the percent damage here, right? So in this case, if I did outer pathing, we could pick up this node and we could change these nodes here, right? So I would be getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 4 points. I'd get 2 passive points back, and I would lose 50% increased damage. And if I ask myself and I say, would I spend 1 passive point to get 25% damage? Right now on this character, I think that's worth it. Later on, when you get a better gear, you have more percent damage throughout your tree, those 2 passive points, getting percent life, might be better than getting 25% damage per point. But that's usually what I'm assessing the value of, is you got to compare how much percent damage you're losing for how many points you're saving, and it'd be 25% damage per point. So I don't think that's worth it at that point. That being said, if I needed the int, right, if I didn't have like enough int and I needed the extra int, then that could like add some value to the trade. Hey Dracus, how you doing, man?
Decisions.
Will you use a Horror Essence Helm? We have a 5-link. Late game, I'll probably recommend a multi-link setup. Like, if you want to go like late game dot cap angle. But for the current level of the character, I'm not going to stress advising that. Because this is just meant to be I'm in T16 maps, I'm kind of just chilling, and I'm doing, hopefully a semi-acceptable amount of damage, right? Did I see the 4-link replica stampede tech? Replica stampede. Isn't that just movement skills? Travel skills deal 80% more damage? I mean, what, you have to have a skill with that's tagged as a travel skill, right? Do you have a skill that's tagged as a travel skill? Leap slam of groundbreaking bleed, Pama users, Frostwing ignite. I don't think any of that stuff is gonna apply to our character, guys. Don't hype the stampede. I need that for my character. I don't plan on using it for my RF start. No, I don't think it's an RF start situation. Oh, we need to get one more jewel, right? One more jewel. We'll reassess our cast res on gear. We'll go from there. Dom multi with a bunch of percent damage over time. Says ailments. People will be like, yo, what the hell? That's good for ignite. Probably too good for ignite. We technically ignite with fire trap. Why is the fire trap icon 3 dudes in a fire? I have no idea. It looks like it's 2 dudes lighting one other dude on fire is what it looks like to me. Maybe the backstory is 2 guys laid a trap, and then 1 guy stepped in the trap and got burned alive, or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He's not on fire, he's just having a bad day. Maybe he's on fire and he is having a bad day. He looks kind of on fire to me. Are we getting a good teaser today, Lance? I hope so, but I think there's a non-zero chance we get no teaser today. They've been pretty consistent with like the teaser every other day thing. They've been fairly consistent with the teaser every other day thing, you know? Did you figure out your questions? I did not come up with many questions. I sent like 1 thing over to Ziggy. I was like, I don't know. I could come up with any good questions. I think Ziggy will get plenty of questions from the Reddit post and stuff, from people sending him stuff. What's the ETA on the live stream? Tomorrow's live stream for the big reveal, I believe, is 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Roughly 28 hours from now, roughly, I think. I looked it up this morning. I think that's what it was. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that's I think I looked it up this morning. Oh no.
In a gambling.
1 day, 3 hours, 47 minutes. Yeah, okay. Then we're good. There's a countdown. There you go. I think the biggest debuff of doing this trading late in League is getting people to respond. The late League trading, man. Getting people to actually respond. The real pinnacle boss? Yep, trading. I gave up on any sub 1D purchases at this point. Yeah, it's probably just people that are just unwilling to trade it lower than that, right? Even if the item's not worth 1D. You're paying the is the person willing to respond price. Ooh, we got a Wrath Pit. A Wrath Pith? Energy Blade, Enjoyer. And he's using a Mage Blood. He just DC. Wait! What about the jewel? No, please! Please! You were one of the only people that responded. I need the jewel. Wait, he's back. Maybe there's a chance. Which item? Do I reping them? Eagle, Prism, Crimson, Jewel, Big Stash, Position 613. Lost the Whisper? Yeah, that's why I'm sending him the name of the jewel so he can find it. Can you send the up arrow? Don't think it doesn't look like it. Sweet. Except that's totally not the right. Wait, is that the right jewel? I don't think that's even the right jewel. It's got the same name. Wait, that is the right jewel. Why did I even message this guy? I don't need double res. That is the right jewel. What? Why did I even message him in the first place? That is the right jewel. Okay, I don't know what happened there. I'm already like pretty over on res, so All right. Burn damage, dot multi, 2 mod. That's good. Flash duration's kind of nice too, I guess. Quality of life there. What is your current RF tooltip? Current RF tooltip on this character is 300k. And fire trap tooltip is 200k. For our level 92 character, the level 20 fire trap and regular gems. I still think we need to change a few more things though. For example, we don't need chaos res because we just swapped a bunch of chaos res on jewels, which means we don't need, because these are super easy to craft. So we can drop a lot of our chaos res. I just don't need chaos res at all on this, right? Yeah, we're still overcapped, and this doesn't need to be chaos res either. So this thing had dot multi. This can become flat life prefix, right? And this thing can become a dot multi ring as well. Do like one horror or one delirium essence. That is too good. That should not be that good. That is too good. Try that again. There we go. Way better. we need it to be less good. What's the boss damage? With flammability and combustion and stuff, we're probably at around 700k to 1 mil would be my guess. Do I want to give up any of my block? I think I kind of want to give up a bit of the spell block. And we'll pick up damage here. I think is what we'll do. Ooh, I did brick my lightning res though. Maybe this does have to be a lightning res craft. We did brick our res from something else. Where else did I lose res from? Does this have res on it? This does not have res. This is res over here. Not gonna do recover there. From the too good ring? Oh, it had elemental res before when I changed it. Oh, I can craft res on this too, can't I? Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's almost right. 5 passives. This can become dual lightning fire. I'm picking up chaos res here. Alright, whatever, that's fine. 83, 79, 80. We are missing a little bit more fire res. That could be res here. Did I watch yesterday's teaser in the Twitch drops video yet? Yes, we did watch them. Well, I don't think we watched the teaser for the Twitch drop on stream yet, but I am aware of what you're talking about. Switch a res on a jewel. I think the res on the jewels is fine right now. Ooh, I kind of want to do that. That'll take us to 90 max res. And AoE, less damage, dex node we need. Oh, I gave up the regen mastery at some point. Didn't realize I even did that. Okay. Do you have 90 all res? No, we'll be at 90 fire res, 80 LE res, but I need to fix the res a little bit more. Right now we're conducting the art of having a slightly bricked res situation. This could be... swap to lightning. And then this could be swapped to cold. And then we're good, I think. Just exalt the shield. Yeah, I know we could slam on one thing. I'm trying to keep the... What? Have men rolled? Stop. No. Come on. What is this? All right. That should be good enough. That should be good enough. So I swap that with that. This with this. There. Wait, that didn't even matter. Okay. Sure. I'm not sure I'm even going to use that helm when I have a helmet that could turn my health to be purple. Helmet's a pretty competitive MTX slot, to be fair. It's a pretty competitive MTX slot. So I think the one problem I have right now is I'm down 2 fire res. So I need to have slightly higher fire res. Just a couple additional fire res. Just ever so slightly arbitrarily higher fire res. I'm trying to figure out how I can do this without slamming on one additional affix. I don't think I can. I don't think I can do it without slamming one additional affix. Can I ask a non-RF related question? Yeah. Of course. Did you get a mage blood? It makes your flask permanent? Really? Let me understand. You start Spectral Throw before Merveil. You change Poison Concoction till you swap for RF. Yeah, I did Spectral Throw until Poison Concoction, and then I swapped into RF. You can respec with literally just gold, so you can do a good Spectral Throw tree, or good-ish. I go attack speed, into movement speed, into proj, into more proj damage. That's my initial tree. Then I start branching out for mana, and I start pathing up this way. At level 19, if you have a couple of the passives in Act 2, you can respec out of all this stuff and swap to Righteous Fire. That should give you enough to go up to Arsonist, Regen Mastery, over to Ash Frost Storm, and then start pathing this way. And then once you get to here, you can then respec all of these nodes, path this over, respec all of these nodes, and then go to Templar. That's the way I did it. So you swap it like level 19 to RF, and then you finish the respec to the going into Templar at like level 25-ish. Just use some Guardian on a tree. The gold respecs makes it super easy to do. The gold respec kind of just carries there. Should respec 10 times? I mean, it takes like freaking 20 seconds, you know? It's like you click on Faustus and you go click, 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 hit respec, and then you go boop, boop, and you're like done. It doesn't take that long, but that's the way I found that felt good to me. Do I have a guide for the gems? No, that's what I'm working on right now. It's gonna hopefully be comprehensive to cover the start and what we're doing right now. I think we do. Yeah, let's see where we're at, block-wise. 68.56 is still pretty good on block. I think that's a good compromise to go for a bit better other nodes. 300k plus 300k plus combustion plus ignite. We're probably over 1 million DPS with this setup. We're very close to it. I think that's pretty good for T16, or pretty okay for T16 mapping. Obviously you'd want more, right? But I think that's a good starting point. Can I get just a tiny bit of res somewhere? I think it's just this % life node. I think that's what it's gotta be. There, now we're always capped.
Yes.
We have chaos res. You said on swapping a Peacock, you were talking about sticking with Spectro until RF. I might do some Act 1 to 2 tests with just Spectro. Just doing Spectro would be fine as well. My concern with just staying with Spectro is that you probably need to upgrade your weapon maybe one more time. Versus Peacock, you don't need to upgrade your weapon one more time. So, like, instead of just going from, like, Corroded Blade to the Broadsword level 9 sword, you would maybe need to grab one higher level sword to do, like, the leveling up to, that 19's area. Otherwise, it might feel a bit too bad damage-wise. Econk in campaign instead of Fire Trap? Could you use Econk instead of Fire Trap? Maybe it'd be good enough to be decent, but the tree's for fire dot multi, so I don't think it'd have really the synergy that you'd want for Econk. Econk's a hit-based skill. Econk might be good on a Deadeye and a Duelist or an attack-based Scion, but our tree is going to be fire dot based. You could go, if you just go pure Econk, like you're actually just Econk leveling and just not doing fire trap at all, that's an option, but that would be a much bigger respec, and you just wouldn't be playing RF till much later, right? Okay, let's try out this current setup. I think I'm happy with the changes we made up to this point. Life tap, 300k, 300k. We have the recover on block shield. We have pretty good block chance. And we have 90 max res. And our gear is still relatively not very good. I think that is maybe good enough where it should feel decent to do some T16 stuff. Let's do the minnow test. Let's see how bad the white minnow is. Does this feel like 1 million damage? Time to find out if it feels like 1 million damage or I'm coping. For 1 million damage, we need about a 30-second Minotaur kill time.
One of my captors felt no emotion.
So we'll see how that goes. This RF damage is definitely probably fine for T16 mapping, just killing random mobs. Let's see how it feels on the Minotaur fight.
You're not gonna send me back to the dark. Strength and faith.
You say to fight.
Not back to the bed.
To fall. Perhaps to die.
They don't call me Gobbermoot.
So, Dominus Exile, considering.
At last, a chance to drive a sword through that.
Pinnacle viable? This should be plenty fine for doing like Exarch Eater.
Wait. Let me.
Uber Alder.
Aparandus.
Uber Alder, you probably would have to play a bit decently to not fail it. Maven, same thing there. Gonna be a skill issue for those fights, probably. I'm gonna need to remove this massive shrine before we do the minnow boss. Holy, massive shrine feels so good. Alright, remove the shrine. Got here at 144. See what our kill time is on Minnow. His mitigation feels okay for Minnow. So it's 221.
That stretches the sanity of the mind.
221 on Minnow. We were at 44. So it's like 36 seconds. 37 seconds. So we're probably like 800, 850k DPS, probably. Be my rough guess on this character. I mean, doing a T16 Bass, a boss in 2.5 minutes isn't terrible. You definitely wouldn't want to run any tank mods though. Like an LA Res mod would just feel horrible. I think that's probably fine for farming your initial Ivory Tower gearing. You add a Nico buff? Did I have a Nico buff when I did that? I need to rerun it if I had a Nico buff. I was trying to avoid clicking Soulfight. I might have clicked one on accident then. 2 stacks. We'll rerun it then. 2 stacks is like what, 60% damage? How much does Nico give? 15% or 30% per? 35. He is 70%. Okay, let's rerun it without Nico. Don't click Nico. It's such a habit, man. Ever since they added this node, every single league start, my tree, it just goes boom, 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 boom. Every single tree I ever make, I can't help it. I click Nico every time. It's just, it doesn't matter what strategy I'm doing. I have to find a way to get over here and then get myself the Nico click ground floor thing, get random alt shards, and get 15% movement speed and % damage increase. You're an Eco Shrine abuser? I can't help myself, dude. It feels good, man. I like shrines too. I think I'm more likely to click Nico than I am shrines. I do both though pretty regularly. Minotaur has super high HP for testing. The reason I like Minnow is because he simulates basically a decently high HP target. So it gives you a good DPS. It's a good DPS test, essentially. Practical test or whatever. He stands still. He doesn't have phases. He can kind of go underground, so he can waste time doing stuff like that. But if you just are tanking him, then it's fine. Not an issue, right? DPS test without mechanics, yeah. Like Hydra teleports away. Chimera has phases. And Phoenix will brick your res. So Phoenix kind of forces you to move away. Depending on your, like... to be able to tank Phoenix, you kind of need, like, a ton of overcap. And it's not too often you have, like, 60 fire res overcap for Phoenix. Minotaur also has, like, he hits decently in terms of fizz damage. So I feel like it's a good threshold of... If you can't tank Minotaur's fizz, then you probably need more fizz mitigation. Whereas, like, the Phoenix not tanking his fire thing is rather abnormal amount of fire damage / not tanking Phoenix is more has to do with him just bricking your res. Less has to do with the elemental damage he does, right? Can you support melding? Could you force in melding? Yeah. Should you? Probably no, would be my opinion.
Was that really necessary? Exile? Can't we bargain again instead?
The amount of content we're melding... Okay, it depends what you want to do with it, right? There is going to be situations where the extra max res from melding will be the difference in the character surviving or not. That level of content, if you're trying to push like super tank content, would be the reason to do it, right? Oh, did I click Nico buffs? Okay, I didn't click Nico buffs. Okay, so we're fine. Maybe Nico didn't spawn. I like kind of zoned out in the middle of that. All right. We are at 251. I don't think I have Nico buffs. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't. I think we're good. I really should roll the flask for, my life flask for 100% more recover when on low life. All right, 328. And we started at 250. It's like 38 seconds. That's a pretty similar kill time. So yeah, I think it's probably around 850k DPS currently. RF Guardian sucks in comparison, but it will be fun. I think RF's Guardian early game is kind of bad compared to Scion's. So like, okay. When they're both life-based, I don't think they're too different. But when you're talking about that early Ivory Tower setup, I feel like that's a lot better than Guardians. The thing about like int ES stacking is Guardians like insanely dependent. A lot more dependent on simplex than Scion is dependent on simplex. I feel like Scion gets a bit of its damage quite a bit faster because it can do like Dune and stuff, and has the better initial base ES and life scaling. I feel like before you get simplex, Guardian always feels kind of like it's just kind of low damage. Are minions in a good spot? I gave up on making casters topside. Minions? Holy Relic is pretty good from what I'm aware of. Bama's pretty good from what I'm aware of. I haven't heard too much about other minions. That other minions, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go top off my water. Then we'll maybe do a bit more testing with this setup, and then we're gonna do the Ivory Tower stuff. We just need to get a feel for how good this character is, so that way we know what the level of power we need to beat is with the Ivory Tower change. Because I want the level of gear I'm gonna recommend swapping to Ivory Tower to be a significant improvement when you change to it. I will be right back. I'm gonna get water. I should write some text though. Is your Holy Relic Ascendant League start viable, Lance? Back when I made that guide, it was for a league start. That being said, that was also like multiple leagues ago. So I don't think they changed a ton about it. You could probably still run it that way. I'm not sure it's the best way to run a Holy Relic at this time. It was multiple leagues ago that I made that character, and I'm sure there's quite a few things that have changed for Holy Relic since then. I will be right back. Water acquired. I have returned. Buff aura stacking, man. You want the buff aura stacking? Give it back. Hey, Stone Dog, how you doing, man? Snacks? Okay. Full disclosure, I did eat a couple honey roasted peanuts, and I maybe grabbed one of those tiny little muffin things. Listen, I gotta survive. Did the sea layout happen? No, sea layout did not happen. Is your water 5 minutes away? Okay, I did stop by just a couple of things. Dude, don't worry about it, okay? Listen, I need to satiate myself. Don't make a pyramid of cheese. Stop that. Stop that. He wins. He doesn't win anything. He wins a trip to the cellars when he wins. Better Scion with leveling and cost proof in terms of divines. The same for both Guardian and Scion. Amadir, the cost for the early Scion gearing versus early Guardian gearing would be probably relatively similar. In terms of like the life-based gearing. Like I'd probably do a similar approach if I was doing a Guardian setup initially too with life-based. Where it separates is Guardian, Guardian has to then go to like an S shield for the initial ES swap, whereas Scion is going for core scanning elixir and Ivory Tower and stuff. And I think the Ivory Tower stuff is probably better initially. That would be my guess, but that's where they start to differentiate, is when Guardian starts looking at things like S shield and Scion starts looking at things like Ivory Tower core scanning. And you can look at my videos from Necropolis Necro Settlers to see a Guardian progression. Because I did a 0 to hero Guardian start on Necro Settlers to show like the gear progression I went for the Guardian RF angle. I'm gonna do my own build around Impale. Hell yeah, Azrael. Hopefully I have some fun doing it. Ether, he banned my friend. He only has 10 minutes in the cellar. Your friend is fine. Why not run Guardian with core skating? So there's a few issues with running Guardian with core skating. Issue number one is Scion has built-in Pathfinder. Guardian does not. So in order to run core skating as Guardian, you'd have to run Balbala. I think that's a pretty big initial separation in cost the Guardian has to go into. Another big change or another big difference for Guardian is Guardian does not pair super synergistically with strength stacking like Scion does. So Scion is heavily benefited from going things like Ivory Tower, Blood Magic, reserving the life, and that works out great. Whereas Guardian is not as incentivized to do an Ivory Tower angle. It's actually more efficient for a Guardian to go pure int based, pure ES gear, and then do an S shield where they have the bypass protection based on not reserving your life. Because you don't need to reserve your life to get a bunch of ES. Like Ivory Tower, you need to reserve that life to get the ES. So your only option is core skating. Whereas Guardian has the other option of not having to reserve that life but still get decent ES, going like pure int ES gear pieces. And then since you don't have to get forced into core skating, it's just nice to not have to. Ivory Tower forces your hand. You have to reserve that life. You can't go the not low life bypass mod, that sort of thing. Like if I could get all the energy shield benefit from Ivory Tower without having to reserve the life, and I could choose to go Esh's shield, I would be tempted to do that. Because the one weakness of Scion is the core skating elixir. Could we do a Shavs with Scion? You could do Shavs. I wouldn't recommend it though. The Shav's ES setup, I don't think is going to be necessarily better than, much better than doing, like, life-based gearing until you swap to Ivory Tower. An Ivory Tower will get you way more... We'll showcase the difference right now, but, like... So this character's level 92, we're at 6k life. We're going to set up a level... We'll set up a level 92 setup with Ivory Tower. Maybe we'll assume level 95, because you need some, like, you're probably going to spend more time farming. But we're going to figure out what the earliest baseline we'd recommend Ivory Tower, but it should be a fairly substantial change in power between the character. Alright, I think I'm happy with this setup for the life-based. I think we'll set up the Ivory Tower initial swap now. I think it's time to do that. So I need to figure out which Scion I'm going to grab. I'm just going to grab one of the ones I already have leveled. Jedi Master is the one from Pox League 2. I have multiple Scions in Standard. I think I'll use this Scion, I think. The Scion has nothing on it, so this will be a perfect Scion to yoink. Oh, this one has tattoos. No, I think I just get rid of the tattoos. I think that's what it's going to be. We're going to scour off some of these tattoos. Forgive me for I'm about to sin, but... We're going to get rid of some of these tattoos. I don't have the willpower to get rid of the all attribute tattoo. But we'll get rid of everything else. We'll just unspec this node. Reset all passives. Well, is there any other node I need to scour? We'll do the full reset is what we'll do. Laser tattoo removal, yeah. Alright, let's do the full reset. One full passive reset. You want to proceed? Yes. Alright, cool. Now we can start with a clean slate for doing the Scion for the early Ivory Tower setup. We could juice it in the config of the POV. No, we're not juicing in the config, guys. We're actually setting this character up. Okay, realistically speaking, I should be able to get most of these items just from my stash, right? Shaper's Touch. That is Legacy. That is Legacy. We need a non-Legacy Shaper's Touch, actually. Are these all Legacy? There. This one's not Legacy. It has Max Frenzy, though. Don't really want a Max Frenzy. That's not gonna look right. People are gonna be like, do I need Max Frenzy for the build? Do I need a Max Frenzy Lance? I don't want to be answering that question. That sounds not fun. There we go. Shaper's Touch with regular Shaper's Touch. No corruption. Cool. Is Frenzy Stack RF the new meta? I don't know. Probably not. Alright, now let's get an Ivory. We even have an Ivory. We have one that's corrupted. But it's a 6-link. That one's just a really bad divine. There we go. Perfection. 69. Nice. We'll do a non-defense enchant to start out with. Do we have a Dune laying around? Dune, I'm not so confident I have laying around. Never mind, we have Dune. All right, we're good there. We do, in fact, have La Dune. I've seen Coruscant Elixir build, to Ivory Tower builds not using Coruscant Elixir. Would that be an eventual goal to drop the Elixir? To not use Elixir, you're talking about a mana build, Sulfuric. So there's two ways you can play with Ivory Tower. This is why I think Ivory Tower is a cool item, is because there's actually like two very distinctly unique ways to build with this item. One of the other ways you play with Ivory Tower is you are an actual mana build. And what happens is you have an unreserved mana pool that can tank chaos damage. It's basically the other way to build it is if you play Ivory Tower where you have the mana pool and your chaos damage goes to the mana pool and you don't take damage that way. Or the damage doesn't go to your life that way because you have the mana pool protecting it. But that's a different build entirely. Because we're going blood magic. We're investing into a bunch of life to reserve that life to then get big ES. Do I have a glimpse of chaos? Let's go get a glimpse. I think glimpse is probably the correct play for the early budget. Super common drop from what's his face. We'll grab nearby enemies are crushed. 1D. We'll buy the nearby enemies are crushed because it's a non-upside. Is Legion a pretty good League Star currency method? Legion is decent. Legion, you need a build for it. So keep that in mind. You need a build for Legion. Is Crush necessary for the build? Oh, no. No, I think that one will be self-evident enough. Crush is a lowers enemy PDR. Like, doesn't help the character at all. That one should be obvious enough, right? Corrupt off the mana? I don't want to go that. Corrupting off the mana makes this more expensive. Initially, we're just going to have a setup where we have enough res, I think, to deal with the extra mana there, or the extra mana res cost. I don't want to include anything too, Corrupted off mana, I think, would just be too, make it too expensive to follow for an early swap. Because then you have to get the helmet, like, 10 times. How are you going to convert the RF to Fizz so that Crush works? Oh, no, no, no. Alright, get some random Lethal Pride. Unnatural is probably too good. Let's think about that. Unnatural probably makes the initial Ivory... We don't need Unnatural to do the initial Ivory Tower, I don't think. How expensive is Unnatural early on? Let's go to POE Antiquary. Uniques. Unnatural. Potential security risk. The Firefox says the clock is wrong. I'm accepting the risk. I'm going in. I'm going in. Got up to 1400 chaos. What the hell happened to Necropolis? I snagged one in Necro Settlers. Yeah. This is probably maybe too good. I'm going to say we don't do a Natural Instinct for the initial setup for Ivory Tower. I don't think we need this. Because this is going to cost you like 4 or 5 divines, right? Probably around there. We don't have the ability to check Holy, in Tota Unnatural was insane in Tota. There's been a lot of builds using it for it to last that level of value for that long. Pox had it in his build and... Oh, no, wait. Tota had tattoos. Oh, Unnatural was insane in Tota League. I forgot about tattoos with Tota League. Because you would like tattoo all the nodes around it, and tattoos were like a lot stronger, right? So Unnatural was like every build would use it. Even builds that didn't have like a normal good spot for it. Okay, that actually checks out. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. I think we don't do unnatural. Unnatural is going to be probably too expensive. The thing is, okay, if we don't do unnatural... If we don't do unnatural... Light of meaning is definitely out of the question. Well, percent light of meaning. Attribute light of meaning, probably out of the question. What I'm trying to contemplate here is if we do Templar start and do like this. Like go like this. We could go non-split. We could go non-split personality probably as well. Just a single attribute's not expensive. Single attribute, maybe not. Double attribute, definitely expensive. I'm F because I have English Lit exam and I've read nothing. Do I have any tips? I mean, you got your best option to try to pass that is I would say cram until you're at the point where you can get at least 6 hours of sleep or something. I would say that's kind of your best angle, because if you just forgo sleep entirely, you're gonna just fail because your brain's not gonna be there when you're taking the test. I think you at least need to sleep for sure, but go study. Yeah. I think you gotta start cramming now, or you start hoping it's multiple choice. That's your angle, I think. Worry about these things further in advance. Should go back and do it differently. Any tips to get campaign damage? RF campaign damage is literally just outside of just making your tree. You can't change too much about the tree. The biggest thing you could change for RF damage in campaign is gearing. So Trade League, it's like buying pyre rings early. Outside of that, getting Val RF instead of regular RF. It's mostly just gearing. Yeah, you can make your character more like ZHP to grab more damage nodes, but that starts to not feel good. I just finished college, so I have another 2 months to grind PoE before I look for employment. I mean, you might want to start applying for stuff. I don't know if you want to stall for 2 months. I'm not so confident in the stall for 2 month angle. Get more life, skip other defenses. Yeah, if you're choosing between defensive nodes for block versus more life will get you more damage. That's a fair point. Yeah, I think our angle's still Guardian. I think it's still Guardian's Pathfinder Guardian. The question is, let's do a non-split personality. Let's try non-split personality. Let's go more potato over less potato as our angle. We'll start non-split personality, non-unnatural instinct, and let's see how much we can make this work for us. I'm thinking we'll still go clusters. Doing some mid-level clusters is probably going to be correct. Do I want to path out this way? From Guardian. More potato over less potato? Yeah. CZ Pie, what's going on, man? You guys know what I mean, though, right? We're trying to save. We're trying to save on the budget, you know? We're trying to save on the budget. Trying to maximize save on the budget. We want to efficiently grab dual sockets and percent life where we can. I do need to get to blood magic strength nodes for sure. We can go up around this way. You know, technically, I could go this way as well. Written in blood is insane for Ivory Tower. Is there a world where I end up over here at all for the early setup? We want this to be pretty hyper efficient, and attributes are probably less hyper efficient initially. Do we have to unlock Scion again on a new league start? If you already have Scion, you're good. If you've never unlocked Scion, like you've never done the campaign, then yeah, you can't league start Scion. Part of me thinks doing something like this makes sense. Okay, realistically, who am I kidding myself? I should think about this pathing. This is one of the scenarios where I should just do POV, because I'm just gonna respec this a gajillion times.
Sub for no ads. And the snacks.
Let's call this right side. Not that it's actually right side, but it's like kind of going right side. Is Scion friendly in solo mode? Can you SSF Scion? You can. Depends on the build you're making with it. Some builds are better than others to go SSF Scion angle. I sub for no ads and the snacks, Aruko? Well, hey, the snacks are coming your way. We'll pass them out shortly, okay? Don't you worry, the snacks are coming. Don't you worry. They're en route, okay? They're en route. I think part of the thing I like about this angle is it gives me access to ES masteries, and ES masteries are cracked. And I could do Pain Attunement, Scorching Ray, so Scorching Ray could maybe have some halfway decent damage. We can do Growth of Decay over here. Cluster. We could do Int Mastery. Is there a world? Is there a world where we do consider split personality? Because looking at this tree, well, no. If I was gonna do split personality, I'd have to start from Scion start. Okay, let's go back to not considering split personality. Let's go back to that thought process. Does that help us at all? Jewel socket, cluster. How many points am I saving? I'm trading 3 points for 2 points, but I get access to Blood Siphon. Cold-Hearted is there if I need it. Don't know about this mastery. That's a maybe. When we go back to Bathhouse, we're not going back to Bathhouse, guys. We're not going back to Bathhouse, okay? It's high time we let the Bathhouse go, okay? It's high time we let the Bathhouse go. Thoughts? Ooh, we could also just do this. We could also just do this. Ooh. Holy tree. Yeah, questionable things are happening right now. Nah, I think it's this. I think it's this. I think it's this. It's around town. And we're forgetting about this stuff here. That gives us access to 2 large clusters. This is inefficient pathing. Strength node there. Int node here. Did you admit you were wrong about C? Yep. Yep, we admitted we were wrong about C. We let C go. We let C go. It took a while, but we let C go. We did bend and we did break. What is C? C is a lie. It's not real. Basically, once upon a time, I got a screwed layout, and unfortunately, I couldn't recreate it. You know? The C incident? Yeah, the C incident. We don't like to talk about the C incident. Screw loose. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. How much investment until Scion Art feels equally as good as Chieftain? It's not during the life-based. I think it's probably during the initial Ivory Tower swap, which we're going to test today. That's currently what we're working on. Guys, do we do Dune AoE Mace early? Do we want to try an initial swap that's just straight into AoE Mace? Or do we want to go turtle mode and have shield charge initially? Yes. Okay, we could try doing AoE Mace initially and see what it is. We'll see how our strength holds up. So that means we need to be incentivized to do better on strength. So I'm trying to think what we should do in that case. Is there a world where I could still make this work for split personality? I'm gonna call this split path. I guess I shouldn't call it split path because split path infers split personality, but it's not. No split. Let's do a split pathing. This is like a Templar start. If we were gonna do a split path, it would be... Where would it have to be? Guide when? I'm gonna wait till after June 5th. I'm doing all the preliminary work. Today, we're finishing up all the preliminary work. And then tomorrow, we're gonna wait for June 5th. They're gonna give us basically the reveal. Gonna give us like patch notes, hopefully. At that point, I should be able to be like, okay, this is the things that need to change. I don't want to like post a guide and then be like one day later, oh, here's all these changes and revisions. You know, I'd rather just like, I'm assuming they're not going to nerf too much, but I want to see what they're going to change beforehand. Tomorrow we're going to wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow we just need June 5th. We need like the reveal and the patch notes and stuff. If you do an update video, it doubles the YouTube views though. I'm not doing an update video like that. No. No. We're not doing that. No. As tempting as that is, I don't think that's the angle. So we can do some res cooked strength pathing like this, but then we have to go up and around. This maybe has to go without this stuff. This is the classy pathing, right? Okay, let's just get this done. Okay. Yeah, we're just going all the way around. Just all the way around. Da-na-na. Okay, and then that we're gonna give up all of this, all of Templar. Goodbye, Templar. Goodbye, you. This is gone. Probably gonna do this trade-off here because we have enough clusters now. PB's got some nice music. Yeah, they got the Age of Mythology update. They got the Age of Mythology music update. It's good stuff, trust. Okay, if we go the attribute route, we can go percent attribute. This pathing gives us the excuse. Wait. Hold on. How many clusters can I fit right now? I can maybe fit 2. Can I make more than 2 if I cut some stuff? Because passive... Honestly, these nodes aren't very good. These nodes are much better than these nodes. Melding's okay. Melding we can anoint. This is 2 points this way anyways, and we need to be down here if we're going to get this cluster, and this cluster is really nice. I do need to do this regen cluster. Holy travel nodes, you may not like it, but this is peak efficiency, okay? You're just going to have to trust me on this one. I mean, we could go non... unwavering stance. We're gonna have a lot of life, so stun's not really gonna be an issue. So realistically, we could justify like a thing like this. We can cut some more passives and go for another cluster. I think if we're gonna go in AoE mace early, we have to really commit to quite a bit of strength. Don't forget Zealot's Oath. Yeah, that's mandatory. Good point. Good points. Recover Mastery is pretty important. We don't really want to go without that. Devotion, 2-pointers, probably always going to be a click. Cruel Preparation's always going to be a click. This is probably Regen Mastery. Holy, that feels nice. This is less damage mastery. How many masteries are we at right now?
Bobby Snack.
Yo, Smiles May. Appreciate the sub, man. Do a little bit of snacking? Yeah, a little bit of snacking. How many masteries do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. If I can justify any additional masteries, this gets me 1 cluster. If I do this, we can get armor. And then we could justify this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count that right? I think I counted that mostly right. You forgot the best life wheel, Lance? Which life wheel is that? Which life wheel did I forget? Do tell me. Fire max. I'm thinking about getting a lot of max res from jewels right now. Because we have a gajillion jewel sockets. I'm thinking max res jewels. This 2-pointer is pretty good though. I'm trying to contemplate whether or not I could justify dual large or triple large. Because large is like super hyper efficient attributes. Would be the reasoning. Now the thing is, if we say, hey, we're not doing splits, we can do triple large. How much do we think we could justify a single split personality with flat strength? Just a split personality with just flat strength. I'm kind of thinking we just don't 50C. We could literally just not do a split personality. Without life sounds bad. It's still okay at this pathing. With this pathing, that split personality is going to give like 80 strength per jewel. I think we'll go... I'm thinking let's assume no split personality, actually, is what I'm thinking right now. And then we could just do triple large. Right? Does that give me triple large? That almost gets me triple large. You cheat early with percent fire damage, boots early on. Those are kind of rare though. I think I'd rather recommend just regular Alberons because they're super cheap. Wait, no, that gets us there. That basically gets us triple large. Pretty much. And it has most of the things I care about on it. Gets me Int Mastery, or gets me Zealot's Oath, gets me Recover Mastery, gets me most of the important life wheels throughout. Gets me the Giga Chad hybrid wheel, gets me the less damage taken mastery. And we could just do 3 cheap triple larges. Or we do like that. I kind of want to do the larges. I think we triple larges sounds really nice. That's a lot of percent damage would be nice early on because we don't get we don't have simplex, right? So we're not really like, it's not like we have a ton of extra percent damage. So percent damage is gonna feel really good. My axe. Yo, so for 6, dude, appreciate the prime, man. Eternal Youth. Oh yeah, we need that. That's a mandatory click. We can't skip Eternal Youth. 67, 36 takes us to level 103. So we need to chop off about 8 passives here. We need to chop off about 8 passives. Which could just be the cluster. Divine Shield. Divine Shield you can't go unless you have enough armor, which I think will be at the point where we don't have enough. We can't fit the armor in, I think. Fully populated larges. Well, yeah, it'd be 36 if we have a fully spec'd large. We could just say non-fully spec'd. Like, let's say we have like 10 passive clusters. 3 10 passive clusters puts us at level 97. And then we just drop a couple nodes, maybe. Let's maybe do it that way. Because 10 passive clusters are just like gonna be cheaper than 12 passives anyways. We're making settle clusters as is. And we just don't fully spec them, so that'll make it cheaper too. If I change this pathing at all, we need Eternal Youth, we have to go there regardless. Just T1 strength and 25 effect? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Just settle clusters. Just T1 strength is the mandatory stat, and then effect probably. I think I'm pretty happy with this pathing though. We get regen here. We get regen here. We get regen here. I can anoint Arsonist. We have regen from this cluster. With a less damage mastery, we can get max res from Jewels. And if we're going strength larges, plus a lot of the percent strength gear. How good are splits in this tree? Splits, okay, so the thing about Scion, I am 95% confident. I've been wrong the past couple days on a couple things, and it's freaking waning my confidence, but I'm pretty sure split personalities, you have to start from Scion. Split personalities do not work if you do Templar start with Scion. The thing about the Templar start is, or the Scion start, you kind of need, I think, Unnatural Instinct to help justify it. And I'm trying to do a cheap setup. Unnatural is kind of on the expensive side, so we're trying to see how much cost we can cut. And large clusters, no splits, 2 mod, 3 mod jewels, I think is relatively efficient cost-wise. All right, let's go make some larges. Let's try this tree and see how it feels. Anoint Arsonist and not Melding? Melding's probably better. You're probably right. Melding over Arsonist. They're both good. Arsonist is maybe a bit more damage, a bit more sustain. Melding's cooler ES number. Two points, and I get 15% ES, 30% armor, and 5% life. I think I take that 2 points. We'll see how much strength we have at this point, but we'll go here first. Not going there. We are going here. Over there. One cheater all attribute tattoo. Don't look too closely. I just really don't want to scour that tattoo because it's legacy. Just don't look too closely at it, guys. Okay, just do me a favor. Do me a solid here. Don't look at it too closely. What level are you at? We're going to simulate like a level 95 character. That is the goal. This character we're yoinking is level 97. We'll probably just leave 2 points on spec. I think you'll be roughly around level 95 when you get to this budget, would be my guess. If you're not level 95 by the time you get to this budget, then you'll just drop a couple cluster nodes. It shouldn't be too big of a change from the character. 78 out of 79 decks required for Glimpse of Chaos. That's funny. It almost gives you access to the legendary CI Blood Magic Agnostic combo. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass on that. Let's go 10. Let's go Enchant Grants. Fire damage. 84. Lance passed on saving my life, Abaxit. Okay, it wasn't completely like that. Don't take it like that, Abaxit. It was a joke, man. It was just a little joke. Do you think pre-Ivory Tower can do T16 beasts? Yes. T16 beasts are not particularly, hard. Okay, that's not true. They are, like, when you find a good beast, it's not going to be a quick kill. But the thing is, farming beasts is not about killing beasts. It's about running past 95% of all beasts and killing when you finally find the beast that's actually worth something. So that's like you gotta like factor that in, right? You gotta like factor that in. I'm gonna intentionally pay more to buy passives that are lower just because they'd be cheaper on League Start. Visually identifying the good beast sounds like cancer. You get pretty efficient at it, I would say. You get pretty efficient. Oh, that's right. I'm in standard. I can't just go buy more chaos. Oh, where's Faustus? How do people live like this? Oh, it hurts. it just hit me. I'm gonna have to go freaking. Yo, he's wearing an ivory tower. What a Giga Chad. Back to the Stone Ages? Yeah. Back to the Stone Ages, indeed. It's a dark timeline. Steal some chaos from your remove only tab. That's a good idea. That's the real answer. That's the real answer. +1 divine. Oh, what are these remove only tabs? Why are these remove only tabs just like... I'm gonna do this. I need this tab to just disappear next time in standard. It says literally nothing in it. These other tabs have too much. That tab, I'll do that too. Dude, what is this? Dude, I've done too many like resets and leveling runs and stuff. I have too many just nothing tabs, basically, you know? Okay, what do we have now? Holy Pour? Well, I have a lot of like SSF run tabs is the thing. Like that's what this is. This is a SSF run tab is what it is. Okay. Oh my word. What is this? This is why I can't go to standard, dude. It's just horrifying. It's just absolutely horrifying. What we doing live? Echoes in eternity. Yo, Manny, man. Thanks for the raid. Manny, are you hyping yourself up for any specific league start at this point? Got anything you're eyeing? What's cooking in the plans? He'll see the exotic message after he's checked another 10 tabs. What about exotic? Exotic what? What are we talking about? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. Ah, what is this? No, 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 no. Dude, I need to not be. It's okay, okay. No, no, I'm done cleaning out random garbage from tabs. No. Oh, thank goodness, finally. Finally, we found it. We found a tab that actually has chaos in it. It happened. How far down was it? I gotta find it again. It had currency. There we go. Take these gem cutters while I'm at it. My gem cutters now. No need to swap tabs. I'd have to change the UI option to the thing that doesn't swap tabs. And I don't really want to do that. I was playing around with bow stars because the fledgling is so OP and it's easy AF to farm an SSF. Do you think you're gonna, what, so far from your little bit of testing, is it selling you enough because of how easy it is to farm fledgling? Because that is really good early damage. And yeah, it's a targeted drop you get from the heist thing, right? You easily could just keep repeat getting it. But then you're playing heist though. I don't know. That seems like a risky situation playing heist. All right, I need to stop going through old tabs. I think we should be good now. We should be good. It means doing quest heist. Yeah, that's the real danger there. That's the real danger there. All right, guys. Get your jokes in, okay? Get your jokes in. Start making fun of my Alberons, okay? Because I'm doing this. There's nothing you guys can do to stop me. I think Alberons is the correct budget option. I'm gonna league star heist. Is that bad? No, heist is good. It's good. Just some people don't like it. If T17 loot gets nerfed, then bows are definitely on my list. I don't know if they'll do it. I feel like they're kind of hesitant to do it because I think they like the idea of hard or difficult content being rewarding. I kind of think they're not necessarily going to nerf T17s. That is something that people would be asking for though. So maybe they'll do it. I think heist or T17s are still gonna be dominant in terms of like raw loot generation. How much is a percent strength on League Star? About 1 to 3 divines. If you get a 12%, like a non-T1, it's like 50 chaos. Cyclopean for a good roll is probably going to cost you about a divine. Percent synth, percent strength belt is generally better, but you can just do Cyclopean too. Both options work. I think percent strength is just a bit better, right? I might do Cyclopean with this setup just to make it cheaper. But we can do synth as well. Either works, really. See if we can get one of these people to sell us an Alberons in standard. Do you recommend a no unique for us to buy, or is it easy to craft? Generally when I recommend uniques, it's either A, they're outright mandatory for the build scaling. Like Shaper's Touch, Ivory Tower, these are outright mandatory items for this character to function. Or B, it's an item like Glimpse of Chaos, where it's a super common item that is extremely strong for the build. And it's just very hard where you're not going to beat it reasonably with a rare item because of how expensive the item you need to beat the unique. That sort of thing. But there are a lot of pieces that will be rares, especially late game when you start talking about min-maxing. I remember when Glimpse was kind of expensive, but they added the scarabs to Force Trial Master. Yeah, you can Force Trial Master now, and Glimpse is like it's his most common drop, isn't it? Like he drops it like 50% of the time or something like that. I feel like it's super common for him to drop Glimpse. Okay. A lot of these are like legacy. I'm just trying to buy one, man. I just need one. We got one. I even got one that's a 3 socket for you. See, the thing about this one is it has 20 movement speed. So I would have to divine this because it's a legacy version. The legacy version's worse than the current version. So I was scrolling past the 20% movement speed ones. What content is this build good for? This can do pretty much all content. I wouldn't do, like, I wouldn't say you should do deep delve because you just should never do deep delve with a dot build. But outside of that, you could probably farm pretty much whatever you want. All right, Alberons will be fine. We'll do an AoE mace. We'll do percent strength amulet. We could do Cyclopean coil just to keep it cheaper. Cyclopean coil is cheaper than percent strength rare. Cyclopean coil is super common. Probably gonna be about a divine for a good roll. Oh no, we made mistakes. Should I ever go deep delve with any build? Also kind of true. Sanctum's a no-no for RF. Yeah, you don't do Sanctum unless you're like super min-maxed. Is Astramentus early not good enough? Astramentus is just kind of weak. Okay, okay. Obviously, people saw me when I did the Jedi character. I played with Astramentus for like 2 weeks and then went straight to the literal best in slot. I do not recommend that. That was like pure lazy / misplay. Astramentus is okay, but you really should just go straight to like a percent strength amulet or Awakened Orbing, a percent strength with percent attribute, or Great Wolf. Astramentus is relatively low power-wise, I would say. It's like something where on Tri-Stacker, it's a really nice early option, but you want to swap out of it pretty fast. On a on a build that really wants to just focus on percent strength like this character, I'd say it's outright just not a great option. Especially if you're competing with people running the Tri-Stack build. Do I want to include Cyclopean or do I want to do a proper percent strength belt? Let's do proper percent strength belt. I'm thinking about it more. Because it really is going to be a similar price between these two items. Because to get a good divine cyclopean, you're going to spend a divine to 2. To get a percent strength belt, you're going to spend a divine or 2. Cyclopean to fix Dex. If we hit one cluster that has some all attribute, Dex isn't going to be too much of a problem. And we can always get Dex other places, depending on like where we get all attribute rolls on stuff. Alright, then we'll do... We don't have Rage Essence for some reason. This is what Connor felt like. Do I need? No, we're good. I decided we'll showcase a percent strength belt. Percent strength belt is marginally, it's not like that much better than Cyclopean. It is better than Cyclopean, but not like a ton better, if that makes sense. That's right. You know what? All right. Screw this. Screw this. Fine. You win, Harvest Bench. You win, okay? I surrender. I don't have time for this. So these crafts should be easier. These crafts are, yeah, they're pretty easy. Obviously, if you're playing in the real league, you're just gonna click Faustus and you're gonna buy one strength essence, you're gonna click it, and you're gonna be on your merry way. But unfortunately, we're living in the Stone Age! where I have to manually go buy. Oh, what is this? Path of No Leagues. Relatively appropriate name. Okay, that guy's not there. Cool. What about this guy? Is this guy here? Do I miss the days of the old pickup distance? No, I don't. How do people do this? How do people play standard? What is this? Let me out. Just look through your stash. Yeah, I know. That is one of the options. We could just look through the stash. Got other. Sorry. All right. Standard trade. Holy. Alrighty. Would we roll for better life, or do we just chill here? I think we just chill here. I think it's fine. Let's go for The currency we're going to spend is going to be mainly on the large clusters, right? Let's go get a percent strength, amulets. Holy standard league prices. What is a simplex worth in standard? Is simplex expensive in standard? Simplex bases you can get for 40, 70, 80. I guess eventually over time, simplexes will get siphoned out of the market, right? Apparently they don't have shift control to click in standard. They can't do that either. Oh my word. They truly are living in the dark ages. Corrupted? No. Pretty sure that I was joking, but they had a guy stack at a time. Oh no, I've been control clicking all day, guys. I've been literally control clicking all day. I think it's fine. I think it works. Message that dude. Message this guy. It's the most. Dude, standard is crazy, man. Standard is crazy. I wonder what it's like for like a new player. It's been a while since I was a new player that logged into standard because I didn't know leagues were a thing. Every random little thing just being giga expensive, and you have no idea how to get the currency for it. Nice league start with 100 div stuff. Don't give me this crap, okay? This is not a 10D amulet. It's freaking standard, man. We're paying the standard tax right now. Holy, this is a dark place to be. One of these tabs will have catalyst in them. All right, there we go. Can you league start Scion? Yes. Yes, you can. I can't wait to put my 18% strength on my freshly Act 10 character. This isn't Act 10 progression. This is you were in T16 maps and you farmed like 10 to 15D. I know a lot of people want them to have a league start that only tells them what to put on right after Act 10 and no progression past that. But I honestly think it's maybe important to have progression past that because it does matter. League start is not just 5 hours and then everybody quits. Okay, believe it or not, there's people that play more than 5 hours. There's people that want to get into later stages of progression. Nah, man, I'm just gonna reset my run. The old 2-link Ivory Tower. We'll do a 5-link Ivory Tower is what we'll do. Ooh, 48 rarity. It's gonna be good for the MF start. The MF start is going to be sick with that rarity. Alright, we'll call that good enough. Do this with %ES. For the amulet slots. There's more than the campaign? Yes, believe it or not, there is more than the campaign. Believe it or not. Alright, we need to get some... We'll do AoE mace. Elder mace. Have you considered you'd be doing more damage on Econk on day one? Would I be doing more damage with my campaign skill? I don't know. I like how typing mace shows up scepters, but I don't get the scepter pool. This character looks like one of Jung's bait builds to start. I'm not advertising this as a league starter. I am just literally making a build guide for Scion RF because I don't have... My most recent guide on it was not very well, like, freaking fleshed out with giving you progression or anything. It was back in Crucible, so I want to make a proper updated guide. You can start it if you want, and it will be fine. I'm not going to say it's an S tier league start, though. I'm not making any of those claims. Find a mace with non-terrible attack speed. Could be dead by tomorrow? Yeah. I'm literally not even going to post the video on it until after the patch notes tomorrow. Wait. Sorry, I already got. My bad. Thought you were for a different item. This was the divine aim, the 8 divine amulet guy. I'm sorry, man. I already got the other one.
The picture. Be careful.
In my defense, that guy did respond a grand total of like 5 minutes after I messaged him. I mean, he could have also just responded when I initially messaged him and he would have got the sale. He was a Deadeye. Hey, 2 exalts. Is this back when Brutality had the % fizz with it? No, Brutality still has that for, I guess, one-hand weapons. Maybe it's just 2 hands that they took that away from. Lance destroying standard trade. I'm just trying to get an Elder Mace, dude. I'm just trying to get an Elder Mace. We'll get one eventually. We'll find somebody who's willing to sell their item. This is the one thing about doing these pre-league start build setups is you have to interact with standard trade. This is a nightmare. Bingo card? We'll do it tomorrow before the league reveal. We'll be doing it tomorrow before the league reveal is the plan. Do you think Hexblast is going to get nerfed? I kind of want to try it. Do I think Hexblast is going to get nerfed? Not really, to be honest with you. All right, we're just looking for the AoE mod. AoE mod on average, I think, is about I think it's like 50 chaos, maybe. Maybe it's cheaper. Maybe it's better than that. Hey, got the AoE mod. All right, now can I annul one of the suffixes so I can craft fire dot multi? One of the suffixes so I can craft fire dot multi. Dang you! I just want to craft fire dot multi, okay? Just a nice little 2 stat, okay? That's all I'm asking for. It's a nice one singular mod plus benchcrafted fire dot multi. Nothing crazy, guys. All right, can I annul a suffix? Can I annul a suffix? Can I annul a suffix? Screw you, man. Just come on. What is this? Just a little two stat. Okay, can I annul a suffix? Honestly, this is, come on. What is this? just trying to make a two stat item. Just a little two stat item. Maybe you'll have more luck on League Start. I'm not so confident. I really should properly regex the mod so I stop highlighting when it whenever it rolls any random 5-0 on the item, but nah. All right. Can I annul a suffix? Can I annul a suffix? Thank you. All right. Technically, that had T1 strength, which is actually a crazy good hit. But all right, our two stat item has been acquired. You know what? You know what's funny about this? Unironically, compared to every other gear slot in this build, this is the closest item to its end game form. Because this item only gets very slightly better with the flat strength roll and the percent damage craft or whatever. This is pretty close to its end game form. Slam T1 dot multi. Yeah, you can have dot multi as well. You can have dot multi. It's either you have strength plus dot multi or you have dot multi, right? Do you need the 3 life per hit? Yeah, that's absolutely a mandatory stat, 100%. If you don't have it, build's bricked. Sorry to say. No shield charge is sad. Okay, well you have choices. You either have shield charge and you have AoE, but then you brick your damage, or you have no shield charge, you get AoE and you get damage. Or you have shield charged, you have the fine damage, but you brick your AoE. You have to choose one or the other. Late game, when you're min-maxing and you have a properly set up adorned simplex, you can drop Dune, you can do AoE mace, you can have shield charge and still have damage. But that requires basically a simplex and a properly set up adorned character, I'd say. You can benchcraft Veilor 70 fire damage on Prefix? Correct. So late game version of this weapon is unveiled percent fire damage, fire dot multi, or dot multi strength, and then benchcrafted percent damage over time. Basically, this item doesn't get much better. And the getting it to make this item much better cost way more because the suffixes are super annoying. Unless we get to Keeper Combinators. If we get to Keeper Combinators, then the endgame version of this mace will be relatively easy to make. But we don't know if our Combinators are staying. Most likely, they're probably not going to survive, that sort of thing. Am I going to show an endgame version? Yes. We're going to highlight. Okay, this is we have 10 to 15 divines. We're swapping to Ivory Tower. That's what this version is. We're going to set up a proper endgame version to showcase, hey, I know I did strength stacking in Pox League 2. I don't recommend this, and I want to do a setup that I would actually recommend. That would be a more optimized way to build the character. So that's the word. We're trying to set up multiple variations to show the progression you can do on the build. Can we make 10D with campaign tree gear? So you're farming 10D is you're doing that on this setup. That's what this is for. So you start out with life based, and you're farming like 10D on this character. This character can do T60 maps. You can pick a few different farming strategies depending on what you want to do for currency. You're farming your initial currency as life-based, and then you're swapping to Ivory Tower. That's the idea. And I'm gonna, okay, so this is the level 92, like rough life gear that'll get you doing red maps. I'm gonna do a setup with this character, which I'm gonna showcase I just finished the campaign. I have 10C. Buy these items. This will get you into white maps, yellow maps, stuff like that. But right now we're doing the Ivory Tower initial swap gearing, which is this character. Does one still get league updates? We're getting one on June 13th, Freddy. Tomorrow they're doing the big reveal stream for it. All right, so I need to craft just arbitrary rings now, probably. Yeah, probably just some rings. Clusters and rings? Yep, clusters and rings. Let's make some basic rings. Rings will go 1 mod fracture essence is what we'll do. We'll do like T2 int. Does 2 still get updates? Does POE 2 still get updates? We're gonna find out. Do I have res on any gear pieces already? I have fire res, cold res. We can get a topaz ring to even it out, I guess. Do a topaz ring to even it out, and then we'll get maybe a non-res ring. Atlas expansion, be there or be square. True. It's an Atlas expansion. If you guys aren't there, what the hell are you even doing? What the hell are you even doing? Okay, so that guy's not responding to the message. We'll message this AFK guy. He's not probably responding because he's AFK. Message this AFK guy. Message this why is everybody AFK? We're all AFK, man. Hey, we got one! Which one is it? The 100C AFK guy. Alright, nice. Nice. Lance is waking up sleeping people. Do you think that that's how is that the optimal way to play standard? Just to leave your PC on in case somebody actually messages you for an item? Like, just in case. You never know. Did you ever make an E-Blade anime weapon guide? No. I did a league start test with it. I didn't end up making a guide with it. There was always more pressing things to do, I guess. Doesn't all have to be fractured in. Do a fractured strength roll for one of them. $20C. Not online. Cause why would he be? $50C. $20C trade. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those trades, man. They're gonna be popping up. Be aware. I play an anime, weapon, puppeteer, in Private League. Big expert. Ask anything, okay, Egg? Okay, don't ask okay, Egg. Ask Hillahoy. Hillahoy actually made a very good anime weapon build. Puppeteer in Freesia League. That's what he ran, right? Alright, get out the catalyst again. Reroll some more of these, probably. A couple more. Okay, and I have a couple spites and a couple rage. That's good. Probably want open suffix. Open suffix. Alright, that is open suffix. Rarity and mana. We'll call that good enough. It's basically just a benchcraft is what we'll have on that. Sleeper agent activation keyword detected, Marcus. What was the sleeper agent keyword that awakened you? I found the best rage bait video for the league. The best rage bait video for the league. Uber Dan? Hell is this? This isn't actually Dan. He has POE Dan's profile open. Play the video, I'll recognize his voice. Top 6 most broken league starters destroy 326. He's saying play Trickster, Pens for Anticipation, Flicker Strike, Molten Strike, Cast when stunned, T-Shot. No, this is not Dan. Maybe it's some other guy whose name is Dan and decided to play on Dan's name or something with his name. For the patch notes, yeah, he's ready. He is prepared. How expensive is Fractured Strength on League Start? You just buy T2 and it costs like 50C. This one's bottom roll T1. I'll go buy a T2 roll though. Because people are gonna be like, oh no, Lance, it's T1. You just buy a T2 Fracture and you're chilling. Is Expiration good for a league start? Yeah. It is. Mainly Tujin for raw currency and ROG. I guess you can resell rares. Like straight up, the intrinsic catalyst will cost you more than the fracture will cost you. Like the most expensive part of this fractured ring is the catalyst. It's not the freaking. It's not the fracture. Just so we're clear. Like if we're talking about the actual like the expense of these rings. All right. We need to roll this with 1 Spite Essence. Open suffix. What about open suffix? What if I click an annulment orb? Fantastic. All right, we got our 2-stat ring. The thing is about these rings, you could also just buy a 2-stat ring. You don't need to freaking buy a fracture. Then, anyways, doesn't matter. Okay. Let's make the clusters now. What's the clustercraft angle? Is the clustercraft angle just guff? I think clustercraft angle is just guff. I think it's chaos spam with just guff. I guess we could tell people to do fundamentals. Let's see what fundamentals feels like. I think it's just guff though, realistically. You just click guff until you hit strength plus effect. Goth? No, guff, guys, guff. Guff in transportation gives you 30 seconds to click as many chaos orbs as you want. I have 500 hollow fossils? Wait, what? What the hell is this tab? Actually, what? That had to be like I was getting currency to do a mirror craft or something, right? There's no world where I'd have 500 hollow fossils without doing like some really cancer mirror craft. For some abyssal socket thing. $1,284 of the horse one. Oh, dense. 1,284 of dense is way less weird than 500 of hollow. Hollow has like a way worse drop condition. Yeah, I think the answer is just Chaos Orb. I think realistically it's just Chaos Orb. It's Guff Chaos Orb till we hit effect. Or alt spam Aug Regal as well could work fine. Any reason for 10 passive? The reason for 10 passive is it's cheaper than like a 12 passive. Our tree doesn't really have enough passives for 12 passive, and I'm trying to make it cheaper because we want an 84 cluster for the affix possibilities. No effect on that one's fine. You could do all attribute plus strength too. All attribute plus strength works fine, I think. If you don't hit effect. Strengthen's probably okay. That's fine too. Don't get any prefix notable. Okay, now this one's too good. Now this cluster was like fine, and now it's too good. So now I have to annul one of the mods. I have to, right? I'm legally obligated. All right, there we go, fixed. Oh, come on! Can I get this RNG when it actually matters? Freaking, you know, when I'm like playing the real game? Like, shut up! Just freaking slam effect twice, yeah. Sure. Freaking sure. Alright. I think this is reasonable. These clusters are pre-potato. You just chaos spam Guff. You'd hit that without too much difficulty, I think. Wasting the League Star RNG? Yeah, for real. Next thing you know, I'm going to be crafting a cluster for whatever reason, and I'm just going to keep missing the effect slam, and it's because of this. Because of this situation that occurred here. What strength we're at? 1154. Wait! Oh no! What is this? Where's the jewel sockets? Wait, how do you fix that? Does a vendor fix that? 2 jewel sockets. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Another 400 strength there. This is level 94. Cool, cool, cool. And then we have to do jewel sockets. Ruin the legacy cluster. I am completely happy with that. The jewel socket is just better, guys. The jewel socket is just better. It's okay that we ruined the cluster. It's fine, okay? It's completely fine. Alright. So we have now 1500 strength. We don't have some bench crafts. We're still missing that stuff. That's fine. Ivory tower is kind of whatever. I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I counting that correctly? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 jewel sockets. Well, I didn't have a jewel socket. So back in Delirium League, you used to have to roll to hit the jewel socket outcome. Like, it used to be like an affix that could occur. Like, one of your 4 affixes could be jewel sockets. And they changed it so the jewel sockets just are always on there. It was a legacy it was a legacy thing that the jewel sockets could get rolled. Alrighty. I'm halfway tempted to just buy some random, just get some crimsons to do reforges on them. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna literally reforges. I don't really want to deal with trade anymore. Trades, it's taking a toll on my psychological state. I'm just gonna do some reforges on crimson jewels. Well, technically I should do cobalt, shouldn't I? Because cobalt can hit ES. I should be doing cobalt. Cobalt's just better than crimson for me. Cobalt, yeah. Cobalt. The old classy. Are these AI comments too? Hey, bro, donated ingenuity? Sounds like he's got some paid chatters. Sounds like he's got some paid chatters to me. Paid chatters if I've ever seen them. Through Sacred Ground, we're missing a passive point. Adorned? No, we're not doing adorned. Do we do a 1 mod Watcher's Eye? What auras am I gonna run exactly? I don't think we need to run Purity of Fire, honestly. We're not gonna have Explodes, we're not running Herald of Ash. It might be a Purity of Elements angle. Purity of Elements, Malevolence. Vitality, clarity, precision, stuff like that. When will the guide be out? I'm going to be posting it after the reveal stream. I want to see the reveal stream before I post anything. Let's do life reforges. Ooh, double dot multi. Almost a good jewel. We're looking for... Just doing arbitrary 3 stats. Do 2 stats with max res, I guess. We noticed the ARF is on Hell game. We decided to delete it. No, they're not going to do that, guys. That would be crazy. They wouldn't dare. Holy, I keep sneezing. Yeah, we need to see if it even survives. Like, if they completely just delete it, you know, then none of this matters. I don't want to post a video prior to the patch notes. RF sets your res to negative 200. What? So you click it and you instantly die? In half a second. Just instantaneous death. Is that your guys' theory about how it gets balanced? Noted. Make it work like Demon Form in PoE 2. Guys, can we stop with the trying to make it bad? Can we chill on the trying to add things that would make it bad? Okay, who am I kidding? I'll interact with trade. I'll interact with trade. Have mercy on me! It was just a prank! What? Dude, standard is a wild place to be in, man. Double dot multi, just a 4 module. This guy wants 150 divines. This is crazy. This is just absolutely crazy stuff going on here. Standard is out of control, man. Standard is out of control. Can we get an AoE 2 Nomad game on stream before 326? Just one? Dude, I love Nomad. Nomad is legit. Okay. Actually, you know what? I know what we should do here. I figured it out. This is what we do. We do this. We do this. We do Cobalt Jewel. Do this. Like in League Start, you just buy a 3 mod off trade. We're in a desperate situation here. i.e. we're in standard. The Wild West of no prices make sense. we gotta make things work somehow, because I need to get like 10 3 modules. We're in a dangerous situation. Lance trying to buy ARF jewels, better set the price to 200 divines. Something like that, yeah. I guess technically if I looked harder in my stash, I probably have RF jewels sitting around, but I think this will be the play. We'll just buy fractured 1 mods, and we'll reforge for a 2 mod to make it a 3 mod. I was watching a guy playing MF Righteous Fire and Standard last night, and he was buying random rare items for 5D and then putting them at 150 each. What? Is that the strategy? Just hoping you find somebody desperate enough to completely overpay for because you're the only one on trade that happens to have just what they're technically looking for. Standard is an unhinged situation altogether. Standard players, they need Jesus, you know? They're out of control. He said he made 40 mirrors from sales. Yep, they're out of control. They need this is crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. AFK guy. 4 divines. I actually paid 4 divines for this. Dude, you know what? I can't question it because it's working, right? I am an extremely desperate individual trying to prep for League Start test. So yeah, I'll buy the non-perfect roll fracture for 4 divines. Currency standards funny money? Yep, that's kind of what it is. The situation is something else. I can migrate some tools and trade you at 200D each. I can't afford 200D each. It's already bad enough I'm paying 5D for a non-ideal fracture. What are you looking for? Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. We have plenty of currency. We can afford to pay these prices. Not the end of the world. It is funny though, right? No music on YouTube? Yeah, YouTube we get DMCA'd. So YouTube is the music free stream. I bet you have 250 to 500 mirrors laying in your stashes. No, I don't. Who was the other guy that invited me? I think it was this guy, maybe. They don't have Faustus. That's true. That's true. They are living in the Dark Ages. That is undeniably true. They are living in the dark. You know, that has strength in life. I could just use that. 1 year without Faustus? Yeah. I wonder what Faustus will look like on standard once it gets added. What kind of prices people will be setting on things. There's gonna be probably some things you could find that are just like some really silly prices, right? Depending on the supply or whatever people have of various things. Do you think Faustus will exist after merge, Abaxith? Not after merge, but once the new league pops, I think they'll make it a core mechanic that exists for standard. You know, not for standard players. Standard players would be absolutely furious, but it would be kind of funny if they add Faustus to the next league and still don't make it go core and standard. just the standard players are just like sitting there like, well, yo, what the hell? We waited a whole year for this league to get transferred over. And you're not going to give us Faustus. They're not going to do that, though. It would be funny for us being like Lamau at standard players, but realistically, they're not doing that. That's not happening. There ain't no way that's happening. It's gonna be a 300 div build. It's not a 300 div build. Standard prices aren't real. I'm paying a premium because I'm setting up the character before in standard, but this is not what you're gonna be paying in League. In League, you're gonna be buying 3 stat jewels for 10C on day 2, because that's what it freaking costs. That's what it always costs. Holy. Your budget is not real? No, it's not. This current situation. Hey, the 100C guy responded. Let's go! What do you need? I have 15 tabs of jewels. Don't ask why I'm hoarding them. No, don't worry about it. We'll make them. We're almost there. We have 10 jewels on this character for some reason. We'll probably do a 1-stat Watcher's Eye, I think will probably be worth. Do I want this for free? No. Armor isn't really an ideal stat for us. I think our initial setup I think we should have enough ES where we shouldn't need armor, but we'll see. Do I need any? Guys, don't. These are tempting, but no, we're okay. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I don't want any handouts. I will pay the standard price. I'll pay the old standard markup. I can do this. Fortune Wave is the 70 high. Standard handouts don't count. It doesn't matter what counts and what doesn't count. I'm already getting people being like, Lance, this build's gonna cost 400D because you had to pay 7 divines to get to freaking get a non-perfect rolled fracture just so you could simulate a 3-module. Like, I don't freaking, it doesn't matter. People are gonna say stupid stuff regardless. Help Lance, it keeps growing, it can't stop. Are you still looking at your Spark build? You're still looking at the Spark build, aren't you? Spark Nova. What you have here? What is this? 1 million max hits? So help me, Connor. If this is with guard skill clicked, I'm gonna slap you. You better have your guard skill unchecked for this. That's looking good, though. 23,000 mana, 26k ES, 24k evasion. I have a 2-hour duration on Arcane Cloak. Wait, what? What do you mean? Hold the phone. What? What do you mean you have a 2-hour duration on Arcane Cloak? I could have 17 seconds though. But I'm using less duration to Cyclone Indigon. Okay. It's a good look at POV, Connor. It's a good look at POV. Are you gonna leak start it? Are you committed? How much is this gonna cost, Connor? He's gonna make it regardless, guys. I'm at a League Star Mjolnir. If they buff Spark, it's over. Well, I guess we'll find out if they decide to buff Spark. We'll see if they decide to hook you up with a spark buff. F the music? I love your voice. Okay, don't get weird about it. Don't get weird. Okay, let's relax a little bit here. Let's relax. No need to make this an uncomfortable situation. Making 3-stat jewels is apparently impossible. I want to sell this for 5 divines. Keep walking, buddy. Keep walking. Do you want any of that? Nah. You can keep. You're the one taking the time to hook up the homies. Yeah, no, Marcus, dude, you're the one taking the time to mirror service it. I think you're the one that deserves the tips from people that mirror the items. I really appreciate you holding on to the items and mirroring them for people in standard. You don't need to type. I'm listening. You know, sometimes I forget. Okay, sometimes I slightly forget. We might need that res. I don't know if we'll need that res, but we might need that res. Ooh, look, strength and all attributes. Good enough. Good enough. This kind of funny, but it's not actually that expensive to craft. Is that you need a multi-mod and Veil Orb will replace the multi-mod. Is the multi-mod... Let me think about that. What would you be multi-modding? Mana, Benchcraft, Unveiled, Strength, and Int, plus Hybrid ES, Evasion. What's the multi-mod? Am I close? Tell me I'm close. Are you using the lasagna flask? Listen, Laviana's is not that bad, guys. It's fine, okay? Don't worry about the Laviana's flask. It's fine. Why strength and ints? Or why attributes? Ivory Tower, Shaper's Touch. Strength gives you percent ES. Strength gives you flat life. Ivory Tower converts that flat life into flat ES. That flat ES is then scaled by the percent ES from strength. So your core scaling factor to get a big ES number is all tied back to strength. Outside of that, though, percent life, percent ES, dot multi, all that stuff is super valuable for the character. Like, a properly min-max character is not solely focused on strength. You want other stats. Like 100% you want other stats. There's a max res jewel. We need one of those. I'm reforging life on percent life. Okay, I don't need to reforge life on this. I can reforge defense on this one. I would use Val Clarity one time and then finish the map with it still up. One Spark Cast gives Val Clarity. Then I finish a T17 and one single Val Clarity. How long was your Val Clarity lasting? A lot of duration on that thing. Does this Forge 100 grind get any better later? Because it kind of sucks. Sloremaster? Oh, I have no idea. I didn't play Sloremaster. Any Sloremaster enjoyers got a good answer for this humble chatter? All right, there's percent strength. Percent plus slot strength. Boom! Chance to ignite. Holy. What game is called Sloremaster? It's an ARPG that a lot of people were playing over the past couple weeks, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how good it is. I think a lot. Seems like some people enjoyed it though. Yo, strengthened. Cool. All right. We need some more jewels. I need max res jewels is what I need to do. Let's put on a bunch of these jewels. Life ES strength. Life ES strength int. This jewel's a max res jewel. I need to reroll the fire max res. There's gonna be a way to automize the 1 bit of clunk. It's probably not gonna be that bad. It's gonna be fine, guys. Sometimes you just have to accept just a tiny little bit of clunk to achieve greatness. Alright, that's 1 max res jewel. Life res dot multi. Double strength. No life on this one. Life all res. Okay, I need 4 more jewels with max res. If we have max res from Flask, then I need 4 jewels with max res to justify not clicking max res anywhere else. So I should probably put more priority on fishing for a max res fracture. There's a lot of people don't care about the percent fire fracture as much. I just ID'd 4 tabs jewels and put them up for 10C in standard. See if there's anything good for you. Dude, Shed Dogs, you don't have to do that, man. It's all good. I could craft, okay? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. We're moments away. Don't worry, okay? Hey, so are my standard tabs anyways? I'll do this. Let's check right now if there's max res. That's the things we need to get right now. Some max res jewels. There are none of your jewels pop up with max res for this trade search. One's okay. 60 chaos. Put them up for 10D so it's ethical. Yeah, don't forget to do the 10D premium price. Oh, no, no, no. There really are standard players. They exist. They are a, not a ton of them though, right? Alright, Max Fire is acquired. Max Fire is acquired, okay. So now we have 3 jewels with max res. We need at least 1 more. Here and here, I guess. Lance is a standard player right now? Yep. Yep, I'm blending right in. I'm blending right in. Blending in with the scenery. Have I seen the fake Uberdan? Yeah, somebody linked me the Uberdan video. Which I guess is, like, I don't know. He was giving his top league starts or whatever. It seemed like they were just top meta builds of last league, but I guess he did his own version on them or something. There's so much peace around here since the timeout of Peg Legend. Pohonga, that's kind of how it works, yeah. Wait, did you time him out? I don't think I timed him out. Do I still need the jewel? Sure, man. Sure, I'll buy your jewel. This would be a pretty ideal jewel, but I can't, as the avoid poison, and it's also a 4 stat. I'm trying to just do 3 stats. Because that's realistic to get on League Start. 4 stat is not as realistic. You can get 4 stats on League Start, but you kind of have to be like more snipey about it. Be right back and make a Poodan account. Don't do it. Don't do that. That sounds like not ideal situation there. All right, max res. We're close. We're so close. We're on the cusp of not having to look at jewels. You know what? Now that I think about it, I probably am gonna need a jewel with just like some very slight reservation efficiency. Like 1 corrupted jewel with reservation efficiency. How many rolls have you done so far? I don't know. You don't craft the jewels on League Start, guys. On League Start, you buy jewels. You're not dealing with like I guess you could if you want to make really good jewels. You could buy like ideal fractures and do like scorched fossils and stuff like that. But realistically, on League Start, you use the trade weighted sum and you just get a 3. You just buy a 3 mod. That's what you do. You don't do this. This is not what you should be doing on League Start. Like here, right, this jewel is kind of like a pseudo 4 stat. Which, you know, like on League Star, you'd stop on that, you'd use it, but right now I'm just trying to get our max res fixed. Thank goodness we can res swap max res. Otherwise this would be... max res would be like so much less feasible. What if they nerf the 2 max res mod? How many has he rolled over so far? I don't think I've rolled over max res. Have I? Hopefully I haven't. Hopefully I haven't been rolling over the max res. That's a pretty good jewel. Reduced effective curses. Let's assume we need the res. That's this jewel, but better. All right, roll over it. Too good. Just looking for max res. And eat my currency button would be the dream? Why would that be the dream? Like it instantaneously eats all the currency up until it hits max res or something. I feel like you're skipping the game at that point. There's max res. Lightning to fire. Oh no. I have to interact with trade because I don't have juice. What have I done? It was a mistake. No Faustus, yeah. Would General's Cry snapshot with phase run? Maybe. It might also just cancel phase run. I have not done General's Cry testing enough for that. I'll give you a solid maybe. I can't say confidently it wouldn't or it would work. You're gonna have to do some testing. Or find somebody else who's tested it. Gazzy playing standard? There's probably a lot of people in standard because we're at that phase of progression, right? Where people are prepping their league starts and stuff. All right. Now we just need one more. I just gotta grab some mail global defense. Time to see how to continue the craft. You know, you gotta have to transfer that. Good luck to you. No CB immune? You could prioritize CB immune if you want. Like, I'll give you an example. If CB immune feels like it's more of a problem and you're not having a good time with CB immune, you could spec right here, max res CB immune that way, or you can get a CB immune jewel. I feel like this character gets enough regen, like for the most part, CB doesn't feel like it kills you. It's probably mostly just, what's it called? Awakener where you need CB immune. Most times when you run into CB immune, it shouldn't be the thing. It shouldn't be dangerous enough to the character. Do a Ruby Flask for max res. Ruby, we get 5 max res from Ruby, but we're getting another 10 from Jules. I realize now I'm only rolling like 1 suffix. You know what I should do? I know I'm gonna need a 2% reservation jewel anyways. I guess I could go non 2% reservation jewel if I do pure DPS route. I kind of want to do Arctic Armor, Flesh and Stone. Let me think about that. Purity of Elements. Do I need to run it or not? Let's set up our reservations to see. Not reservations, I mean flasks. Set up our flasks. Topaz, Sapphire, Coruscating. I don't have a Coruscating elixir just laying around anywhere. I have to have a Coruscating somewhere in these tabs. I will find it. I will find it. It was in the flasks? You missed it? That was 26 quality, wasn't it? Alright, cool. Yeah, there's one. Fine. Ooh, shiny. Am I gonna regret using the shiny? Hopefully not. Does it need to be shiny for the build to work? Yeah. There's a non-zero chance I'll get questions like that. Which is why I might end up regretting that. Okay, do I actually need... Surely I have this flask. Reduce charges used, regen mod. I really don't just have this flask just randomly in my stash somewhere. I have legacy mods. Let me try to null save this one. Dang it! Come on! I've destroyed perfectly good flasks. Alright, fine. It's not very hard to roll a 1 mod reduce charge used. It's not very hard, okay? It's not that hard. Time to map is not time to map, guys. I keep rolling over it. Okay, I want to do more than 23. 25, and I think we're chilling. Yeah, maybe 24 is fine. Wait a minute. He doesn't have the RF on for good luck. Well, yeah, we don't have the skill gem in our inventory yet. Do I want to run the res mod? I maybe want to run the res mod. I maybe slightly want to run the res mod. Alright. Out of curiosity, we are going to run regen too. We'll probably do it on the bismuth. Yeah, we're going to need bismuth. We are going to need the bismuth. No. How is the only bismuth I have here fractured? Alright, this'll work. This'll work. Ariaths? We're not using Ariaths. Ariaths does not... Okay, there we go. Regen mod. Click. Fantastic. Res is almost fixed for Glimpse of Chaos. Period of Elements will be the play. And then we'll have extra space to do whatever we want on our affixes. No ruby? Core skating is a ruby, guys. Core skating is a ruby flask. So we get max res from core skating. Unique bismuth? No, we're not using the unique bismuth. Alright, 1 second. I will be right back. I have to pee. Dude, we're really close, okay? After this, all we have to do is gems, and then we're basically there, okay? We're pretty much there, I think. We're close to seeing how the setup feels. You have no chaos mitigation at all? I have 0 chaos res, and I'll have like 20,000 yes, which is the same as a 5k life build with 75 chaos res, you know? Anyways, I'll be right back. I have to pee. The water has gone through the system. Okay. I've returned. Hopefully you guys survived the absence. So he relies on one potion to not get deleted by chaos damage? Do you understand how the game works? If I put on a Shav's chest, do I go, I'm wondering when this Shav's chest is gonna... I wonder if it'll protect me today. If I put on Coruscate Elixir, and you set it up for permanent uptime... I don't know, man. I don't know. If you remember to click it, yeah. Big freaking if, to be fair. You just click it every time you start the zone, just like you have to click Righteous Fire every time you start the zone. It's the same thing. It has the same mental condition of you have to remember to press the button at the start of the map. I use automation on my RF. What the hell did I just read? Based? Don't freaking encourage that behavior. You could make RF and Coruscate the same button with third-party software. No. That is not happening. I keep rolling over max res. I need to like chill for a sec. Mentally. RF is a persistent skill, so it stays between zones, and Coruscating becomes persistent, so you don't have to restart it in between zones. Now we're cooking. Does Gagarf go Adorned at the high end? It should. I think Adorned is correct for Gagarf at the high end. Not what I did in Pox League 2. They're gonna remove the Horticrafting Station? They wouldn't dare. I think they'll avoid making people mad after the big gap leaks. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do any rock the boat changes. That would be wild and ballsy. I think they're going to do the normal standard nerf the top things. And that's about it. Maybe just buy the jewel. Hey, how about you maybe shut up? Okay. Friggin'. You don't understand what I'm going through right now, okay? I'm gonna hit max res any second now. Why does it keep doing this to me? It keeps giving me like the weird ES mod with it. Recharge rate. What am I supposed to do with that? You know what? That's fine. We'll keep the fire and lightning, I guess. We'll keep the fire and lightning. All right. 2 max res acquired. Check, check, check. So we're good on max res jewels now. We might still change that later. I haven't really decided. But that's something for now. That's a start. Oh, shall we call? They're running out of harvest juice. They're going to be just fine, okay? Just fine. What else am I forgetting on this tree? Oh, I haven't done this stuff yet. I am going to be doing that. We are missing a passive from the campaign. Everything else should be mostly correct at this point. Shiny core skating? Yeah, I know. The shiny core skating made the build twice as expensive. Don't ask me about it, okay? Just happened to be the one that was available, right? Alright, let's go get ourselves a 6 socket. Then we'll get ourselves a 5 link. Everything is going according to the plan. Recharge doesn't work with RF, I am aware.
And my axe.
My axe. Quick 5 link. So help me if this 6 links before I get a 5 link. I'm not gonna be. Wait, was that a 5 link? Did I roll over a 5 link? Oh, my eyes! You know why it is? I swear, this top part of the ivory tower just makes it that link kind of just blend in there. Okay, all right, we're fine. 5 link acquired. Just benchcraft the 5 link, you know? Good point. We could have done that. But, you know, we're at where we are now. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, okay. Never bench a 5 link because it can become a 6 link. Well, I mean, it would just be a time save. Most of the time, it's not going to become a 6 link. Alrighty. Everything's fine there. That's fine there. This is fine here. Cool. This will probably become... Dex Intelligence, probably. Our Dex is totally fine. We don't need Dex anywhere else. Let's cost of a 5 link, 150 fusings. No, it's not bad. Let's get Link set up now. I think we're at that stage. I think we're at that stage of the character. We'll make this do... Kind of tempted to do faster casting efficacy, just so I apply the Scorching Ray faster. Ooh, you know what we haven't done yet? We haven't grabbed Eternal. Better grab Eternal Youth. It's almost gameplay time. Only 13 more hours. It's not gonna be 13 more hours. We're literally like right there, guys. We're straight up right there. This is the only Righteous Fire. I don't have a Val Righteous Fire on hand. Unfortunate life tap. Just realized I need to do one red here. This needs to be... Do I have Blood Magic clicked? I do have Blood Magic clicked at least. Never mind, 16 hours. Oh, shut up. It's not gonna take that long, guys. It's not gonna take that long. Everything is completely under control, okay? Burning damage. Focus. Got Swift. I have a Swift Affliction that isn't Awakened Swift. Swift Affliction. The Alberons are back? Yes, the Alberons are back, guys. Because they're a good pair of boots for the price. They're a good pair of boots for the price, guys. So yes, the Alberons are back. Everyone is a hater. Already more strength than Joe? No, it's not even close to more strength than Joe. Look at the freaking numbers, man. We're at like what, 1500, 1600 strength? 1630. You can craft better ones? Yes, you can craft better ones, but it'll cost you a lot of money, okay? Go get our Val Righteous Fire. Let's go buy one of those bad boys. Which skeleton is the best for boots? Quest is coming. You're talking about the Alberon? There's only one summon skeleton in this game, right? Okay, that's not what we were trying to buy. Let's try again to buy Valor F. Well, in the name of innocence is that helmet. Glimpse of Chaos is the helmet we're using. $1D, yeah, we're getting swindled. But standard, so it's kind of whatever. Standard money doesn't matter, guys. Standard money doesn't matter. Alrighty, we've acquired that. Start looking at aura reservation stuff. Arrogance we don't need because we have blood magic. Eternal blessing we do need. Malevolence. Love on eternal blessing. Could it be that Lance is getting lanced? Potentially. Discipline, we're not gonna need. Defiance banner doesn't have a reservation amount anymore. What's my res on this exactly? Close, very close to capped. Theoretically, we could cap it without purity of elements. Then we don't have a good way to deal with shock if we do Brine King Gurrican. But then we could run something like Haste. And Haste would feel pretty good, I think. If I run Haste, I could probably justify efficacy on this instead of faster casting. Or we do Flesh and Stone Arctic Armor. I think Flesh and Stone Arctic Armor is actually what we're gonna do. Do the Purity? It'll be more realistic. You realize that the res on this character is not from our gear, right? We have two 34 res rolls on the entirety of this entire gear set. Pretty much all your res comes from this right here. Purity, I think, is just wasted power in this level of this gearing. You have a lot of open suffixes. I know, we have a ton of open suffixes on this stuff. Okay, and we'll do this one. Yep, there we go. 90, 80, 80. Is Lance getting Lance? Something like that, yeah. We're getting heavily schemazed in standard. Lance without RuneScape music? Ooh, that's a good idea. We could do RuneScape music. Where is it? Close enough. It'll get there on the next song. Are we gonna get a new teaser today? Honestly, I don't really think we are gonna get a new teaser. What do you guys think? Who thinks we're getting a teaser today? I think I'm gonna slightly regret not having an unwavering stance with 7.6k life. I don't think this is quite enough life to feel like you can't have an unwavering stance. I think they're done with teasers. I kind of think so too. I think we're not getting a teaser. Combustion. Are we getting the whole day reveal today? Reveal is tomorrow, roughly in about 24 hours. What did I miss in the last hour? We're starting to get gem links. We got our last few sets of jewels. Trying to make stuff make sense right now. Divine Flame, casting damage taken. I might do Immortal Call separately. Do Frostbomb with this, I think that'll be fine. I'm back for my lunch. What was it? What kind of lunch did you get? Lance the lunch. I'm not gonna steal his lunch. I'm just curious what he got, guys. I'm wondering if he should have considered sharing it with everyone else here. I think that's reasonable. Can I send the lunch menu pic? The lunch menu pic. Bake shop assorted desserts. Chipotle lime pork shoulder with corn salad. Which one did you get? You banned for linking? Oh, he's fine. Nightbot just timed him out a little bit. He's fine. He'll recover. Spanish rice with black beans and avocado. Southwest pasta salad with black beans. Fruit punch. Garden salad. Which one did you get, man? It's free from work. Just get what you want. Are you sharing with everybody here? You got all of it? Just the entire thing? My word. User error is going to start. That's going to work where you're working. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet! Is Power 7 Archmage going to be expensive on League Start? It might get a little bit of a price hike because PAL's promoting it as a League starter, but ultimately, alt quality gems, even the most popular ones, aren't that expensive. Especially not on like the first couple hours. No one has Chaos, so like you're competing with a bunch of people that have 2 Chaos to their name, right? Which means if the guy tries to list it for 6 Chaos, no one can buy it. AKA, you're probably going to be able to buy it for like 5C at most type of thing. That's generally how all quality gems work. Ton of people are doing labs. Ton of people are rolling gems. The likelihood you can buy one for a reasonable price is very high. Flesh and Stone. Flesh and Stone's more of a recent thing, so maybe I don't have tabs with Flesh and Stone yet. She's been lurking on Twitch for the past week, just looking for builds to destroy. Nothing streamed in the last week will survive. That's not true at all. Econk? Guys, nothing's happening to Econk. Econk being good in the campaign, freaking, it's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with having a skill that's like slightly good in campaign, you know what I mean? It's gonna be just fine. We're not gonna execute it just because it was an enjoyable campaign experience, you know? I'm Exile doing a 2 hour 15 minutes. That's just I'm Exile things, guys. It's just classic I'm Exile things. ability. Where's a mortal call at? Ooh, I do have a mortal call. Have any that's not level 21? There we go. Lance, you're a good dad. Thanks. I don't know how you would know that. I don't think you know me that well. Is that really our AoE? That's it? I guess it's only 90% increased AoE. At this stage, right? And we don't have any extra base radius stuff. Kinda small? Yeah, it is kind of on the small side. A little bit suspiciously so. What do we need next? Skitterbots. Plus Unbound. Do I have a non-awakened Unbound? I don't. Vitality, yeah, we're gonna do Vitality and basically we need to get our reservation to be close to our entire life pool. This should give us 40%, 42% life, more reservation. We need more reservation on this. You guys are doing your numbers and your letters.
Stickers.
And good job, guys.
What you do? I got a sticker.
You got a sticker? Yeah, I see your sticker.
No, what you doing, Daddy?
I'm setting up a character for a guide. You guys being good for Mama?
Yes.
What sticker did you choose, Lance?
Cheese.
Avocado, a strawberry. What's that third one? A birdie?
This is strawberry. This is the owl. And this is the avocado.
That's very nice, Lance. I like you guys' stickers.
That?
That's just me, guys. That's my character. You guys want to say hi to the people on stream?
Hi.
Well, hold on. You guys gotta be... I don't have you on camera. Lance, you gotta go over here. You wave at the camera up there if you want to say hi. No, don't scream. Don't scream. Chill out, dude. Chill out. All right, Trevor, you want to say hi? Charlie, you gonna say hi? Yeah, you gotta wave up there.
Hi.
Alright, not too loud. Alright, say bye, guys.
Goodbye.
Alright. Alright.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Love you, big guy. You guys have fun. They wanted to show off their stickers. We're having them work on some letters and numbers and stuff. So one of their rewards is getting some stickers, and they're pretty happy about it. They're gone. No more stalling lights. I'm working on it. Okay. I'm working on it. It's freaking. We're almost there, guys. We almost got our gem set up. This stuff takes time. Okay, I think my... Do I still sound too loud? I think Charlotte was messing with the freaking buttons on the mic. Is it louder just me? No, it's not just you. I think she was messing with the buttons. A bit too loud. Let's see if this is the right direction. Is this the right direction? I don't think no, that's not right. All right, how do I sound right? Like now? Do I sound okay now, or do I still sound really loud? Fine to me. She was messing with the buttons, I swear. It's too loud still. It's good again. It's still quite loud. I don't know what she did. I'm just gonna lower the decibels on the mic thing here. See if that helps. Close enough. I'm just gonna lower this. I'll lower this. How about that? I just lowered the decibels by like a few. Because I don't know what else she messed with the mic. The directional setting got changed. I think the pattern's correct. You got an echo now? You're not louder? Oh, no, don't say that. Not an echo. You're just stressing me out now. Now I'm gonna figure out what's wrong with my mic. ASMR settings, that's not the goal. It's not what we're going for. Time to buy a new mic? I don't know about that. Try unplugging it, replugging it. The old. No echo? Hopefully not. Streamer still muted? Well, I don't think I'm muted now. Alright, I unplugged and replugged. How is this sounding? You're in a cave now? Don't say that. I hope I'm not in a cave. You're quiet in my opinion. Okay, let me readjust this a little bit. Maybe up there. I don't know. Let's just chill right here. I hope that's good enough. Maybe I should be more careful about letting Charlotte grab the mic. She's a little bit too powerful. Okay. Let's see, we're at 13k ES. We don't have vitality yet. How much does vitality add to the reservation? We're 244. Still not exactly reserved right. We could get another like 100 flat ES, which would take us up to 14k, but I mean, I could just arbitrarily put clarity on or something like that to get the reservation even closer. Keep adjusting until the 5th. No, guys, you're not tricking me into stalling with adjusting mic volume till the 5th. No, no can do. No can do. All right. The mic's too quiet now. No, nope. I'm not adjusting anything anymore, guys. Nope. Nope. No, sir. Whatever it is what it is right now, guys. And you're gonna deal with it. We've gone back and forth too many times on things.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Alright, so now we have a region at 2.6k. Sometimes it goes to the Guardian proc. So let's hope that's okay. Have I seen the new Uber Dan video? It's not Uber Dan, guys. It's not Uber Dan. It's a fake Uber Dan. He's an imposter! I'm like 90% sure it's an imposter. Obongo, something like that. It's not the real guy, guys. It's not the real deal. Dan doesn't make build guy videos? Not particularly, no. Anoint the amulet? Yes, that's a good point. We should anoint the amulet. Good call. Wait, I shouldn't be leveling that up. He gets over 400 million DPS on a 4-link with Penance brand. Uh-huh. Does he now? What's like his gear investment level? Rack 2 viable? I need the passive point, guys. I guess I don't really need the passive point because I'm just trying to not have it on. I'm just gonna have it unspec'd anyways, but still. This is just a quest we have missing. I typed slash passives and it was missing. It was not on the character yet.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
My global defense chest got poofed. Sorry, man. That's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes it gets poofed. Just do the cheap anoint. Arsonist acquired. You doubled your damage from the comms build? We're gonna do a minnow test to compare. I don't know if we double our damage.
I am be kind.
Keep your wits about you.
That's the purpose of the minnow test. Alright, so this is level 95 now. We have 2 unspec'd points. Did I forget anything important? Hopefully not. Is it possible to triple split helicals? No. You cannot triple split reflected helicals. Or not reflected, sorry, just helicals in general. To triple split, you need a 6 mod item. You can only have 5 mods on helical. Can you split fractured items? No. Is splitting duplicating the item? Not exactly. It's kind of, but there's some like limitations to it. You can't resplit items. It only works on rares. It doesn't work on influence rares. Doesn't work on fractured rares. Doesn't work on synthesized rares. Basically, if you get like a really good quality base that doesn't have any influences on it, then there's some value there. Splits your mods too. Yeah, and it separates the mods between 2 items, which in some situations that can be beneficial for a craft, depending on what you're doing. Now, theoretically, obviously this wouldn't make sense for this level of budget at all, but we could probably force a Malevolent Sublime Vision if we wanted to on this on this style of build. Okay. Res is fixed. Level 95. 13k ES with Flesh and Stone and Arctic Armor. You have the Recover mod. Are there any obvious changes I want to make before we do the minnow test? Anything we're clearly forgetting that we should try differently on this? What's the tooltip damage now? The tooltip damage now is about 600k. I think it was 300k tooltip before? I think it was like 300k. It was 300k RF tooltip and 300k fire trap tooltip. But we should have Scorching Ray minus 25, which we didn't have before. We do have damage from Scorching Ray. I don't know how much damage we have from Scorching Ray. It's technically only like a 3-link, right? Our life tap here could be a higher level life tap. Do I have life tap? At a higher level? Look over here. Does RF have the spell tag? RF is a spell that doesn't scale from... RF is weird. It's a spell that doesn't scale from, percent spell damage. Why is that that way? No clue. I couldn't tell you. Is there Explodey RF? Chieftain. Chieftain. Use the no spell chest? Yeah, that'll tell you how many spells there are. Every time you'll think of like, oh, I want to use this thing, you won't be able to use it. The classic situation. Alright, let's do a quick minnow test. And then we will maybe see about readjusting our setup here. Based on the minnow test. Where do I have a map tab at? Here's a map tab. Okay, we'll find the Minotaur. The Minotaur is in here somewhere. Annoyant? Yep, we just did Arsonist. Arsonist is a pretty cheap annoyant. Melding cost, Opalescent, so we're gonna not do that for now. Arsonist is super freaking cheap. I really just have like no Guardian maps. Oh my word. What is this? Interesting. 24 hours left? Yep, we'll be there soon.
Stay vigilant.
Alright, we now have some Guardian maps. Time for the White Minnow test comparison. Wait, what? I have 32 points? That's really funny, okay. I guess it...
One of my captors felt no emotion.
That makes sense.
Can I not have but a moment of silence?
All he feels intense, unstoppable agony.
How unadvised is it to run this for an SSF start? To run Ivory Tower Righteous Fire on SSF? I mean, you could do it if you want to. I wouldn't you'd have to play basically life-based until you farm. I wouldn't do it. I mean, you literally would have to play life-based past doing Shaper to get Shaper's Touch. You'd have to SSF your Ivory, which that's not the worst thing ever, but you're gonna have to do a ton of ice, as you're gonna have to SSF like your own Simplex and Helical and stuff. That could take forever. Alright, minute 25. And he burrowed, never mind. Minute 28.
This is the key to a
52.
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
So that took about 24 seconds, 25. So it's like what, 50% more DPS than when we were before? If I'm gonna ask, why are you on RF Scion? Because I played RF Scion for Pox League 2, and that was just the most recent event that happened, and now I'm making a guide for it. G League documents to show they're killing RF in 326. That would make no sense. To kill RF ain't no shot. Ain't no shot. RF will be fine. How much of a strength loss is it to use Legacy of Fury? That's a good point. Let's test it. Let's do a Legacy of Fury test. Oh, I should have one in my stash. Legacy would probably feel fine on this as well. Hey, not too bad. We found one. Do a little comparison. Okay. So 13-4. 13-4 with a tooltip of
Need something?
about 600. Versus, so it's about 1,000 ES loss. Tooltip of 550. So this should be the same. This should be the same. This should be pretty similar damage, honestly, just with better clear. With Legacy of Fury. At the level of strength investment our character's at, the percent strength matters less than it would
One of my captors felt no emotion.
later on.
To inflict pain. All he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Yeah, Legacy of Fury probably would just be better to use. So the Ivory Tower, if we do this angle, I mean, you could also just go for Legacy of Fury on the life-based setup before you swap to Ivory Tower too. I think this damage will be pretty similar, because the extra minus 14 res will make up for the DPS loss. Explode neuron activated? Yeah. Shoot, I forgot to see what time I started the fight of this thing at. I was not paying attention. 110. So it's about 25 seconds again, 24 seconds. So okay, that's just a good upgrade then. We get slightly less tanky, clear gets to be way better, and damage is similar. And it's still like a relatively cheap pair of boots, right? Definitely this would be more expensive than Alberon's, but Legacy of Fury, like, Legacy of Fury since Pox started doing Chieftain has been super cheap. It was expensive at one point in time when Pox was promoting Inquisitor with it. We can easily find when it used to be expensive. Legacy of Fury, it falls off in price, yeah. 40C, straight to the bottom. How many leagues do we have to go back for it to be expensive? Maybe by Total League is back when Pox was doing, yeah. That's probably back when Pox was actually playing Inquisitor RF. It's probably Total League. I'm going in quiz now that everyone's going chieftain. Well, I mean, Legacy of Fury is such a massive upgrade when you can get it. But now that no one freaking competes for it, because everybody's playing chieftain, it's pretty freaking cheap to get those. Even when it was pro, they were pretty cheap. Well, it just depends how early on in the league. Basically, I think at some points I had dropped the boots and they were worth like 3 or 4 divines. I feel like at one point I remember if I got to Maven early enough, it was worth a couple divines or a divine or 2. But you can see on the graphs, it's such a common drop. Once people are like regularly doing Maven, it falls through the floor because the supply goes way higher than the demand. But initially, the demand's like kind of high and the supply is low. I love playing 20C for my best in slot boots on day 2. Yeah. No, that's pretty sick. All right, so I would say clearly at this price point, it's worth it to swap to Ivory compared to the life-based. Trying to think if I want to try changing the tree around from what this tree is. If we think about dropping and only doing 1 cluster. Or 2 clusters instead of 1. I want to just play with the tree a little bit here. That was going through my head a little bit earlier on whether or not I should keep the 3rd cluster or not. So we know our tooltip's at like 550k. And we'll drop, which cluster do I want to drop? 7, 2, 12. We'll drop the one that has mana. Mana's the weakest of the cluster passives. Okay, we do want to keep the max res. What jewel am I swapping out? We'll swap out this one that's like double strength. How upsetting would it be if the build gets gutted tomorrow and it's a little bit all for nothing? I mean, that'll be a little bit disappointing, but it's not going to be the end of the world. How do I put this? The thing that would be more upsetting for me is if they make PoE a game where I don't feel like I can make builds and have fun creating things. If they kill a build I previously made, like, it's a bit of a bummer. But for the most part, I just like making builds. Like, Crucible, I'll say this about the Scion, the RF Scion. This was probably one of my favorite builds I've ever made. I made it in Crucible, and I didn't remake it until, like, now, which is, like, I don't know, 2-3 years, whatever it's been, I haven't played this build. If they killed it right after Crucible, it wouldn't have really changed too much for me. Because I would just be, you know, doing whatever. But if they make it so it feels like there's no freedom of choice of how you make characters, that's when it starts to be not fun. Like, I'll give an example. Adorned felt this way to me. Adorned felt like it was so good. It was even good on like a cheap budget where it just made every character feel kind of the same because it was so ridiculously good. Your tree always was the same. Even on a budget, it was pretty much the same. It was just always just as many jewel sockets as you can cram in. You didn't care what was on the tree at all because the jewel sockets were just better. So, like, stuff like that would make me be more upset. Is like if they add something that's so good that it's mandatory no matter what you're doing, and there's no choice or whatever. It doesn't feel like there's a choice. Every tree looking the same? Yeah. Okay, so let's say we drop this cluster. We lose some strength, we lose some life here like this. Does this brick my res? It almost breaks my res, but not quite. The res is still fine. So we have now 15 passives. do something like this. How good of passives can we realistically get here? We have 6% life nodes. We have strength and percent damage node like this one with attack and cast speed. Life percent ES nodes are very good. 5% life on average if I go here. Not quite 5% if I go there. See if we have a bunch of percent life. Percent ES over here with another mastery we could do. That one's not really going to help us though. AoE. Grab another mastery. Could force an endurance charge gen. I don't feel like that's maybe too necessary. Oh, dot multi. Now that maybe we should consider actually. We don't have a lot of dot multi in this character. Leave 2 passives. Oh, that's right. Yeah. We're trying to keep it level 95. Thank you. So this scenario, it was 12k5 before, right?
The picture
I think it was 12k5 before, but we picked up dot multi, right? This is slightly higher tooltip. So this means you could just craft not a second cluster and you're still fine. So 2 clusters is enough then. You don't need a 3rd cluster. Realistically, you don't need a 3rd cluster. This is basically the same as the character was before. Technically, we got some AoE. So you could argue this is even better because it got a little bit of AoE. The overcap on your fire res is a bit better. My axe. Yo, Kyorte, appreciate the sub, man. You know the small nodes in the Templar start? I think the small nodes are pretty decent. 30% armor, 15% ES, 5% life. We could try swapping them, but I feel like those are pretty decent points. I don't have a lot of percent armor, so I feel like they're kind of worth it. Damage nodes low. What's wrong with the damage nodes we grabbed? Is this cluster worth it? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Because we can take this whole section back here. That I'm a little bit curious about. We could chop this whole section off. Let's do that. Let's check a section off. We're at 12k5. That's probably worth. Yes, cluster. Crit reduction. Reduction, percent life. Sorry for asking as a stage of the game, but will there be a version, a budget version of RF Scion? That's what we're working on. We're working on the progression. So initially you start out as life-based, and we're working on the what's the bare minimum budget you should put on for the Ivory Tower swap, and what can you expect? That's what we're trying to work on right now. I'm doing a bit of thought experiment tree testing. Is what I'm doing right now. I mean, it could be to go cruel preparation, jewel socket, fire, 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 ES, ES. This. That leaves us with 2 points. We lose another 600 ES though. Doing this. And that's a sizable damage gain for 800 ES loss. Do it this way. A 2 point here that loses Dex. Valero some cruel preparations, pretty nice. I think we're fine. Oh yeah, I guess I have cruel prep right now anyways. We did lose the regen, so I kind of want the regen back a bit. Lose the Dex. 700k tooltip. We pass this for the top jewel slot? Yeah. What kind of jewel do we have? A life, Elirez, Da multi-jewel. If we would get back life, we'd gain Da multi and Elirez into with it. Don't know that it's better than any of the current stuff we have. I do think we need to give up, this for this. So regen back. When I went, you had barely 1k ES. That's because we didn't have anything reserved. When you reserve life, you get more ES back for it. Scaljamo. You get ES back for it when you reserve stuff. That's probably worth it. Right? 20% more damage for about 600 ES. Comparing those two trees. Just going for the additional cluster. These clusters can also be way more valuable. Like, the level of cluster craft we have on these versus what they can be when you make them halfway decent is a pretty big power jump just in the clusters. I was thinking of League Starting Achievement and swapping to Scion later. Yeah, you could do that. That's always an option to League Start one class and then swap it over. What else do you get from clusters? You can get res. The main thing you get, the ideal cluster, like for example, these clusters right now, this one's probably the best one, but the ideal cluster would be effect, strength, all attribute, and flat life. And the difference in that cluster and this cluster, you'll see each node here has 10 strength and 15% fire damage, or 17% damage. The difference in each of these points would be 15 strength, because you'd have 4 all attributes, or 5 all attributes and 10 strength. So it'd be another 5 strength per node. And then another 13 flat life per node. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically, you'd have a 12 passive cluster. There'd be 10 of them. The difference in value would be 50 strength, 30 int, and 130 flat life, right? And you do that times 3. You know, 400 life, you just randomly add 400 life to a build. On a character like this, that has a bunch of percent life scaling. That gives you a bunch of ES. The higher strength gives you percent ES scaling, gives you more flat life from that. The int you get gives you percent ES scaling. Clusters are so friggin' strong. And a decent cluster makes a big difference. But even bad clusters like this are pretty alright, to be honest. If GG removed Ivory Tower from the game, would you quit? No, I wouldn't care. I mean, I'd be like, oh, that's a bummer. But it's not going to stop me from making builds. Attribute clusters are really good. I don't think it's even attribute clusters. I think any like hit-based build where you want like attack speed, like the speed cluster crafts are pretty good too. 4% attack speed or cast speed per node, plus like life or chaos res or Ellie res. Heist is downplaying, he'd be so sad. You think whatever you want, I guess. I didn't play Ivory Tower for over a year, and that was completely okay. Your ES is breathing? Yeah, it's because I don't have max res, so it's just Guardian res propping. That's what's going on right now. It's whenever the Guardian regen procs. Every 4 second. You have full flask up time? Not while AFK, but if you're playing the game, you have flask up time. Alright, let's do another minnow test with the, potentially upgraded damage. One more quick minnow test.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to now, all he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Is this like it puts a dot on enemies? 35 chance which you kill scorched enemy to burn each surrounding target for 4 seconds. It's a 4 second dot. Interesting. I wonder if that scales with like Dune damage. It probably does, right? Do I think they're gonna drop a teaser today? I don't really think they're gonna drop a teaser today. It'd be cool if they drop one, but I kind of don't think they will. Is Monster live? So it doesn't, you don't think it'll scale then? When do we start this fight? 24 maybe? 23? Pay attention.
To a crucible.
That was probably a sub 20-second kill time. 125? Yeah, it's sub 20-second. So we're getting close to like 1.5 to 2 million DPS. 17 seconds. What's Minotaur's HP? It's like 33 million, right? Minotaur POE wiki. I can spell 32 mil. That's not terrible. That's pretty dang solid. My gear super crazy now? Is my gear super crazy? Let me ask you this. Is a ring with 2 stats and a benchcraft crazy? Is percent strength belt with 1 essence and a benchcraft crazy? Okay, this is technically like, this is like 3 stats and a benchcraft. Bested slot rig, yeah. This is like a 3-stat item, pretty much. I guess percent armor is not terrible either. That gear's 1 year worth of farming. Listen, I don't know, man. I think probably the most expensive thing on the character is the base percent strength, I think those will cost 1 to 3D. And then 3 mod jewels. You know, we had like freaking 10 of those in on the tree or something. How many 3 mod jewels do we have? And then after that, it's the clusters. Like everything else is pretty dirt cheap. This is basically mirror tier. You guys are so cooked. What's the reason for the Elder Weapon? Elder Weapon gives AoE. You don't have to do this. You could do a shield option. You know, I should show the shield for contrast. Let's do it. Let's do a showcase of shield setup for contrast. Because some people will want to just do shield, right? Is it Shaper recover on block? Yeah, Shaper recover on block. It's hard to give up shield charge. Well, the thing, okay, so upside of AoE mace is more AoE. Upside of shield is giga extra sustain on top of shield charge, but you lose AoE. You could do either. They both work. If we're doing Legacy of Fury, honestly, the AoE mace is really one of those things where it's like you don't really get to appreciate it until you start min-maxing the build. Like it's cool, but at 1400 strength, shield's probably just the better option. Because recover on block feels so dang good. Recover on block feels so freaking good. You go Tempest Shield? Yeah, you swap Arctic Armor, you swap for Tempest Shield. Tempest Shield's better than Arctic Armor in my opinion anyways. Like, definitely better than Arctic Armor. Arctic Armor's nice, it's good for like fizz mitigation. But Tempest Shield feels fantastic, I think. And we kind of need Shock Immune anyways. We can already get freeze immune from Brine King, so we don't necessarily need the freeze immune from Arctic Armor. Is this a league start scenario? What's the investment? I think this would cost you like about around 10D on league start. I think it would be in the 10D range. The biggest factors of the cost being having any variation is pretty much the percent strength, synth belt, and amulet, which you can just go Cyclopean instead of synth belt if synth belt's expensive for some reason. You could go T2% strength synth on amulet, or you could do Awakener Orb. And Awakener Orb will have a pretty consistent cost, I think, of about I mean, we could check. Actually, no, I don't know what Awakener Orb is on league start. I want to say it's like 1 to 2 divines. What is Awakener Orb on league start? Acropolis, it wasn't very expensive. Holy. So maybe it's only 1D on league start for Awakener Orb. Yeah, let's make an Awakener Orb amulet too, just to show his contrast. Because I think Awakener Orb amulet will be pretty similar power level to the synth amulet with a mid craft. Do you think chance something's gonna change with Awakener Orbs? Maybe. They did hint at doing currency stuff. Three years ago. Oh no, he might sell the shield. Careful. I tested my starter at Act 5 and now I'm gonna send it, I don't care. Hell yeah. That's a good mentality. That's a good mentality. I tested it just a little bit. I'm gonna send it, I don't care. That is very reasonable. Witness you chat? Witness you do what, Meps? Are endurance charges off the table? The pathing feels like a steal on them. No, endurance charges are great. We might do an enduring composure cluster. Because they're literally right here. It's 3 points, right? And we'd have 5 endurance charges. We literally just have to do enduring composure. That's pretty much it. 1 enduring composure rule. I should probably set up that set that up just so people know it's an option. Let me finish crafting the shield though. Do this real quick. This will be like, I think this is gonna be similar to the pristine craft for the recover on block life shield. It's good weighting. Should be really easy to hit. This is just more fossils than I need, let's be honest. And we're done. Kinda want to do block chance craft though a little bit. I'm gonna click a couple more. I want to do block chance craft. Where's my recover on block mod? Ain't no way. I tested my starter and I decided I needed a new starter. Very, very reasonable. Very respectable. Okay, that I can craft chance to block on, but at the same time, that's literally a one mod shield. That's actually one mod. I recover alive and it took many tries. It's either fossil pristine or recover life or recover on block. We tested it earlier and it felt like it was like a 1 in 10 on reforge life. Was roughly what we got when we were doing the recover on life shield, and it was 1 in 6 on the fossil. I guess I should check what the odds are to get recover on block with the defense reforge fossils. Sorry, with dense fossils, I should check what the recover on block is. It's probably worse just because there's so many defense mods. Let me get the comparison. Craft of Exile. I'm unlucky? Maybe. Could also be the different bases have different odds of hitting it, right? Offhand, int, fossil, influence, shaper, recover, ES on block. It's just gonna be dunce, because it always is. How I went broke day one crafting a shield. If you go broke day one, you didn't really lose that much because it was day one. You were broke to begin with. You know? Did you really lose that much if it was just day one? You're not going to find the YouTube chat. It's something Lance uses when he runs out of topic shop. That's not true. The blue ones are older cards. Yeah, those are legacy. They're back when we had alchemical resonators. Nine tries on average. Okay, yeah, that's not bad at all. Ooh, let's do some defense reforge to just get some comparison. You know, I could life reforge too. If I pretend and tell myself that I could get a high tier recoverer when I hit it. Like, this would be fine, right? Life, benchcraft chance to block, recovery, yes on block. Like, this is totally a fine shield, right? Let's do some defense reforges and see how it feels. Eating cheese? No, these are apple slices. Don't judge me. And nothing wrong with enjoying some apple slices, okay? Cover on block 2. You know, I haven't been keeping track of how many clicks I've been doing. I think the answer is just dense fossil though. The answer is always dense fossil, let's be honest with ourselves. I'm gonna go to sleep till the reveal. I'll see you there. You'd have to sleep for like 20 hours straight. Are you sure you can actually do that? Alright, recover on block acquired. Unfortunately, no open prefix. We go again. I guess I could also just annul there too. You know, maybe I'm just gonna annul next time. Recover on block, open prefix, just going to annul. You freaking, oh, of course you did. Of course you just delete my recover mod. Why wouldn't you? 3 other mods on the shield, and you gotta delete the recover mod. Makes perfect sense. Holy, look at that ES. Look at that max res. This is a shield where you hit this on League Start. How much is that actually? you hit max res, 430 ES. You hit that on League Start. You're like, you know what? Turns out I don't need recover. Turns out I don't. Yeah, I'll pass. I'm good. I'm good. You just craft like strength it and you walk away. Slam it? No. Alright, anyways. Back to what we were actually doing, which is getting recover on block. The elusive recover on block. Any second now. There we go. And now it has open prefix. Finally. $36 block chance. I'll just spam for prefix, or did I do it wrong? You could do it that way. Gonna cost. It's gonna cost you a lot of Eldritch currency. It'll cost a lot regardless whether or not you're trying to do int plus suppress on your suffixes versus vice versa, but good luck. I personally would have done dense fossil first, but that's just me. Is it cheaper to buy an Aegis early? Aegis requires you to have armor. We could have Okai armor if I did Determ, I guess. I would have to run Determ though. But yeah, you could do Aegis if you run Determ. How much strength does this character have? 1,380. Do Aegis and melding on League Star? I don't know about that one. Alright. So this was like a 700k tooltip before we did recover on block with the AoE setup. So we kill our AoE. We gain about 1k ES. We gain recover on block. We gain block chance. We swap from Arctic to Tempest. Try Omen of Blonking just so I can showcase the swap. I think I'm gonna do this. Which is an Omen gonna cost? Oh, no. I do want to be able to showcase the swap without having to redo the sockets every time. How reliable is the flash dependent defenses? It is up in all content except for Cirrus. When you do Cirrus or any fight with like a lot of stalling, you swap in the overwhelming chalice and then you're fine. Alright, good enough. But Lance, white sockets are expensive. Nope. Don't care. Okay. I'm freaking. I just try to showcase being able to swap Tempest it out for Arctic Armor. Okay, so we put that to the side. That down here. This over here. Alright. Need blocking? Yeah, you need blocking. Does attack speed affect RF tick speed? No, it does not. Okay. Do we want to do it during composure too? We can do it during composure too. Why not? Why not? Let's go buy an enduring composure cluster. Okay. Urge charge if you've been hit recently. And we'll grab... Endurance charge. Endurance charge. Where do I justify that pickup at? What nodes do we get rid of? Life? Yeah, life dropping. Can you please use AoE Mace on the guide? Sudanese, I'm gonna be showcasing both. We'll do that. Do this. Just have one endurance charge. 2 points for this endurance charge would be nice, though. Alright. So this was... We lost AoE Mace. And we lost some strength. Gained 4 endurance charges, and we gained recover on block. We lost about, what, 17% DPS to do it. But now we have endurance charges. Time for the minnow test! And what's our block at? 4635. We could lose some more damage and get Giga Block with the 4 passive points here. It would take us to, what? It's like 66 block. This would go to like 50. You gain DPS? We were higher DPS before. We've changed our tree around a few different times.
One of my captors felt no emotion.
Giga Block would
He did
be
not
good for
hesitate to
T17.
inflict pain.
You don't do T17 with this DPS. This character would need to stay in the T16s currently. I mean, I guess maybe pushing it early if you had the tank for it would feel still worth it, potentially. So if you're gonna Woke Orb, which mod would you get with AoE Mace? There's no usable Woke mod. You literally just benchcraft Fire Dot multi. Ideally, you want like a +1 benchcraft Mace that you buy from the Heister. Then you'd Elder Orbit. Like, stuff like that is what you would do. 15. We killed him at 34.
That stretch.
That's not terrible. That's not bad at all, right? $1.7 mil with the block setup. Gained a second. Yeah, it was like a second or two slower. So we lost like 100k to 200k DPS from what we had before. I think that's pretty chilling at this point. So we get recover on block. We get endurance charges. We lost a little bit of DPS. AoE goes. Honestly, it's not really that much different. AoE Mace, I think you probably need a higher strength count to feel worth it. Endurance charges are OP. Endurance charges are very good. We also gain Tempest Shield, which means we can go Tukohama regen as well, which is pretty sick. What day gear is this supposed to represent? This represents about 10D of gear. Depending on who you are, that could be day 5, or it could be day 1. Like, it depends how, I don't know how fast you level. For me, this would be day 2. Because I basically do the campaign, I start maps, and then I go to bed. If you're Fub Gun, it's negative day 2, yeah. Fub Gun would have this gear about like 15 hours in or whatever, right? It really just depends how fast you level, get into maps, and get your first 10-ish divines, essentially. We need to... There's something else I wanted to get out. Oh, I know. I wanted to get out the Overflowing Chalice. To showcase. You want to use Overflowing Chalice when you do fights like Cirrus. It's a pretty easy swap for the build. I'm lucky if I can stay awake for 5 hours when League starts. Yeah, some people have a really late start time. Some people have a really late start time. There's 186 of these on trade on standard. That is crazy to think about. League starts at 9 for me, 10 for me. Yeah, that'd be brutal. I think if I had a start time like that, I would almost just... Okay, who am I kidding? I'd probably still play till like 1 a.m. I'd probably get in like 3 hours or something. I think I would do something like that. I'd probably play like 3 hours and then go to bed. 24-hour push. If you're gonna do a 24-hour push, I'd have to like redo my entire sleep schedule for that. And I'd have to say, hey, I'll see you later, kids. Daddy's not gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be on the opposite freaking timeline. Nothing personal, okay? It's League Start, you know what I'm saying? Nothing personals. Go full degen mode. They'll understand once they're old enough. I don't know about that. I feel like if I start telling myself things like that, that's how you end up with kids that don't talk to you. They'll understand later on. Later on gets around, they're like, Dad was never here. I don't care why he did what he did. Worst part about EU is if they have server issues, you'll be starting at 11 p.m. I feel like if they start having server issues, if you're EU, wouldn't the play just be to go to bed and be like, you know, I'm sleeping, but it's not like people are progressing because right now the servers are bricked anyways, right? The thing is, though, they haven't really had server issues like that bad for how long? I feel like it's been years since the last time we had any like notably bad league starts. I did that on 324. Okay, that is fair. I do remember some people saying they were getting cooked on 324 a bit at the start. Scourge was aft. The one I remember is Ultimatum, mainly from the not fair. What was no, it was the streamer queue is what it was, wasn't it? Was that Ultimatum? The priority queue. All right, quick chalice check. $17.02, we started in an unoptimized fashion. The last brick start was the D4 launch. Not the same company. Not the same company. That's the PoE 2 emote now? Oh my word, I keep forgetting. That's the PoE 2 emote now. You guys are totally right. My bad. My bad. Is the live version good enough for Big Boom Expedition? In T16 Reds, it's probably a bit cooked. You probably have to do a little bit safer content. I mean, it might be okay. We can test Expedition. Looks like it just ended. So it was about 3 minutes, a little bit less. Wait. Are we actually getting a teaser? Oh. Oh! Is this real? Hold the phone. Things are happening. Actual things are happening. Hold on. Mad Seed was on the prowl. Everybody thank Mad Seed for watching. For everyone else, let's see what we got here.
Game director on Path of Exile. Here's another video showing quality of life improvements. Where not all changes are grand and worthy of their own video, that doesn't mean they're not useful. I figured we should rapid fire through a bunch of our quality of life honorary mentions, coming in Secrets of the Atlas. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach encounter.
Can we say that for Harvest, please? Not just breach, man. Not just breach. Come on, Harvest, Harbinger. We are getting the okay. At least we're getting the splinters for breach. Come on, surely.
On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill them all first.
Nice. That's very nice.
When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on.
We knew that.
When fighting pinnacle bosses, specifically boss fights that consist of only an arena with a boss in it, such as Maven or Elder, you can no longer gain experience, but more importantly, you cannot lose experience if you die to them.
Cool. So no longer you don't freaking stall doing the boss because you don't want to accidentally lose XP when you're about to level. Cool. Nice.
So you no longer have to reach your next level milestone before attempting to fight them.
Ads? Oh, you guys are getting ads? Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait. You guys are getting ads right now. I'm gonna go back while those are getting ads. I'm gonna look through. Did he call it a gamepad? Elder sent ads, something like that. I can finally kill bosses with my 6 portals without losing XP. Yeah. Oh, I really hope. Okay, maybe we can cope that maybe they'll include some of the other mechanics that just drop a ridiculous amount of shard currency.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. Here's another video showing quality of life improvements. Where not all changes are grand and worthy of their own video, that doesn't mean they're not useful. I figured we should rapid fire through a bunch of our quality of life honorary mentions, coming in Secrets of the Atlas. During
this is just the Corrupting Fever Shield throw build that we keep seeing in a lot of the teasers. It looks like the same thing, right?
During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach encounter.
Yeah, it's just breach. They didn't mention other ones. You showing it because they're above Bleeding Gladiator again? You think so? Are you guys back? Welcome back. All right, we'll get to the rest of the video.
On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill them all first. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. When fighting pinnacle bosses, specifically boss fights that consist of only an arena with a boss in it, such as Maven or Elder, you can no longer gain experience, but more importantly, you cannot lose experience if you die to them. So you no longer have to reach your next level milestone before attempting to fight them.
Still at 50% XP. Cool. Don't like it, Ragey? You don't like it? I think it's a good change. I think this is a purely good change. Waiting to fight your pinnacles.
Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out, and is remembered on a per NPC basis.
Nice.
The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
250 character limit? What was it before? Before it was like 50, right? That's like a 400% more multiplier. The regex power we have now can possess is insane. 400% more regex power. You know, regex legitimately anything now? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Alt rolling buff recombinators are so back. Wait, what is this character? Yoke of Suffering bows? Nah, man. Nah, don't buff bow builds. Do not buff bow builds. Do not buff the bow players, okay? Wait, he's playing with totems and elemental of the spectrum. I'm disgusted right now. I'm disgusted. He's playing with a synth bow out of all things. Is that a mirrored synth bow? Is that a mirrored synth bow? They got mirrored synth bows at the GGG offices? What the hell is going on here? Don't think so. Does it normally go that way?
For those who are in large guilds, you can now hide offline members.
Cool.
Subsequent visits to the Rogue Harbor no longer require a rogue
Nice! Heist is getting buffed, guys!
marker to be used. You can simply access it through the waypoint screen. Those were our honorary mentions for quality of life. With GGG Live on June 5th, we're looking forward to deep diving into the secrets of the Atlas expansion, and letting you know all about the other epic changes and improvements we'll be making.
+1 marker, yeah. The +1 marker is gonna make a big difference to how many grand heists you can run. King's March button? No.
Search field has also been increased.
They're actually?
For those who are in large guilds, you can now hide offline members. Subsequent visits to the Rogue.
There is a King's March button! No way! Is it actually going core? No shot. It's just the version they're running on, I think so too. I think that means recombinators. Listen. If this is the price for recombinators, deal. I'm actually deal. I'll take recombinators. Can't wait to level it. Just don't do it if you don't want to, guys. That's what I do. I just skip it. You know, maybe they're doing something else with it though. Maybe it's not gonna be a chore town, you know? Because the town itself is kind of cool, right? The aesthetic, the soundtrack, you know? Can you imagine when the league start's gonna be? For me, it's 2 a.m. Ooh, that's pretty despair, bro. Hunger. Check if Johan's in the town. You want to see if Johan's in the town in this clip? Secret 326 guild. Player 2. Ranger Boom. 97 Denai. What's the skill on the left? There's Elemental Hit Spectrum, Val Grace, Frost Blink, and Shrapnel Ballista, maybe? I don't freaking know. Eternal level 97, yeah. Correctly, the XP bar has no XP. The mana ring? Yeah, the mana ring's a little bit questionable. Mana ring and synth. There's a new flask. Nope. Those flasks are all, you know, Diamond, Jade, Quicksilver, Stibnite. Johan's not in the town? How can you tell? Oh, you're right. Johan is not in the town. Interesting. So King's March is there, but Johan's not in the town. What does that mean? They're doing something with the town. Maybe we're not managing it, but it's some other mechanic going on there. Maybe you go there to spend gold only. Yeah, and they add more gold stuff to it. This stuff exists as gold sinks, and you don't do the other mechanics anymore. Maybe we get to ride the boats this time. Faustus usurped us. Maybe it's fully established at this point. Yeah. No Johan means no town. I don't think that's what it means.
Damar, and they are doing everything so good to get me back on the hook.
Yep. Consider yourself hooked. Join the hype train.
The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
250. Breach, Alk, the beach maps from earlier. They have Battle Mage's Cry again in the tab. The hell are they doing to Battle Mage's Cry? Park map? Yes, they have the park map. So park's back. Do I think 450k dot DPS is good for 3-div investment? Depends on the level of character, but that's not half bad. Is that your tooltip, or is that your actual total single target? Sounds maybe a bit low for 3-div. That's the tooltip? Okay, if that's the tooltip, that's pretty decent, I would say. Don't know what these claws and astral plate has to do with anything. Core is another map that isn't in the current pool, right? Core is a returning map, probably then. I'm pretty sure we don't have core right now. You freaking standard. Okay, freaking. I'm pretty sure we don't have core right now. Look at the currency in the top left. What, the 4 alchemies, the 18 alchemies, the 15 chaos, the 19 alterations, 39 transmutes. What am I supposed to get out of this? What am I... What's the takeaway for the currency? The fact you know the maps by their icons scares me. That's core, right? You play the game, you start to see these things. I'm pretty sure it's core. Core POE wiki. Yeah, that's totally core. 19 alts means 19 new ascendancies. I mean, that do sound kind of nice, but at the same time, don't you think that's a bit of a reach? The numbers, what do they mean? 39 transmutes, 39 new ascendancies. I would like to report that I got layout B on my bathhouse run earlier. Don't tell me that. I don't care. If you add them all up, you get 130. You think that we're going to have 130 maps on the Atlas? I mean, right now we have like, what, 115 or something? I definitely know maps from their icons, at least the ones I run often. Yeah. The more you interact with it, the more you'll pick it up, right? Like this one over here is Bog. It's just like something you learn over time. These are obviously the beach. The more you do certain layouts, You know, they stand out in your head. Some layouts you don't do that often, but then they're like super annoying, and that you remember them just because like they make you upset. Like cells, you see the circle for cells, and then you'd be like, ugh.
Increased. For those who are in large guilds, you can now hide offline members. Subsequent visits to
Can I not frame by frame this?
rogue
I was pressing those keys. I don't think it works with the Twitch player. For whatever reason. No Johan in town, but King's March is there. It's the top icon, that's the Rogue Harbor. Sanctum survived? Yeah, Sanctum's there too, guys. Sanctum's there too, thank goodness. The map icon at the very top, that's the guild hideout. Is the very top right corner is guild hideout. Above that, what, the freaking X marks the spot, click off the tab thing? Guild hideout must be nice having friends. Yeah, you instantly know who's not in a guild from the people that didn't know what that was. The friendless people in chat. They don't know about the guild hideout. The Ranger gloves have Eldritch Influence. Maybe buffs to gloves. That means the built-in implicit you don't get rolled over. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, those gloves have decent evasion, right? Guys, this does not mean Settlers is core. Like, the town is cool. They could be doing different things with the town, right? Different things that don't involve shipping crops and putting mappers, giving mappers maps, you know? It could be a place they build on and continue to give us gold sinks for other reasons. Bubby Wubby is not getting buffed by Mega Legend. Relax. Death Rage, I told you guys is going core. Nah, man, I don't believe it yet. No way they add base Settlers as core. Ain't no way. I think it's going to be, they're going to use the town assets, but it's going to be different stuff in there. I think it's time. I think it might be time. Just because I'm thinking about it right now. Not like we're gonna officially fill this whole thing out, just like partially fill it out, you know? Just add a couple things. That's too high. That's too high. Hold on. No, wait, I just need more space. Let's just expand this a little bit. Let's just expand this just a little bit here. Boop. One of these, one of these, one of that, one of this. This. Is it bingo time? It might be bingo time. It might be slightly bingo time. Hold shift for the straight lines. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could ignore your advice and continue to freehand this, so that way my second hand can grab this peanut butter cracker and insert it into my mouth. What are you gonna do about that, huh? Apples in quotation. There were apples! I was eating those earlier! I already finished the apples, okay? There were also some peanut butter crackers. And for those of you who are wondering, where did I get the peanut butter cracker and the apples? None of your business, okay? None of your business. You don't need to know. You don't need to know, okay? I am under no obligation to tell you where they came from. This treadmill died for this? We're gonna get a replacement treadmill, okay? It's gonna be fine. What happened with the yesterday Grav Major? Over the course of us going from level 65 to 92, we made negative currency. That's almost perfect. Wait. What? Why was I drawing them? I like how I had somebody have the nerve to tell me about the shift thing and they didn't tell me about the box icon. Like, you're gonna save time with the shift line thing, but you're not gonna tell me about the box icon. Scene? Oh. We can't even see what you're doing. Well, I was drawing the lines one by one and I did not do the shift thing. That's all you need to know. And apparently there's a box icon, so I could have done this, but I was drawing them individually. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. It's none of your concern, okay? It's none of your concern. All right. It might be bingo time. I think we're not getting any more teasers, let's be honest. There's no way we're getting any more teasers. They just did the highlight of, what did they call it? The honorable mentions. I think that means it's bingo time. Lance, do you need help setting up your printer? No. I don't. Okay. I'm doing just fine. Don't worry about it. Are you a doctor? Because your drawing looks pretty hard to read. Am I a doctor? No. Okay, that spacing's all wrong. That spacing's all wrong. Hold on. Take it back a bit. Take it back just a little bit. Do bingo first this time. Close enough. All right. Lance, are you left-handed? No. I am right-handed.
5 months donating to the old PPA Home Fund Poor.
Yo, appreciate the 5 months of donations, Riggy. Thanks for supporting the dream of us making an appropriately balanced bingo board. This is about right? It's already off a little bit. Right there is good. That's good. That's a good spot. This is already a little bit smaller than the last one, but at the same time... Ooh, the shrinking columns. You know, maybe we started out a little bit too thick on the earlier ones. That's fine, right? That's fine. We'll just put smaller text things over on this side. That's fine. We'll just put the smaller text options over on this side of the board. Right? Bingo. Wait, do you want me to like put it in all caps or something? Is that what you're asking me to do? You want me to do this? This is worse than the bathhouse prison. What are you talking about, guys? This is a very reasonably spaced bingo board. We're doing just fine right now. The spacing is... We'll say it could be better. We'll say it could be better, but... all things considered, it's not that bad. It's like pretty solid. Right? Like that's pretty solid, right? Just don't look at the right-hand column and we're fine. Hi. I'm Mark. The second column's so big compared to the rest. Yeah, the second column though is a bit girthy. Okay, the reason I started this bingo board is I was literally just thinking, we were talking about King's March. We'll put it in the top left corner. King's March. Back. But different. I'm calling it's a back but different situation. You guys picking up what I'm putting down? Gentrified. I'm thinking it'll still be a place we can go to do things like Gold Sink, but it's not going to be like a chore type thing. It's no longer chore related. Towers get added? No, we're not adding towers. Do you guys actually want me to put dot cap on there? You can't be serious, right? EE nuked? We'll do one square for the obvious nerfs. EE, LS, Trickster. Adjusted. Zenith, you guys want me to put Zenith in there too? I don't think Zenith and Archmage. Zenith I could maybe see. I don't think Archmage is really there. Yeah, you guys honestly think Archmage is there? Can run all content on a budget? Yeah. I don't think Archmage is there. What's EE? Ephemeral Edge. Ephemeral Edge. Betrayal rework. That's kind of a free square, but we'll put it on there, right? That's pretty much guaranteed, right? I know we already know we're getting Veiled Exalts, right? Recombinators removed. Recombinators. Go core. Screw you. You thought I was gonna put your suggestion about them getting removed? Holy, what's that? They're added to the core. You better go read the Reddit post, buddy. You better go study up on the box of probability. Okay. They're going core, baby. They get nerfed? No, let's not. I'll put that I'll put it in parentheses. Slight, tiny nerf. They stay with their PoE 2 recombinators. Don't say things like that. Don't say if they're PoE 2 recombinators, you'd rather them just be deleted. Don't say they go core as PoE 2 recombinators, please. Let's be reasonable here. Charge tag with Ralakesh boots. Hex blast. You know, okay. We'll do a second box of nerfs for the tier 2. We'll call them tier 2. We'll call it the B team nerfs. Okay, we'll call it the B team nerfs. B team nerfs. We could put Archmage on the B team nerfs. We could put Hex Blast on the B team nerfs. Charge stacking on the B team nerfs. Ralakesh, that's it. That's part of charge stacking, right? Stat stacking, yeah. Let's put stat stacking in here. Technically, LS, Trickster, and Zenith are stat stacking, but this is like more general in terms of just strength or in stacking if they try to hit that as a whole. Overexertion slams. I don't think they're gonna nerf slams, but we'll put them in there. We'll put slams in there. Have you seen the King's March is there? Yes. Yep. It's in the teaser. I have it paused on the frame already. We were observing. Buff other melee and other casters instead of nerfing Archmage and slams. We can talk about buffs. Is there any other obvious nerfs we want to put in here? I don't think there's too many other obvious nerfs that I think are even on the list of things they would do. T17s. I would make T17s a separate square, I think. P-Brand? You think they'll hit P-Brand? Maybe. We'll put P-Brand in there. That'd be fair. If we're putting slams and we're putting this other stuff in here, P-Brand is probably on the list, or deserves to be on the list. Sanctum nerf? You guys want me to put Sanctum nerf on the board? Sanctum unchanged. How about that? How about that for a board entry? How do you like that? Literally unchanged, okay? Because that's what's actually going to happen, guys. You're coping. They're not going to nerf Sanctum because Sanctum isn't OP. Toda is back. I do like the idea of assuming Toda is back. I'm down for that one. Add locks to Sanctum? Wait. Good. That's a good call. Add locks to Sanctum. We need locks to be more affordable. I'm not going to be the one generating locks because I'm not going to run Sanctum, but I would appreciate some more affordable locks. Because unlike all the people that hate having currency be at more reasonable prices, I understand that Sanctum provides a valuable service to society. Wouldn't that be a buff? It would be. Free Chef F Jewels? I don't know if I'm on that level of cope disposable hero. Free Chef F Jewels, I don't think they're going to give us any of the Freesia stuff. Oh, Ascendancy rework. Aki, Assassin, Ascendancy, reworks. Those are my top cope picks. Glad, please. Glad literally just got reworked. There's no way they do Glad again. That being said, all their teasers have showcased a bleed SST character. You know? I appreciate the manual center adjustment. Is there an easy way I could do that aside what I'm actually manually doing? I don't want to. It probably is. I don't want to worry about it. Dot cap removed. How about this? I'll give you guys dot cap removed if I get to put a square where there's actually a real buff to dot skills. How about that? We'll call this a chat square. Dot cap removed. Okay. Literally changes nothing. Dot skills still trash. Lance Square. Actual buffs to dot skills. You guys see the juxtaposition in what you're asking for and what I'm asking for? Because one of us is getting stuff done. Okay? They're the same. They are not the same square. Okay? They are not the same square. Do it on the same square. Not the same square. Campaign skip. Campaign skip is never going to happen. Hell freezes before campaign skip occurs. Self-cast buffs? Now that's something I can get behind. Self-cast skill buffs. Giga caster patch has arrived. Tile league mechanic? What would count as a tile league mechanic? New boss? Ooh. That's a good square. New boss. New endgame boss. It's Zana. It's definitely Zana. Just straight up, it's Zana. Stop with the parentheses. You want me to get rid of all the parentheses? Can we do this? And this? And this? I don't know if I can do this one without breaking it. We might regret this. Put them back. I said stop. I don't know what you guys want from me. I'm getting mixed signals here. Return reworks free. True. But does that stop me from putting it on the board? The amount of times we've come close to winning a bingo is very bad. Okay, I need a couple. I need more than just the one free square. T17 nerfs. I think that's possible, maybe. I don't know if that's super likely. Not every T17s. I kind of don't think they will either. New influence type. Now that I can get behind. New influence type / rare. / rare. You can do influence type is fine, right? Like if they add something like synthesized items but different, that isn't really like other influence items we already have, I think that still counts, right? Betrayal Life unveils buffed is my personal copium. I mean, it could happen. I don't think any of the ones we saw when they showcased that were buffs. Let's look at that teaser real quick. New item bases. They did just give us armor item bases. They didn't give us rings or belts or amulet or weapons or shields, right? So they could do new item bases for those types. Eater XR currency changes. Well, that's why I was on some of the items. Yeah. I was thinking they could have added orb that lets you remove influence. Jorgen is back. I definitely would like a Jorgen being back situation. These are the same as before. These are both the same as before. Same roll ranges. Something a little bit more calming for the rest of this bingo board. Instant skills back on left click. I think that's not, no way. Nah. I don't think they're going back on that. Can you fracture an unveiled mod? Yes you can. Orb of recombination. That would just be this recombinator's going core. Witch rework. Somebody said topside defense earlier. Like what? Reworking the that side of the tree to add some additional stuff to do up there. I like more and better defenses on top side. We'll add passive tree. Say passive tree changes. Example. Reworked. Defensive. Options. Which side? That guy who told me to stop doing parentheses is like fuming right now. Lance, I said no more parentheses. You can't keep doing that, Lance. I forbid it. The bingo card for ants? You guys can read that, right? Spear and Hammer of the Gods added to the game? No. I don't think we're getting any PoE 2 slop added to our beautiful game we have here. C layout? I'm not putting in a bingo square for C layout. I'm trying to move past C layout, guys. Transfigure gems? I can't just say new. 5 new transfigured gems. I feel like if I just say new transfigured gems, that's like that's shooting too low, you know what I mean? I'm gonna say 5. Because if it's only 1, I'll be sad. Five seems too low. I'm having somewhat measured expectations here. RF nerfed? Guys, relax. Why would we want RF nerfed? RF is not OP. It didn't do anything wrong. Ooh. Buffs to some uniques. Speaking of buffs to uniques. Uniques. Change. Base type. Changes for uniques. Like putting shavs on Twilight Regalia type of thing. Basically like buffs to uniques. Because right now, with the new bases on rares and then all the old decent uniques on the old base types, kind of despair, right? A little bit. Corrupt roll ranges. Ooh, I like that one. That's one of the few things from PoE 2 that's actually good. Corrupt roll range added. You know where that lets you extract powers from uniques? Oh, like LP, like legendary potential type of thing. A way to modify uniques. I don't know about extract power from uniques. I feel like it's so much leveraged more that rares are kind of been dominant. I feel like something to enhance the uniques, like a currency that could modify uniques in a special way would be nice. Not necessarily LP, but something that lets uniques get a bit stronger in the current game than they are right now across the board. Corrupt roll range would be an example of that for sure, right? Blatantly stealing LP would be wild. Yeah, that'd be something else. It wouldn't be the first time we had something that modified uniques, though, right? Like Scourge League, and Crucible, you could modify uniques, right? I'm gonna add it. Unique modifying currency craft. Called modification. Let me cope. Why not unique recoms? I mean, that could fall under this category, right? Just something that lets you modify uniques in some way. Build your own atlas sort of thing like Woven Echoes. I mean, you already do that in PoE where you can run the same layout over and over again with the same types of rewards and same types of scarabs and stuff. Do we expect cast when damage, cast and stun changes? No. Nah, I think cast and stun's fine. Cast when stun, I feel like, is one of those things that's like super on the down low. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I hear people come in and they talk positively about it, but they're not trying to like oversell it and be like, "Yo, this is so OP." They're just like, "Yeah, I had a lot of fun with my cast and stun build, and that's pretty much it, right?" Atlas passive rework change. I'm gonna say Atlas tree jewels. Because we're getting secrets of the Atlas, right? Surely they're gonna do stuff with Atlas tree. Idle stare. Well, I mean it would be that sort of idea, right? Atlas Timeless Jewels. Some customizable currency that can let you invest into your Atlas. Call them Isles. I mean, it would be like the same exact thing, right? Well, I mean, so to speak. Some way to customize your tree. Some currency that or item you put in changes it in a specific way. Atlas Tree Cluster, Atlas Tree Jewel, Idle Slot. All would be effectively the same thing, right? Atlas Ascendancy Tree? wait, he's onto something there. Screw it, I'm putting that in parentheses. Atlas Ascendancy. Wait. Yo, that sounds kind of good. Do Ultra Lab to get it? Yeah. I mean, like, picture this, right? Secrets of the Atlas League. You're fighting Zana, Giga, Uber Boss, whatever. And then you get to choose a specialization right afterwards. You get to ascend your Atlas. And it's, maybe it's per character. And you have to beat the fight on, you know, your next character to unlock a different ascendancy for the tree, you know, that sort of thing. Would that be so bad? I feel like that'd be a good time. A skill tree that makes no tones drop? How to lose free currency. The UID special. Ascendancy idea, Lancer gains reduced fastest gold cost for currency trades. Yo, that sounds like a good node. Reduced gold cost on currency trades? Oh, I'd be unstoppable. I'd hate idols if they came back. They were such a pain. Okay. Do you hate idols? Or do you hate idols dropped unmodifiable and you had to recombinate them? Because if idols, like if let's say idols instead of that were like a jewel and you could just chaos orbit a few times until you got what you wanted. Because I feel like a large part of it was freaking the trade recom thing. It was so much trading. If they had idols on top of the Atlas tree, well, that's what this would be, right? This would be you have the Atlas tree as normal, and this is just like an enhancement on it, right? What if they buff Zenith? They're not gonna buff Zenith. No chance. Ain't no way. I just like the progression of the idols. Well, that's the thing. It was like you were forced into this trade system, right? Or this trade situation where you had to buy each idol individually and do recoms, and it took a ton of time, right? If you have the normal Atlas tree progression, and then you get like a little bit of enhancement on top of that, it probably would feel pretty chill, right? I'm cooked, but hear me out. Oh, easy. What do you say? What are you thinking? What do you got for us? Old Battle Mage's Cry is back. Thorium, they've had Battle Mage's Cry in a lot of the trailers, which is maybe that they're implying they're going to change it or buff it. Return of Enchantments for a different slot. I do like that, actually. I miss a chance, man. I miss skill specific enchants back with different acquire gear slot, different acquisition. Rav Runner returns the enchant service back. Well, it doesn't have to be enchants. It could be something else. You know, some other acquisition method. It doesn't have to be lab, right? Why a different slot? It doesn't have to be different. It could be different. I mean, you know, they could market it as a way to compete with Eldritch Influence, right? If Eldritch Influence had to compete with enchants or something, if that was part of it, some of the opportunity costs where you'd have to be, because right now Eldritch Gear dominates, right? Right, we're in a pretty stale meta in terms of gearing, where Eldritch Gear slots like pretty much every item almost, right? And then maybe that would give some of that gear slot competition back. I just saw the regex buff. Yeah, we could 250 characters. Auction house? I don't think so. I'll put it on here because that not having to deal with the freaking. Hold on, you messaged me for my item. I listed 3 days ago. We literally ran into this today. Sorry, man. Wrong tab. Make me an offer. Like what was that? What was that? A 0% square? Is it a 0% though? Is it actually a 0%? I feel like it's a 10% square. Maybe last league I thought it was a 5% square or a 2% square. No, honestly, last league I probably thought it was a 0% square. But after Faustus, I have been emboldened. I think it's a 10% square now. I thought it was a 0% square before though. Faustus was I did not see coming. So I feel like there's possibilities now. An ES nerf? I don't think they're touching ES. Well, I mean, they might nerf like Trickster and EE. I mean, maybe they nerf Energy Shield overall as well. But I kind of don't see it. It probably more likely than Auction House, but I'd rather have Auction House on my bingo board than ES nerf. Because Auction House would be like a crazy change. ES nerf, I feel like would probably be not too big of a change. Like if they do a nerf to it, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference, to be honest. I mean, maybe they'll do like a sizable ES nerf. I really don't see that though. Stat stacking nerfs? We have stat stacking nerfs right here. We have stat stacking on the board down here. I mean, I could say Dex, or Dex not included, but then some guy would get mad about me putting it in parentheses. I'm on it too. F it. Let's go Phoresia FF jewels. I don't think so, man. They'd have to rebalance things. You can't put 3 max endurance charges on a Forbidden Flesh and Flame. You know what I mean? What do we have to lose? It just doesn't seem like that'd be real. You can though? No, you can't. No, you can't. It's not balanced, man. It's not balanced. Scavenger core. Scavenger was pretty cool. The things I would do for a second Ascendancy on Scion, like Scavenger. Oh. How about this? You guys want to talk about FF Jewels? You want to talk about Scavenger going core? Let's cope a little bit. Some form of Phoresia retained. Well, we'll say added. Some form of Phoresia added. I don't think it's very likely, but, you know, maybe we can cope. Some form of Phoresia, FF Jewel. Maybe they add a specific Ascendancy that people liked and they thought was balanced. Maybe they rework one and they add it. Something. Seems pretty unlikely, but you know, Auction House is also super cope, so might as well cope a little bit. New Uber lab that gives Phoresia Ascendancies go through Scourge and the alternate timeline for it. I didn't play Phoresia. How effed up was it? Phoresia was a good time. Phoresia might be a top 5 league for me. I thought it was a ton of fun. Okay, there was a little bit of bad parts in that Idols was kind of a chore to set up your idol setup, but once you had it set up, it was like cracked out of whatever mechanic you were specializing in. Like I'll give you the reference for what I did. I tried a Bestiary Atlas. Every single zone had like 50 red beasts. That was my Bestiary Atlas. Normal is like 15.
That isn't really accurate. What's happening is that when a tormented spirit
no,
touches you, it grants
don't
you
hit me with the tormented spirit. How do I stop this?
Tormented spirit buff, which is called Fairgrave's Tricorn for some reason.
Stop, not the Tricorn
I don't
thing.
love that. It's not related to the Tricorn other than that the Tricorn makes it possible. It's entire.
Oh, skip. I found the skip button. Oh, not the Tricorn thing, man. Okay. We're fine. But yeah, anyways, as I was saying, the Bestiary, normal Beast Atlas would give you like 15 to 20 red beasts per map. Bestiary Atlas would give you like 50. They would always spawn in pairs. They would always dupe. You didn't need a duplicating scarab for it. And you could go like 500% wild chance instead of just like 100% wild chance. It felt like I was seeing a Morrigan that was duped and I'd get 4 Morrigans every like 7 maps or something. That was like pretty crazy like that. That's an example of Bestiary. Harvest, you could do T 16 maps and get like 50k juice average. Like, obviously there's a Rogue Exile things. I didn't do Rogue Exiles. I didn't get around to making idols for it, but people were doing that and just absolutely printing. Heist. Oh, Heist, you could literally SSF farm full tabs of fully revealed blueprints. 28 Harpies in a map. Yeah, there was some pretty crazy stuff going on, depending on what mechanic you wanted to do. Oh, yeah. Think about the Harpies, man. At one point in Phoresia League, I literally was able to buy annulment orbs for 1C each. I think there was a point in which I got, 50 plus annulment orbs for 1C each. Most of the league, they were like 2C, 1.5C. But I think there was a point where I was able to buy multiple at 1C each. It was crazy. Oh, and Ulman orbs are falling from the skies. Necro Mana mod back. Ooh, like adding back Necropolis mods. Well, we'll add that down here as like a slash option. Influence types. Let's say special mod. Special mods. Back. And then we'll put Necropolis, Sentinel. I think those are some good examples, right? Necropolis and Sentinel. Why Toto would be back as Cope? I don't think it's too Cope. They're literally thinking about adding Tota and PoE too, right? So if that's on their mind, if that's a mechanic they'd be willing to add into PoE 2, I think if they feel like they have it balanced in PoE 1, they'd also consider having it in PoE 1, right? Add gold to Sanctum? I hope. I guess you could say something like that. Gold added to Sanctum. Add that to the Sanctum Square. They're getting. We'll cross out the unchanged part. What is Tota? Trial of the Ancestors. It was a league like 2 years ago, also known as like 3 leagues ago. What type of game does it resemble? Is it like an arena battler, auto chess? I'm not sure exactly what type of game, but basically you hire certain dudes on your team because they're like good for your setup, and you're basically fighting to destroy the other side. Auto chess, yeah, yeah, okay. The thing about it, the one big gripe I had with Tota was you could farm up a pretty high rank on one character, and then you reroll and you have a really good character, but you would start at a low rank again. That was super frustrating because it felt like you had to do the easy stuff, which was a huge grind over again. And then aside from that, I really wish it wasn't click and hold. I wish it was based on how good your character is, you destroy the totems. Because the click and hold thing made people do like the Void Sphere stuff. What's this link? Is he about to get one shot? What did he even die to? What even was that? So it was just that spear dude that came over. That spear came, dude, just annihilated him. Yeah, but it was this. It was this thing. You can see there's this whole board, and the goal was to win the game. You had to destroy the basically the totems on the other side or whatever, and then there was like you had to win multiple rounds and stuff. I really wish, you know, if they do re-add it core, it's your character is able to kill the totems based on how much damage your character deals, not that stupid click and hold garbage, and then you can choose to fight at whatever your highest achieved ranked is across your different players, across your different characters or whatever. Seems like a pretty involved mechanic. Yeah, it was super cool. They had a lot of voice acting and stuff, but it didn't go core. So, I mean, I'd like it if it came back, if they did some readjustments to it. Blogger, look forward to seeing your RF top end build. Yeah, we're gonna do some setups with. We did our early setup today, our life setup today. We need to do our budget life setup and our more invested setup to showcase the variations and investment of the character. Total wasn't POE, it was cheese galore. Well, that's what it came, based on how they balanced it, it became cheese galore. But I think if they changed some things, like for example, Zulgos, it was click and hold, which meant it didn't matter how good your character's damage was. And that's one of the big reasons it became cheese galore, right? If they make it so the totems actually have life and you have to deal damage, that would mean it has to be a good build in order to pass the rank. You know what I mean? It's not going to just be, oh, can I force them in the corner and channel a totem, right? I freaking hate the channel totem thing. Black hole quiver galore, yeah. Do we know when the patch notes are getting dropped? Most likely it'll be right after the reveal Q&A is when they've done it in the past. Why is Pepega Legend not banned? We made the mistake of letting him out of his cage so we can put him down later, I guess. I guess I'll put this in this. I don't think I need to put reworked in there. If they're adding it back, they're clearly going to be reworking it, right? Bow buffs or self-cast? I have self-cast square. Do I put a bow buff square? I don't think I even put a bow buff square. I have zero faith they're buffing bows. Bows literally had a patch. They were the last patch. Were they the patch before Archmage? Was it bows, Archmage, and then melee? Is that the most recent 3 buffs archetypes? I feel like it was bows, Archmage, and melee most recently. Cannon fodder from the Lance having a bad day? Exactly, yeah. When I need a little pick-me-up, I silence Pepega Legend. Isn't bows nerfed? Bows have been quite good for years, and they got significantly buffed when they got the 2-hand damage mods. Most recently, I think they slightly nerfed TS. They gave TS a nerf. No, maybe not slightly. I mean, TS got a solid nerf. And I don't know about the other skills. The other bow skills are just significantly worse than TS, so when you nerf TS, the whole archetype becomes lower in power level because TS was actually, like, really strong. That being said, they're still pretty freaking good. Bow builds are still quite good. MF nerf was a nerf to the bow players? That's not a nerf to bow players. Anybody could grab Quant, okay? They might have internalized that as a nerf to themselves, to their archetype, but Quant could be used on any character. That's not freaking bow specific. What really happened this league is attack-based melee skills, Lightning Strike got giga buffed, and Lightning Strike basically did what bows did because Lightning Strike hits the whole screen and it just outclassed bows, right? That's what really happened. Bows were good. They still are good. Something got made that was better, and the bows look bad by comparison. But realistically, they're still freaking good. So if they nerf a lot of the stuff that makes bows look bad, they will move up in terms of overall the meta as a whole, or whatever you want to call it. Suggested for last square, reuse synthesis map tile stuff. I'm kind of wondering about that. Do we think the league mechanic, do we want to take a guess on the league mechanic being synthesis related? I feel like when they did the teaser, it kind of made me feel synthesis. It gave me synth vibes. Can we go with mapping league mechanics? Super generic though. Synth items dropping in synth maps. We only have one square left, guys. unless we want to make the bingo bigger and thus harder to hit. They had a whole year to cook. Did they though? Did they though? Did they have a year to cook? Or merged market between console and PC? That is a more sizable thing, but I think, do I want to use that on my last square though? I mean, you know, shout out to the console homies. I love you guys, but I'm not using my last square on you. Okay? Ain't no shot I'm using my last square on the console homies. Okay? Nothing personal. It's just, this is a very valuable last square. It's one of the biggest squares on my whole board because proportionally I made this side bigger than this side. All the PoE 1 devs got first work on PoE 2 were dreaming of the GOAT game the whole time, so they had a year to cook. You know what? I like that theory. I like that theory. Whisper again? No, I'm not going to. Console players are like YouTube chatters, not real. That is false. The YouTube chatters are real, and I will not take this disrespect. Okay? There are many honorable YouTube chatters. Okay, I gotta be honest, now that I'm looking through the most recent messages, I haven't seen a YouTube chat in a while. Hopefully the thing didn't break. My multi-chat might have bricked. I haven't seen a YouTube chat in a while. It's a little bit concerning. Hopefully they're okay. We're lurking. Oh wait, you know, we're fine. All right, Jake's there. We're fine. ID all items with gold, a full inventory ID. I mean, that could be if they did a full inventory ID, they would have included that in quality of life, right? Beefy Boy, we are here. Fantastic. That would be like in one of the quality of life teasers. They just did their whole, hey, we're gonna round out the smaller quality of life's honorable mentions, right? It would have been in there, right? We already know about the betrayal rework. Why are we adding it? That's fair. Maybe we delete this square so we have more space to work with. Because earlier I was saying I didn't want to delete it because I wanted at least another free square, but now that I'm thinking about it, I want to have more juicy stuff on here. New build archetype, spell dots. They could add a brand that does cold damage over time and a few spells that do chaos over time. With interesting interactions. You're just talking about... Those already exist. They're just bad. Cold duration brand. Delete/remove the dot cap. It's on there, okay? This is I gave you guys your dot cap square.
Sub to Lightning Strike.
Yo, Baneful, appreciate the gift sub.
Subs in the channel.
Delete the removal of dot cap. Cold dot would be way more powerful if they removed the dot cap. No, it freaking wouldn't. What are we smoking?
Yeah! Path gifted a tier 1 sub to both cap. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
We deleted the dot cap. This would be 40 million damage. What would you think about Venter Strongbox in PoE 2 edition? You know what? I do like that. Is it worthy of a square? I'm not sure it's worthy of a square. But for right now... Unique Strongbox. You have to set up the POB, it'd be 12 to 13 million damage. You're gonna make me configure this? You're gonna make me configure this? Is that really what we're doing right now? Where's the POB button? Did I get them all? Here's some flame dash DPS for you. Boom, another 40k right there. Another 40k DPS ahead. Volatile anomaly. Those do damage? Yo, another 100k DPS. All right. Do you have the shock node on this tree? The shock configured. The enemy shocked. This is a bleed elementalist? No, this is a cold block character with maximum cope. Alright, there we go. We're getting closer. If the stars align, let's give us that node. Let's make them one level higher. Activate convergence. Fantastic call. Where is it? Click. Now we're talking. Do we give it frenzy charges? Yes, we do give it frenzy charges. I agree. 5 active brands. This isn't even Wintertide, is it? Is there any other thing we could give this that gives it more damage? Is the enemy exposed? Oh, it already is that ticked. Don't forget the custom modifier. I'm not doing that. Covered in frost. Does he have any source of frost on this character? Are we just straight up lying at this point? Covered in frost. Oh, come on, guys. Let's be reasonable here. There is no frost application in this build. Get some brittle in there? Yeah. We could add HH stacks, maybe. He's playing Cold Dot with an HH? Wait, what the hell is this guy even doing? Add Scorch? Does he have... He has Legacy of Fury. That should already be there, though, right? Okay, I gotta be honest, I don't even know where this is. Where is it? Where's Scorch? Add Pinnacle? If I add Pinnacle, the DPS goes down, guys. I took it off to make the DPS go up. I took the DPS off. I was trying to help Galactic Cat get 14 million. Cold exposure, it already has that. Is Scorch not a thing I can click somewhere? Am I really just blind? Shouldn't it not be down here? I mean, it's probably automatically there because you're wearing the boots. Oh, guys, I don't like doing POV this hard. This is way too much effort. Show all configurations. Yeah, the enemy's already scorched, guys. Needless to say, if we throw out a prayer of complete cope, we could figure everything, the stars align. Turns out, dot cap does not change how much damage this build does. At all. And this is a character who has a max hit of 9,000 for Fizz with 32k Ellie max hit. This is a pure DPS spec. It's a 100% DPS spec. And it's doing 12 million. With obviously not like insane gear, but It's not bad gear either at the same time, right? Like, freaking Skin of the Lords. Skin of the Lords? That's like a DPS item, right? What you're saying is there's a chance? What I'm saying is removing dot cap doesn't help dot builds. Dot builds need their skills buffed. Because their damage is just bad. Changing the dot cap changes nothing. No more year-long leagues, Ether? That's what I like to hear. You put items into super hard ultimatum type challenge. If you clear it, all the mods are rerolled between 90 and 100 percentile. If you die, it destroys your item. I don't think they would give a targeted divine for that level of... I mean, maybe they would do something like a lucky divine. 90 to 100% percentile is kind of crazy. For once, I agree with you. They should remove dot cap. I'm saying dot cap is not the problem. If dot cap was the problem, I would be saying that. But I think the problem is dot skills are just bad. A well-built cold dot build can definitely do 40 million on recom gear. You want to link me a POB of your 40 million cold dot? I would love to see your 40 million cold dot. Who else wants to see his 40 million cold dot? Papega Legend, what the hell is this? Anyone else want to see his 40 million cold dot build? I want to see it. I would love to see 40 million cold dot. Just some decent recom gear. That's all it takes. Not if he's gonna get banned. If he doesn't, no. I didn't say he was gonna get banned. I said I wanted to see the 40 million gold dot. That's all I said. I want to see the 40 million gold dot. Is there a Frost Trap build? You mean Ice Trap? Yeah, people play Ice Trap. Usually ZHP bossers. He's recombining the gear. Just give him a minute. Okay, we'll let him get. We'll let him cook. He's working on the 40 million DPS cold dot build. In the meantime, we're gonna figure out the last few squares. We got 2 left, man. I don't know about the Venture Strongbox though. I don't know if that's good enough. Why do you play a Ranger? I play Ranger pretty regularly. Well, okay, not regularly. The reason I don't play Ranger that much, I'll tell you, I have played Ranger builds, but I don't play them that often. And the reason I don't play them that often is because Warden is just bad. So it's never really, like, I never look at this and think that's a good choice for an Ascendancy. Pathfinder is only good if you play Poison, and I think Poison's pretty boring. And Deadeye's okay. I'll occasionally be open to playing a Deadeye. Like I've done a few different projectile builds with Deadeye. I've been tempted to do an Icicle Mine League Star with Deadeye. Deadeye's alright. But the main reason is I'm not a big fan of Warden. Pathfinder's mainly Poison only for builds that it's worth using on, and I'm not a big fan of Poison. Deadeye Miners are comfy. Yeah, I feel like Deadeye can do some decent things. ultimately, if these Ascendancies were better, I'd be more inclined to play Rangers. I have a similar thing with the Duelist Ascendancies. Duelist Ascendancies is pretty much just like Slayer's good, and then Champ and Glad are kind of Despair. Witch is just Despair as a whole pretty much right now. For me, class is usually based on like the Ascendancy, and if the Ascendancies are not super enticing, then it's not super tempting to make builds with them. Jug. I can see myself making a build with Chieftain, Berserker, and Jug. All three of those can make decent builds. Same thing with Templar. Witch builds are pretty much just minions and that's it. Trickster's good. Assassin and Sabo, why do they exist if Trickster's so good? These just need to be better than what they are. At what level of investment does Scion RF surpass Chieftain? The setup we did today is pretty decent for 10-ish divines. I'd have to make a Chieftain on 10 divines to compare it. I don't play Chieftain RF that much. But that's what I would have to do to have a comparison to this, is I'd have to make a 10D Chieftain for a comparison. You had a Doc Golem Witch build a few leagues ago? Yeah, I did a Chaos Golem of Maelstrom. That was a decent build. I think the biggest problem I had with that build is I wish the Chaos Golem had like more. If the Chaos Golem had like more sizable AoE, that would have helped a ton. And if I could actually see the animation. Like the Chaos Golem, like its animation for its ability was just like kind of non-existent. And I could only see it by the enemies dying, you know what I mean? Like I could only tell it was happening because the enemies were dying to it. If the AoE was a bit bigger on that Maelstrom thing, and I could actually see it, then I would have enjoyed that build a ton more. I think my favorite minion build I've played so far was probably the Crabmancer. We did like, was that last league? I think the Crabmancer might have been last league. We did a Spectre. Was that this league? It was a pure Spectre build. Maybe it was this league with Wraithlord. It was either last league or this week. We did the roly-poly crab dudes. I like that build a decent amount. It was Necro? Okay, yeah. I think it's because I wanted to play with the Wraithlord helm. I'd like to see it. I mean, you can see it if you... It's on YouTube. Did I not call it Crabmancer? What did I call it? Oh, I called it Crabmancer. Maybe I called it something else. Spectre Ascendant. What the hell did I call it? Ascendant Crab? I call it Scion? Oh, I'm searching in freaking playlist. Scion Crab. This guy, yeah. Wait. Don't look, guys. It's not real, guys. That's not a real build. Okay? This didn't actually happen because this build did not use Ivory Tower or stat stacking. Therefore, it is not real. So please, if you would, ignore the existence of this character. It's not real. Never happened. Okay, we need 2 more squares. I want to go pretty giga cope on the last 2 squares. I'm gonna make a Crab Lord my league start and blame you when it doesn't work. I wouldn't league start it. That was a decent view though, a decent build though. 45 viewers got Lance? I mean, 45,000 people watched the video. I don't think 5,000 people made the build, though. Lance, are you good at Path of Exile? Define good. Vendor recipes for woke gems? What does that mean? Like an easier way to get like multi-strike or something? T0. Chase adjustment for square. Headhunter. Mageblood change. I'm down for T0 shakeup. New ones. New/rebalancing. If they're adding a new boss, there's probably going to be a T0 level drop from the boss, right? There's probably going to be at least one new one this league. Maybe they'll do some rebalancing of ones that are currently T0s. Maybe a new rarity tier, T-1. You mean like Astromentus and POE 2? People are dropping one Astromentus per every 45,000 divines. I don't know about adding the support gem the vendor recipe. I think the current acquisition of Awakened Gems, like fighting Maven and stuff's fine. I mean, would it make more sense fighting the Awakener to drop Awakened Gems? Maybe. Where's Power Siphon? Power Siphon. We'll put Power Siphon on the B team nerfs. That's a good point. We'll put specifically Locust Mine. Power Siphon on the B team nerfs. I don't think it deserves to be on the A team nerfs. The only reason it's getting nerfed is because it's good early game, right? Which is maybe like next league's B team nerf will be like something like Explosive Concoction. Because it's good in the campaign. I don't even know if that makes sense though. Locust is at least like a really good build through maps. I don't feel like Explosive. The Concoction, its clear speed just doesn't really scale. Does it? I don't feel like it does. I hate Concoction skills. They feel so bad. Concoction of bouncing I think feels fine because it can like auto target and stuff. But the other Concoction skills, the targeting of it, just I'm a hater. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking is fine. I don't think that there's no way. I mean, maybe it would be in the slam section of here. We did put slams here, but I kind of... Slams, out of everything on this list, I think is the least likely to get nerfed out of everything here. Don't prey on slam nerfs? I'm not preying on slam nerfs. I don't think slams are going to get nerfed at all. Somebody else in chat told me to add it, so I did. I don't think slams are going to get touched. I think slams are fine. I don't think they're impale buffs. I don't have a buff square, do I? Well, I have self-cast skill buffs. I have dot skill buffs. We could put impale on there. Impale buffs / chaos vs Fizz vs Ellie rebalancing, aka nerfing Ellie, but Impale was in the inventories. So was Battle Mage's Cry. Stuff's happening. We're getting a solid 5 out of 25 on the current bingo board. What do you mean 5 out of 25? Doing only safe things on bingo is just boring. You gotta have some out there stuff, some optimistic stuff, some stuff that would be cool. You gotta, if you just do a safe bingo board, that's just lame. Right? Like you could say, oh, okay, this is a safe square, you know, this is a safe square, right? A few safe squares is fine. But if it was just all safe squares, that'd be super. Like, that's not exciting. You only need 5 to win, anyways. This one, this line right here, I feel like this has some pretty high probability. If we get an Aki Assassin rework, the nerfs, high mark free square, new boss, Atlas Jewels, that feels like a pretty possible square. What's the question mark? What question mark? The whole left column. This one's pretty possible too. Yeah. Recombinators Go Core, I think, is maybe the most questionable of these. But it's definitely possible. Especially if King's March is there, right? New bosses, we're gonna get 2. I'm just gonna start with new endgame boss 1. We'll start there. Has GG said Sellers is going core? They have not said it's going core, but if I just go back far enough, hold on. Okay, it didn't. Hold on. Hold 1 second. 1 moment. There. They didn't say it was going core, but also, there's no Johan in this town, but King's March is there. What they're doing with King's March, we don't know, but that's why I have, this square. King's March back, but different. That's what this square is for. It's based on that teaser. They're getting the expedition cost instead of the dust. I can smell it. I mean, we don't know what they're doing with it, what they're changing with it, but I think they keep it as maybe a gold sink zone, and maybe there's some gold sink investment you can do. Like, they keep some of the thematics of it, but they take away the chore aspect. That sort of thing. Like, picture this. Instead of I have to remember to send out my shipments, and I have to remember to set the mappers or whatever. You have the Faustus Black Market gamble. Maybe you acquire dust in some other way, like just passively, and you have some sort of dust exchange. You know? Maybe there's a way where you can spend gold in relation to the crops or in relation to the shipping, but it's not like a timed mechanic thing. It's more of like an instantaneous exchange where you can choose to use the resource there versus not. Casino Town? Yeah, it could be like a lot of like specialized vendors. I would rather play standard than do sellers again. Okay, this is a mandatory. I have to say it every time. Believe it or not, you don't have to level up the town. Okay, you could just ignore it. That's what I did on like my last 3 sellers resets. I essentially just ignored it until I needed to recombinate, and then I spent freaking 2 seconds getting the initial recombinator made, and then I ignored it again. Why not just ignore it if you're okay with standard? Exactly. I think the main reason is the FOMO, right? The feeling like you're missing out because you're not doing it. You see the quality of life video an hour ago? Yes, we did. It's actually on in the background right now. That's what this is. I think we got a good chance of bingoing here. I'm going to cope. I'm going to cope. I think we got a good chance of bingoing here. I could easily see this square occurring. That seems possible. This line seems possible. This is probably not possible at all because I think we either get this or we get this. I don't think we're getting both. And this is like super unlikely, right? So anything on this axis is kind of getting cooked by auction house, but I like to believe. Need nothing from Freesia? That's what this is. Some form of Freesia added. This is maybe possible. New endgame boss is super likely. Impale buffs is something that definitely could happen. Toto's back could happen. This could happen too. Toto's coping. Totem's pretty copium. What are our big cope squares? Toto's a pretty cope square. Auction house is a pretty cope square. Dot cap is a pretty cope square. Okay. It's not even the problem. Dot skills are the problem. I feel like the King's March isn't that cope because it's on the freaking video. Faricia's cope. Faricia is pretty cope. I don't think Faricia is as cope as Auction House and Tota though. And the dot cap square. Unique modification is cope. Yeah, I mean, it is, and at the same time, it isn't. Like, this could be a lot of things. Like, we've had this happen in both Crucible, and we had it happen in Scourge. So I feel like that means it's possible. We've had League mechanics before where they've toyed with the idea of letting you change your uniques. We've had it before. Could be uniques again, yeah. I don't think they give it as base game. This isn't necessarily about base game for each of. This is like the idea of if they gave us a Forbidden Flesh style thing, or they added something from a Freesia Ascendancy to a main Ascendancy, like say they did a rework to a Cultist, and part of that rework was giving it, maybe it's something from Bog Shaman, you know, things like that. Enchants? Okay, yeah, that's pretty cope. These are probably the most cope squares. I don't know. I think I'm optimistic about tomorrow. Perry? You want me to put Perry on the board? What if I ban you right now? How about that? How about I parry you out of existence? Freaking Perry. If I hear Perry during the live stream tomorrow, I am gonna be not happy. I'm gonna be an upset individual. Set an example right now. It's a little public execution. I'm sorry, chat. Guys, he apologized. Did we let him live? He apologized. He said he's sorry for bringing it up. For bringing up such bad memories. No. He parried the ban. He already's done the damage. They kind of want blood. They kind of want blood. Too great of a sin. Let him live. He's not a quester. Ketoth, do you want me to expose you right now? There weren't as many people earlier today when I was talking about your snitching that occurred. I don't think people would be too happy if they heard about what you did to the quester earlier. Okay, I'm gonna tell everybody anyways. I was in Tai stream just chilling, and Ketoth literally live reported. He came in and he's like, "Hey, Lance, somebody's questing in your chat." And freaking Dr. Val offline chat quested to 115 Atlas completion. He literally snitched on him while I was just XDD chatting in Tai stream. It's freaking I'm a law-abiding chatter. It was next level snitching. It was just like, it was crazy. I, of course, went over and timed out Dr. Val because because questers don't get to live, you know what I mean? But still, it was crazy. Yeah, I think we got a good board here. If somebody has a change they'd like to see me make to the board, feel free to state your case. But I think for right now, the board's looking good. I managed to reach dot cap on POB with a +8 cold, 104 dot multi-reflected focused amulet. Wait, Valier, were you the one earlier who claimed 40 million DPS with recom gear? Or was that somebody else and you just decided to try to make a POB? Because I don't remember who said it, to be honest. I just remember reading. Hell no? Okay. Someone else. So you made it and all it took was a +8 104 dot multi-amulet. Just your run-of-the-mill triple positive focused amulet with 2x multiplier. Something that's only going to cost you 10 plus mirrors to make in a regular league. Easy dot cap. The money's no object for a cold dot build. all it took was everything. I have a feeling that even the Uber fights, especially the Maven one, might get alternative where originators in the arena also copium. Oh, some like extended difficulty multiplier. New shield bases. Oh, I was thinking of that earlier. Okay, hold on. Actually, although the Impale buff and rebalance is a likely square, and I'm gonna regret this tomorrow when I lose because of it. Wait, you know, actually, no, what? Screw the dot cap square. I'm sorry, chat. I'm taking away your square, okay? If you're gonna suggest a square, like, come on. The dot cap square, come on, let's be honest. Get rid of that square. New square. New square. New base types for weapon, shield, weapon/shield slots. Think of it this way. Jewelry got heist bases recently, right? Jewelry got heist bases. Body armor got, you know, gloves, boots, helmet, body armor got slots. Weapons and shield slot, it's been a while. Remove your square? You want me to remove my square for actual dot buffs? Guys, we literally had somebody in chat say they had to get out a +8 104 dot multi-focused amulet to hit cold dot. Cap. You want me to remove my square, which is a legitimately good square, unlike your guys' square, which is delusional and unrelated to the problem? You guys want me to remove this square? Because I removed your square? Like, my square is at least, like, a reasonable thing that should happen, right? Remove the auction house square? No. No, I'm going to continue to cope about the auction house square. And you guys can't stop me. I'm going to continue to cope about the auction house square. Okay? And you know why? I'll tell you why. That's why. That's why. Okay, I messaged a guy for an item listed days ago. Days. No one wanted it. An unappreciated item I was gonna appreciate with 5 Chaos Orbs. And some dude's like, nah, man. It was in the wrong tab. I mispriced it. It's actually worth way more than that, even though it was on trade for a ridiculously long period of time without selling. Nah, it's worth more. Listen. Faustus, one of the best changes that ever happened to PoE. I think it's time we talk about it, okay? Come on. Something. Remove high mark and with plug for PoE2. I'm not putting in plug for PoE2, and I'm not removing Tota. No, those suggestions suck, Sadith. No, we're not doing that. If auction houses will be unique only, I mean, that would be better than nothing. I would count that as a win. If we got a limited auction house that works on uniques, that'd be a win. You know, that would be a step into the direction of I'm dealing less with this freaking stuff, you know? It'd be cool if I log into my auctions sold overnight and I get rich and there's no price fixtures, you know? Sounds kind of nice. If they add Tota, it's going to be nerfed to the ground. They already nerfed tattoos significantly. They already did the rebalancing of tattoos. Tattoos still have like a use case for a lot of builds, but they're also like not your centerpiece mandatory OP power creep type of thing. Why didn't the Sanctum main Lance put tomes on Faustus? Because I don't care. It's not. I think realistically, Sanctum's just not getting changed at all, and it's gonna continue to be A tier day 1, and then decent day 2, 3, or 4, but not top tier, and then it's just gonna trail off like it does every league and be worse than other mechanics for farming currency. I can't build another town boss. I'm tired. I don't think King's March is going to be... Picture it this. We spent a whole year building that town. What if next league, the town is built? You know, it's been constructed. We spent a year building it. We're done. Job's done. And there's more benefits. And we don't have to run the place. And there's just stuff going, that's just there. And we could stop by and we can interact with some things. But it's not like we're the freaking, mayor of the town that has to make ends meet and pay the bills and all that stuff, right? Free mirrors? Well, not like I don't know. I just think if they, I'm just going off the fact they have Johan not here. But it's on the thing, right? It's on the thing. What does Act 1 town normally have? What's normally an Act 1 town? Yeah, Bastille, Nessa, Tarkley, and Johan would be here. But Johan wasn't here. But King's March was here, right? He's waiting for us in Act 6? Nah, man, nah. That was a level 97 Deadeye, nah. New Pinnacle boss, the mayor of King's March. Was the other guy there? Tarkley? In this video? Yeah, Tarklay's there. This is the Act 1 town. 1 for 1 what it is in normal standard, right? Like, you see this, and then if we go to Act 1 town again. It's exactly the same what it would be.
1,5 years and keep going strong, for the power of RF.
Yo, thanks to ZorTV. 1.5 years. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support for so long. For the power of RF, indeed. Like, see, like, look. Tarklay, Bastille, Nessa. Tarklay, Bastille, Nessa, right? Event notice board. This thing. Yeah, it's all the same, right? Does he leave the campaign when you finish? No, he doesn't. Like, well, I'll show it in Settlers so we can see the comparison. He's always there. At least I think he is. Yeah, see? He's literally here. Right there. You know? But he's not there in the showcase. Kingsmarch is there. I'm really thinking it's this. Kingsmarch back, but different. You know, it's built now. This is Scuffed AF, but it's 40 million. Is this the basic recombinated gear, RJ? Were you the one that made the 40 million claim earlier? Dialas with a +1 corruption. Pure damage mod weapons with tormented spirits. Scorched ground. Hold on, getting a call. You guys heard me talking to my wife? She was telling me that apparently there's a situation because Nolan ate some peanut butter. So anyways, the gloves are the most egregious piece. +2, 30% more. Oh, to get extra levels. That is recom gear? Okay. I think this is a stretch for multiple reasons. The biggest reason is this is a non-viable character. This is a character that dies in a T16 map with no mods on it. It is 40 million, but the cost is all it took you was full DPS specking your entire build and gear and coping that you have full uptime on every debuff, right? It's missing mods on half the gear, though. Half the gear? What do you mean missing mods? What do you mean missing mods? Like, there could be defensive mods on boots? I mean, you could cope how you want, but I'm seeing a +1 corruption Dialas with full DPS weapons, no defensive mods. I don't recall trying to see if it had to be defensive. Okay, fair enough. You did hit 40 million with recom gear. I don't want to look at the POV right now because I don't have time. I gotta go. I am questioning. Did you actually do non-pinnacle too? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I gotta go, but at the same time, did you actually put it to the normal set of enemy or whatever? Did you set it to non-boss? Okay, it is on pinnacle. Okay. I was gonna say, if you set it to normal too on top of that, that is wild. I did this in 15 minutes. I will give you that you did hit cold dot. 40 million. It required every skill up. Does this require Val Cold Snap as well? Yes, it requires Val Cold Snap. You know, it requires a character that has no defenses. It's just pure DPS gear. It took everything. And on top of all of that, when you talk about content where dot cap matters, which is hard content, you could talk about builds that have, or, you know, situations where enemies have damage reduction and you're still not there, right? In terms of, like, if you're talking, you know, delirium, damage reduction related content, stuff where the damage would actually matter. Where's the shock come from? It comes from Elementalists. Comes from the Shaper Storms node. He has 6 portals, he's got to use them. all right. Agree to disagree. I still think this is pretty egregious, though, in the not making a real build category. It's not a reflected 8 amulet. It isn't a reflected 8 amulet. It does require 5 skills, including Val Cold Snap on an enemy, on top of having gear that has no defense. New to RF Scion, if it will be cheap on Leaguestar, farming T16s. I'm going over I'm going to be making a build guide after the patch notes. I want to wait for those to adjust. My rough opinion of Scion start is it's not an S tier League start. It's probably, you know, a mid-level League start. It'll be fine for life-based. Swapping to Ivory Tower, the earlier setup we tested today, seems decent. And then it just scales with each upgrade you get, that sort of thing. It's one of those builds where you can start it with nothing. And then, well, I wouldn't do SSF. I'd do Trade League if you're going to do it. And then it could scale up with each gear each gear upgrade you want to go for will feel meaningful. Anyways, I got to go, guys. I got to go. Who is online? I have way too many tabs open. Let's see who's streaming right now. Connor is streaming. I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. We'll see what he's up to. Wait, Subtractem streaming? You know what? Actually, I'm gonna send you guys over to Subtractem just because I haven't seen Subtractem stream in quite a long time, and he's actually streaming PvE. You said you raid Jung last night? Is Jung on? Okay, Jung is on. We could raid Jung too. I'm gonna raid Sub though. I haven't seen Sub stream in, I feel like, half a year. It's probably been more recent than that, but I don't feel like he's gonna stream on League Start. Maybe he will, but I'm gonna say you guys ever subtract him because I don't think I'm gonna get too many opportunities to raid him because he's pretty much done streaming for the most part. I think he's doing other stuff. So anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun. Enjoy Sub stream. I'll catch y'all later. Have a good one.